not the Mao who let things get out of control, but the Mao who was responsible for strengthening the nation.
Can I ask you about the 1953 speech? Can we just watch it real quick? This particular speech is about in 1953 at the end of the Korean War, saying China will not surrender. The speech reads, "As to how long this war will last, we're not the ones who can decide. He used to depend on President Truman, will depend on President Eisenhower, or whoever will become the next U.S. president. Up to them. But no matter how long this war is going to last, we will never yield." We'll fight until we completely triumph. Yeah, so this is the version of Mao we used here. It is still celebrated today. And from the Chinese perspective, I guess they can tell the story about that particular prophecy when they triumphed. So what do you think about that speech and about these performances? I don't know how much you've listened to Mao speeches.
He had a really difficult accent to make sense of it. People, native speakers of Chinese can have trouble with his speech. That one was less hard to follow than some of the.
What explains the accent?
Well, he's just from Yunnan, and he had a heavy accent. This is another complicated side of Mao. He was both anti-intellectual and very intellectual. He liked to write poetry and to fashion himself as that, but he also liked to be seen as incredibly earthy and critical of intellectualism. He had an animus toward wanting to, even though he actually had that anti-intellectualism. But I think what's interesting about that speech in part is how even the depiction of the Korean War as being the war against America, to resist America and support Korea. I think it fit with his idea that it wasn't just about China. It wasn't about China working in self-interest, but siding with the underdog countries against the hegemonic ones. And that was another part of Mao's desire to see China as representing the kind of third world and a sort of the countries that had felt the brunt of imperialism, of Western imperialism and Japanese imperialism, and trying to find one or another country's imperialism to focus on. On that point, he was focusing on America, which is something that can have particular resonances now. Mao could alternate. At certain points, he thought there should be an alliance where he said that China should be able to work with Japan because he said it at one point. He said, "Well, without Japanese imperialism, the Communist Party wouldn't have risen. We wouldn't have had this ability to unite the people." We have seen in the post-Mao period some leaders playing on sort of anti-Japanese sentiment because of the history of Japanese aggression, or there could be anti-American sentiment because of the history of American roles in imperialism, or it can be played in a different way. The United States certainly tried. The United States didn't have formal colonies in Asia the way that Britain and France did and tried to present itself to. So these things are also kind of in flux. And now we're in this very unusual beginning of the imposition of tariffs. There were leaders of China, Japan, and Korea, to South Korea, all together in photo ops, which was not something that the Pakistani saw. So I think this is also just a kind of broader lesson to not assume that configurations will always stay.
If you look out into the 21st century, what are some of the best possible things that could happen in the region and globally with China at the center of the world stage? What are the possible trajectories you could see culturally, economically, politically, in terms of partnerships and all this kind of stuff?
Such a hard moment to be imagining these things. I mean, I've all long wanted to see a return of China to this path toward a more kind of. I wasn't one of the people who imagined that there would be this convergence of the sort of where China's emergence into revolution into a liberal capitalist country, but we'd love to see a return to that more kind of tolerance of diversity within China, variations within China, more space for civil society. And it's a hard time to even imagine that because Hong Kong kind of represented that place that was somehow within. It was an amazing thing. I think looking backward, rather than forward, I think it's really extraordinary how much leeway was given to Hong Kong for a period there. That was really special. No Communist Party run country had ever had a city within it that had as free a press as Hong Kong had then, as much tolerance for protests. And I think it was I mean, I hope it can be seen by some, at least within Beijing, as a miscalculation too. The people's China wanted soft power. Hong Kong films were admired around the world in this industry. It was a way in which creativity flourished. So I guess it would be just the hope for more spaces where that kind of creativity and openness to be able things can flourish. I'd love to think that there actually are a variety of things in Taiwan, that if those could become broader norms. Not that Taiwan's perfect, it has its own internal problems, but there are many really attractive things about it right now, and different kinds of things that flourish. So maybe setting in which Taiwan in its post-martial law, post-Leninist incarnation would be something that we could think of.
Yeah, you're right. Taiwan, and especially Hong Kong, are a truly special place. This is a case study. It doesn't make sense that would happen, but it happened. I think the history is full of wonderful things like this. And I guess, can you clarify, you think the protests in 2019, like the protests in 2020, they're mostly a failure? Is there still a possibility that Hong Kong rises and its way of life, its way of being, democratic ideals, not necessarily fall on democracy or this kind of thing, but it would actually, in a sense, permeate China, not the other way around?
So that was a hope early on. There were ways in which some parts of Hong Kong style sort of permeated across the border. I think it's hard to see it now with how Hong Kong has changed. But I hesitate to, awareness of the unpredictability of things. There's no way to know what kind of things that will be for Hong Kong later. I do think there are things about Hong Kong that even in the failure of the movement have had repercussions that are not all negative. I think the Hong Kong spirit, which is being kept alive in diaspora communities around the world, is really interesting. There are things that are spreading. I think Hong Kong represented a vision of a different way of being Chinese, a different notion of Chineseness. And I think that is something that exists. And there are protesters in a lot of other parts of the world. Belarus we used to say from Minneapolis to Minsk, because in 2020 there were protests in the U.S. and in Belarus where there were activists who were talking about the Hong Kong idea of sort of trying to focus on deep water, more flexible protest tactics, something. And clearly in Thailand. There were people who looked at things to learn from Hong Kong. There's a New Zealand-based China specialist, Rabbi, who talks about the other China, which can exist within China, physical China, or elsewhere, which is this um, equally attached to Chinese traditions, but thinking of those traditions as including not just Confucianism, but Taoism, not just hierarchy, but also openness to cosmopolitanism, not just nationalism, but cosmopolitanism. And I think there are some elements of that even in failure, the Hong Kong movements, the Hong Kong protests in the 2020s were a last flourishing of that. We can see some elements of that in Taiwan. Elements of that is in other China as well. And I think recovering, not allowing the particular version of Chineseness that the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping wants to make people think of as the essence of Chinese. China has multiple cultural strands, multiple traditions that people can tap into, and it's something richer and memorable, I think, than this narrowed down version.
And I hope for a future where both Hong Kong and Beijing have bookstores that carry 1984 Brave New World and all of your books. And I can't wait to visit them and enjoy the intellectual flourishing of incredible people. What a beautiful world we live in. The Chinese people, all the people I've met, it's just so great to interact with totally different culture. You can feel the roots run deep, rich in history. They're very different. And it's amazing. It's like amazing that Earth produced Chinese people, Indian people, Slavic people. This is just all kinds of variants. And we all have our own weirdnesses and quirks and so on. Everybody has brilliant people. We all start shooting each other every once in a while. But I hope now that we have nuclear weapons, and I hope now that we have technology that connects us, we'll actually collaborate more than we fight each other. So thank you for being one of the people that shows off the beauty of this particular people. It's of the entire region, really, of Southeast Asia. And it's an honor to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Confucius. When anger rises, think of the consequences. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
When I started multi-dog last night, I needed a website. Figuring out how to make one was pretty hard in the old noggin. But with good Euro, I can just tell it what I want. And it uses AI to make the website so fast it pretty much blows my noggin. It's working with a beautiful design that'll blow my customers' noggins, which allowed me to focus my noggin on making more goggins to put on their noggins, which were just metaphorically blown.
I write the script in December. January, Josh Arnett, Marley Shelton come down, fly Frank in,
shooting for 10 hours in my green screen. We shoot that opening sequence. Incredible. And the visual look, we've never seen that. I want to just take this and make it. I just want the comic to move. Any other studio would just go make it look like a gritty crime movie. They would miss the point. That the visual is half of it. I want it to look just like this because it would be the boldest movie anyone's seen, because that's how it reads when I read the book. It's like, if this was moving, it would be the most phenomenal movie. Just by being around him and working with him, you get, by osmosis, you learn stuff. And it just ups your game because they're just.
The following is a conversation with Dylan Patel and Nathan Webb. Dylan runs Semi-Analysis, a well-respected research and analysis company that specializes in semiconductors, GPUs, CPUs, and AI hardware development. Nathan is a research scientist at the Allen Institute for AI and is the author of the amazing blog on AI called GUINNESS. They are both highly respected, read, and listened to by the experts, researchers, and engineers in the field of AI. And personally, I'm just a fan of the two of them. So I used the DeepSeek moment that shook the AI world a bit as an opportunity to sit down with them and lay it all out. From DeepSeek, OpenAI, Google, XAI, Meta, Anthropic, to NVIDIA and TSMC, and to US, China, Taiwan relations, and everything else that is happening at the cutting edge of AI. This conversation is a deep dive into many critical aspects of the AI industry. While it does get super technical, we try to make sure that it's still accessible to folks outside of the AI field by defining terms, stating important concepts explicitly, spelling out acronyms, and in general, always moving across the several layers of abstraction and levels of detail. There is a lot of hype in the media about what AI is and isn't. The purpose of this podcast, in part, is to cut through the hype, through the bullshit, and the low-resolution analysis, and to discuss in detail how stuff works and what the implications are. Let me also, if I may, comment on the new OpenAI O3 Mini reasoning model, the release of which we anticipated during the conversation, and it did indeed come out right afterwards. Its capabilities and cost are on par with our expectations, as we stated. OpenAI O3 Mini is indeed a great model, but it should be stated that DeepSeek R1 has similar performance on benchmarks, is still cheaper, and it reveals its chain of thought reasoning, which O3 Mini does not. It only shows a summary of reasoning. Plus, R1 is open weight, and O3 Mini is not. By the way, I got a chance to play with O3 Mini, and anecdotal vibe check wise, I felt that O3 Mini, specifically O3 Mini High, is better than R1. Still, for me personally, I find that Claude Sonnet 3.5 is the best model for programming, except for tricky cases where I will use O1 Pro to brainstorm. Either way, many more better AI models will come, including reasoning models, both from American and Chinese companies. They will continue to shift the cost curve. But the, quote, DeepSeek moment is indeed real. I think it will still be remembered 5 years from now as a pivotal event in tech history, due in part to the geopolitical implications, but for other reasons too, as we discussed in detail from many perspectives in this conversation. This is the Let's Read My Podcast. And now, dear friends, here's Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. A lot of people are curious to understand China's DeepSeek AI models, so let's lay it out. Nathan, can you describe what DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1 are, how they work, how they're trained? Let's make sure we the details.
Yeah, so DeepSeek V3 is a new mixture of experts transformative language model from DeepSeek that is based in China. They have some new specifics in the model that we'll get into. Largely, this is an open weight model, and it's the instruction model like what you would use in ChatGPT.
The following is a conversation with Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. Dylan runs Semi-Analysis, a well-respected research and analysis company that specializes in semiconductors, GPUs, CPUs, and AI hardware in general. Nathan is a research scientist at the Allen Institute for AI and is the author of the amazing blog on AI called GUINNESS. They are both highly respected, read, and listened to by the experts, researchers, and engineers in the field of AI. And personally, I'm just a fan of the two of them. So I used the DeepSeek moment that shook the AI world a bit as an opportunity to sit down with them and lay it all out. From DeepSeek, OpenAI, Google, XAI, Meta, and Anthropic, to NVIDIA and TSMC, and to US, China, Taiwan relations, and everything else that is happening at the cutting edge of AI. This conversation is a deep dive into many critical aspects of the AI industry. While it does get super technical, we try to make sure that it's still accessible to folks outside of the AI field by defining terms, stating important concepts explicitly, spelling out acronyms, and, in general, always moving across the several layers of abstraction and levels of detail. There is a lot of hype in the media about what AI is and isn't. The purpose of this podcast, in part, is to cut through the hype, through the bullshit, and the low-resolution analysis, and to discuss in detail how stuff works and what the implications are. Let me also, if I may, comment on the new OpenAI O3 Mini reasoning model, the release of which we were anticipating during the conversation, and it did indeed come out right after. Its capabilities and cost are on par with our expectations as we stated. OpenAI O3 Mini is indeed a great model, but it should be stated that DeepSeek R1 has similar performance on benchmarks, is still cheaper, and it reveals its chain of thought reasoning, which O3 Mini does not. It only shows a summary of the reasoning. Plus, R1 is overweight, and O3 Mini is not. By the way, I got a chance to play it with O3 Mini, and anecdotal vibe check wise, I felt that O3 Mini, specifically O3 Mini High, is better than R1. So, for me personally, I find that Claude Sonnet 3.5 is the best model for programming, except for tricky cases where I will use L1 Pro to brainstorm. Either way, many more better AI models will come, including reasoning models, both from American and Chinese companies. They will continue to shift the cost curve. But the DeepSeek moment is indeed real. I think it will still be remembered 5 years from now as a pivotal event in tech history, due in part to the geopolitical implications, but for other reasons too, as we discuss in detail from many perspectives in this conversation. This is the Let's Read podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors. Now, dear friends, there's Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. A lot of people are curious to understand China's DeepSeek AI models, so let's lay it out. Nathan, can you describe what DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1 are, how they work, how they're trained? Let's look at the big picture and we'll zoom into the details.
Yeah, so DeepSeek V3 is a new mixture of experts, transformer language model from DeepSeek, who is based in China. They have some new specifics in the model that we'll get into. Largely, this is a open weight model, and it's a instruction model like what you would use in ChatGPT. They also release what is called the base model, which is before these techniques of post-training. And most people use instruction models today, and those are what serve in all sorts of applications. This was released on, I believe, December 26th, or that week. And then weeks later, on January 20th, DeepSeek released DeepSeek R1, which is a reasoning model, which really accelerated a lot of this discussion. This reasoning model has a lot of overlapping training steps to DeepSeek V3. It's confusing that you would have a base model called V3 that you do something to get a chat model, and then you do some different things to get a reasoning model. lot of the AI industry is going through this challenge of communications right now, where OpenAI makes fun of their own naming schemes. They have GPT-4o, they have OpenAI o1, and there's a lot of different models. So we're going to put down like Lamar, a lot of technical specifics on training, and go from high level to specific and tactical through each of them.
There's so many places to go here, but maybe let's go to open weights first. What does it mean for model to be open weights, and what are the different flavors of open source in general?
Yeah, so this discussion has been going on for a long time in AI. It became more important since ChatGPT, or more focal since ChatGPT in the end of 2022. Open weights is the accepted term for when model weights of a language model are available on the internet for people to download. Those weights can have different licenses, which is effectively the terms by which you use the model. There are licenses that come from history and open source software. There are licenses that are designed by companies specifically. All of Llama, DeepSeek, Glenn, Mistral, these popular names in open weight models have some of their own licenses. It's complicated because not all of the same models have the same terms. The big debate is on what makes a model open weight. Why are we saying this term? It's kind of a mouthful. It sounds close to open source, but it's not the same. There's still a lot of debate on the definition and soul of open source AI. Open source software has a rich history on freedom to modify, freedom to take on your own, freedom from any restrictions on how you use the software, and what that means for AI is still being defined. So for what I do, I work balance for AI. We're a nonprofit. We want to make AI open for everybody, and we try to lead on what we think is truly open source. There's not full agreement with the community, but for us, that means releasing the training data, releasing the training code, and then also having open weights like this. And we'll get into the details of the models, and again and again, as we try to get deeper into how the models are trained, we will say things like the data processing, data filtering, data quality is the number one determinant of the model quality, and then a lot of the training code is the determinant on how long it takes to train and how fast your experimentation is. So without fully open source models where you have access to this data, it is hard to know, or it's harder to replicate. So we'll get into cost numbers for DeepSeek v3 on mostly GPU hours and how much you pay to rent those yourselves. But without the data, the replication cost is going to be far, far higher. And the same goes for the code.
I should also say that this is probably one of the more open models, out of the frontier models. So like in this full spectrum, or probably the fullest open source that we said, open code, open data, open weights. This is not open code. This is probably not open data. And this is open weights. And the licensing is MIT license, or it's, there's some nuances in different models, but it's towards the free, towards the open source movement. These are the kind of
yeah, DeepSeek is doing fantastic work for disseminating understanding of AI. Their papers are extremely detailed in what they do, and for other teams around the world, they're very actionable in terms of improving your own training techniques. And we'll talk about licenses more. The DeepSeek R1 model has a very permissive license. It's called the MIT license. That effectively means there's no downstream restrictions on commercial use. There's no use case restrictions. You can use the outputs from the models to create synthetic data. And this is all fantastic. I think the closest peer is something like Llama, where you have the weights, you have a technical report, and the technical report is very good for Llama, one of the most read PDFs of the year. Last year, it's the Llama 3 paper, but in some ways it's slightly less actionable. It has less details on the training specifics, less plots, and so on. And the Llama 3 license is more restrictive than MIT, and then between the DeepSeek custom license and the Llama license, we could get into this whole rabbit hole. I think we'll make sure we want to go down the license rabbit hole before we do specifics.
Yeah, and so this should be stating that one of the implications of DeepSeek was pressure on Llama and everybody else on OpenAI to push towards open source. And that's the other side of open source that you mentioned, how much is published in detail about it. So how open are you with the sort of the insights behind the code? So like, how good is the technical reports? Are they hand wavy, or is there actual details in there? And that's one of the things that DeepSeek did well, is they published a lot of the details.
Yeah, especially in the DeepSeek V3, which is their pre-training paper, they were very clear that they are doing interventions on the technical stack that go at many different levels. For example, on their to get highly efficient training, they're making modifications at or below the layer for NVIDIA chips. I have never worked there myself, and there are a few people in the world that do that very well, and some of them are at DeepSeek. These types of people are at DeepSeek and leading American frontier labs, but there are not many places.
To help people understand the other implications of open weights, just, there's a topic we return to often here. So there's a fear that China, the nation, might have interest in stealing American data, violating privacy of American citizens. What can we say about open weights to help us understand what the weights are able to do?
Yeah,
in terms of stealing people's data.
Yeah, so these weights that you can download from Hugging Face or other platforms are very big matrices of numbers. You can download them to a computer in your own house that has no internet, and you can run this model, and you're totally in control of your data. That is something that is different than how a lot of language model usage is actually done today, which is mostly through APIs, where you send your prompt to GPUs run by certain companies, and these companies will have different distributions policies on how your data is stored. It is used to train future models, where it is stored, if it is encrypted, and so on. So the open weights are, you have your fate of data in your own hands. That is something that is deeply connected to the soul of open source.
So it's not the model that steals your data, it's whoever's hosting the model, which could be China, if you're using the DeepSeek app, or it could be Perplexity. You're trusting them with your data. Or OpenAI, you trust them with your data. Some of these are American companies, some of these are Chinese companies, but the model itself is not doing the stealing. It's the host. All right. So back to the basics. What's the difference between DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1? We'll try to lay out the confusion potential.
Yes. So for one, I'm very understanding of many people being confused by these two model names. So the best way to think about this is that with training a language model, you have what is called pre-training, which is when you're predicting the large amounts of mostly internet text. You're trying to predict the next token. And what to know about these new DeepSeek models is that they do this internet large-scale pre-training once to get what is called DeepSeek V3 base. This is a base model. It's just going to finish your sentences for you. It's going to be harder to work with than ChatGPT. And then what DeepSeek did is they've done two different post-training regimes to make the models have specific desirable behaviors. So what is the more normal model in terms of the last few years of AI, a construct model, a chat model, a quote-unquote aligned model, a hopeful model, there are many ways to describe this, is more standard post-training. So this is things like instruction tuning, reinforcement learning feedback, we'll get into some of these words. And this is what they did to create the DeepSeek V3 model. This was the first model to be released, and it is very highly performant, competitive with GPT-4, Model 405B, so on. And then when this release was happening, we don't know the exact timeline, or soon after, they were finishing the training of a different training process from the same next token prediction-based model that I talked about, which is when this new reasoning training that people heard about comes in order to create the model that is called DeepSeek R1. The R through this conversation is good for grounding for reasoning, and the name is also similar to OpenAI's O1, which is the other reasoning model that people have heard about. We'll have to break down the training for R1 in more detail. One, you have a paper detailing it, but also it is a far newer set of techniques for the AI community, so it is a much more rapidly evolving area of research.
Maybe we should also say the big two categories of training of pre-training and post-training. These umbrella terms that people use. So what is pre-training? What is post-training? What are the different flavors of things underneath post-training umbrella?
Yeah, so pre-training, using some of the same words that really get the message across, is you're doing what is called auto-reverse prediction for the next token in a series of documents. This is done over standard practice is trillions of tokens, so this is a ton of data that is mostly scraped web. In some of DeepSeek's earlier papers, they talk about their training data being distilled for math. I should use this for again, but taken from Common Crawl, and that's a public access that anyone listening to this go download data from the Common Crawl website. This is a crawler that is maintained publicly. Yes, other tech companies actually ship to their own crawler, which likely has done this as well. Those are allowed to do. But this sort of data is something that people can get started with, and you're just predicting text in a series of documents. This can be scaled, be very efficient, and there's a lot of numbers that are thrown around in AI training, like how many floating point operations or flops are used, and then you can also look at how many hours of these GPUs that are used, and it's largely one loss function taken to a very large amount of compute usage, set of really efficient systems. And then at the end of that, you have the space model, and pre-training is where there is a lot more complexity in terms of how the process is emerging or evolving, and the different types of training losses that you will use. This is a lot of technique grounded in the natural language processing literature. The oldest technique, which is still used, is something called instruction tuning, or also known as supervised fine tuning. These acronyms are the IFT or SFT. If people really go back and forth throughout that, I would probably do the same, which is where you add this formatting to the model where it knows to take a question that is explain the history of the Roman Empire to me, and or something, a sort of question you'll see on Reddit or Stack Overflow, and then the model will respond in a information dense but presentable manner. The core of that formatting is in this instruction tuning phase, and then there's two other categories of loss functions that are being used today. One I will classify as preference fine tuning. Preference fine tuning is a generalized term for what came out of reinforcement learning from human feedback, which is RLHF. This reinforcement learning from human feedback is credited as the technique that helped ChatGPT break through. It is a technique to make the responses that are nicely formatted, like these Reddit answers, more in tune with what a human would like to do. This is done by collecting pairwise preferences from actual humans out in the world to start. And now AIs are also good at this data. We can get into those trade-offs. And you have this kind of contrastive good answer and bad answer. And the model learns to pick up these trends. There's different implementation ways. You have things called reward models. You have direct alignment algorithms. A lot of really specific things you can do. But all of this is about fine-tuning human preferences. And the final stage is much newer and will link to what is done in R1 and these reasoning models is, I think, OpenAI's name for this. They have this new API in the fall, which they call the Reinforcement Fine-Tuning API. This is the idea that you use the techniques of reinforcement learning, which is a whole framework of AI, deep literature here. To summarize, it's often known as trial and error learning, or the subfield of AI where you're trying to make sequential decisions in a certain potentially noisy environment. There's a lot of ways you can go down that, but fine-tuning language models where they can generate an answer and then you check to see if the answer matches the truth. For math and code, you have an exactly correct answer for math. You can have unit tests for code. And what we're doing is we're checking the language model work, and we're giving it multiple opportunities on the same question to see if it was right. If you keep doing this, the models can learn to improve in verifiable domains to a great extent. It works really well. It's a newer technique in the academic literature. It's been used at frontier labs in the US that don't share every detail for multiple reasons. So this is the idea of using reinforcement learning with language models, and it has been taking off, especially in this deep sea.
And we should say that there's a lot of exciting stuff going on the again across the stack, but post-training probably this year there's going to be a lot of interesting developments in post-training. We'll talk about it. I almost forgot to talk about the difference between DeepSeek V3 and R1 on the user experience side. So get the technical stuff and get all that. Just people that don't know anything about AI that show up. Like, what's the actual experience? What's the use case for each one when they actually type and talk to it? What's it good at? That kind of thing.
So let's start with DeepSeek V3 again. What more people would have tried something like it. You ask it a question, it'll start generating tokens very fast, and those tokens will look like a very human legible answer. It'll be some sort of markdown list. It might have formatting to help you draw to the core details of an answer, and it'll generate tens to hundreds of tokens. A token is normally a word for common words or a sub-word part in a longer word. And it'll look like a very high quality Reddit or Stack Overflow. So these models are really getting good at doing these across a wide variety of domains. Even things that, if you're an expert, things that are close to the fringe of knowledge, they will still be fairly good at. AI topics that I research on, these models are capable for study aid, and they're regularly updated. Where this changes is with the DeepSeek R1, what is called these reasoning models, is when you see tokens coming from these models to start, it will be a large chain of thought process. We'll get back to chain of thought in a second, which looks like a lot of tokens where the model is explaining the problem. The model will often break down the problem. Okay, they asked me for this. Let's break down the problem. I'm going to need to do this. And you'll see all of this generating from the model. It'll come very fast in most users. APIs are very fast, so you'll see a lot of tokens, a lot of words show up really fast. They'll keep flowing on the screen, and this is all the reasoning process. And then eventually the model will change its tone in R1. It'll write the answer, where it summarizes its reasoning process and writes a similar answer for the first types of model. But in DeepSeek's case, which is part of why this is so popular even outside the AI community, is that you can see how the language model is breaking down problems. And then you get this answer on a technical side. They train the model to do this specifically, where they have a section which is reasoning, and then it generates a special token, which is probably hidden from the user most of the time, which says, okay, I'm starting the answer. So the model is trained to do this two-stage process on its own. If you use a similar model in, say, OpenAI's user interface is trying to summarize this process for you nicely by kind of showing the sections that the model is doing, and it'll kind of click through and it'll say breaking down the problem, making X calculation, cleaning the result, and then the answer will come for something like OpenAI.
Maybe it's useful here to go through like an example of a DeepSeek R1 reasoning.
Yes, so that if you're looking at the screen here, what you'll see is a screenshot of the DeepSeek chat app, and at the top is thought for 151 seconds. Drop-down arrow. Underneath that, if we were in an app that we were running, the drop-down arrow has it.
So in this case, the specific question, which, you know, I'm philosophically / broadhead inclined. So this is asking DeepSeek R1 for one truly novel insight about humans. And it reveals the reasoning, and basically the truly novel aspect is what's pushing the reasoning to constantly sort of the model asking itself, is this truly novel? So it's actually challenging itself to be more novel, more counterintuitive, less cringe, I suppose. So some of the reasoning says, this is just snapshots. Alternatively, humans have a unique meta-emotion where they feel emotions about their own emotions and keep feeling guilty about being angry. This occurs through emotional layering, creates complex motivational drives that don't exist in other animals. The insight is that human emotions are nested. It's reasoning through how humans feel emotions. It's reasoning about meta emotions.
It's going to have pages. Yeah, it's almost too much to actually read, but it's nice to skim as it's coming.
It's a stream of consciousness. It's a James Joyce-like stream of consciousness. And then it goes, wait, the user wants something that's not seen anywhere else. Let me dig deep. And consider the human ability to hold contradictory beliefs simultaneously. Cognitive dissonance is known, but perhaps the function is to allow flexible adaptation, so on and so forth. I mean, that really captures the public imagination that, holy shit, this isn't, intelligent / almost like an inkling of sentience, because like you're thinking through it, you're self-reflecting, you're deliberating. And the final result of that after 157 seconds is humans instinctively convert selfish desires to cooperative systems by collectively pretending abstract rules, money, laws, rights are real. These shared hallucinations act as both games. The competition is secretly redirected to benefit the group, turning conflict into society's fuel. Pretty profound. I mean, you know,
as a potential digression, a lot of people found that these reasoning models can sometimes produce much more eloquent text. Yeah. That is at least interesting example of it. Depending on how open-minded you are, you find language models interesting or not. There's a spectrum there.
Well, I mean, we'll talk about different benchmarks as well.
the line. Like that in itself is a, let's say, quote, fire tweet.
Yeah.
If I were trying to produce something where people are like, oh shit, okay, so that's chance following problem. How are they able to achieve such low cost on training and the inference? Maybe we could talk to training first.
Yeah. So there's some techniques they implemented that are probably the majority of their efficiency, and then there's a lot of implementation details that we also will get into later that sort of contribute to it. But those two main things are, one is they went to a mixture of experts model, which we'll define in a second, and then the other thing is that they invented this new technique called MLA, latent attention. Both of these are big deals. Mixture of experts is something that's been in the literature for a handful of years, and OpenAI with GPT-4 was the first one to productize a mixture of experts model. And what this means is when you look at the common models around that most people have been able to interact with that are open, right? Think Llama. Llama is a dense model, i.e. every single parameter or neuron is activated as you're going through the model for every single token you generate, right? Now, with a mixture of experts model, you don't do that, right? How does a human actually work, right? It's like, oh, well, my visual cortex is active when I'm thinking about, vision tasks or like, other things, right? My amygdala is when I'm scared, right? These different aspects of your brain are focused on different things. A mixture of experts models attempts to approximate this to some extent. Nowhere close to what a brain architecture is, but different portions of the model activate, right? You'll have a set number of experts in the model and a set number that are activated each time, and this dramatically reduces both your training and inference costs. Because now if you think about the parameter count as the sort of total embedding space for all of this knowledge that you're compressing down during training, when you're embedding this data in, instead of having to activate every single parameter every single time you're training or running inference, now you can just activate a subset. And the model will learn which expert to route to for different tasks. And so this is a humongous innovation in terms of, hey, I can continue to grow the total embedding space of parameters. And so DeepSeek's model is 600 something billion parameters, right? Relative to Llama 405B, it's 4 or 5 billion parameters, right? Relative to Llama 70B, it's 70 billion parameters, right? So this model technically has more embedding space for information, right? To compress all the world's knowledge that's on the internet down. But at the same time, it is only activating around 37 billion of the parameters. So only 37 billion of the parameters actually need to be computed every single time you're training data or inferencing data out of it. And so versus the Llama model, 70 billion parameters must be activated, or 405 billion parameters must be activated. So you dramatically reduce your compute cost when you're doing training and inference with this mixture of experts architecture.
So we break down where it actually applies and going to the transformer. Is that useful?
Let's go to
Cool.
the
So the
transformer.
transformer is a thing that is talked about a lot and will not cover every detail. Essentially, the transformer is built on repeated blocks of this attention mechanism and then a traditional, dense, fully connected, multi-layer perceptron, whatever word you want to use for your normal neural network. You alternate these blocks, there's other details, and we're a mixture of experts at this dense model. The dense model holds most of the weights if you count them in a transformer model. So you can get really big gains from this mixture of experts on parameter efficiency and training inference because you get this efficiency by not activating all of these parameters.
We should also say that a transformer is a giant neural network. And then there's, for 15 years now, this is what's called the deep learning revolution. Networks got larger and larger, and at a certain point, the scaling laws appeared where people realized
Scaling laws
representing scaling laws where it became more and more formalized that bigger is better across multiple dimensions of what bigger means. So, but these are all neural networks we're talking about, and we're talking about different these neural networks, such that the training and the inference of them is super efficient.
Every different type of model has a different scaling law for it, which is effectively how much compute you put in. The architecture will get to different levels of performance that test tasks. And mixture of experts is one of the ones at training time, even if you don't consider the inference benefits, which are also big. At training time, your efficiency with the GPUs is dramatically improved by using this architecture if it is well implemented. So you can get effectively the same performance model and evaluation scores with numbers like 30% less compute. There's going to be a wide variation depending on the implementation details. But it is just important to realize that this type of technical innovation is something that gives huge gains. And I expect most companies that are serving new models to move to this mixture of experts implementation. Historically, the reason why not everyone might do it is because it's an implementation complexity, especially when doing these big models. So this is one of the things that DeepSeek gets credit for, is they do this extremely well. Do mixture of experts extremely well. There's architecture for what is called DeepSeek MOE. MOE is the shortened version of mixture of experts. Is multiple papers there. This part of their training infrastructure is not new to these models alone, and same goes for what Dylan mentioned with multi-heading retention. It's all about reducing memory usage during inference, and same things during training by using some fancy low-rank approximation math. If you get into the details with this latent attention, it's one of those things I look at as like, okay, they're doing really complex implementations. There's other parts of the language model, such as embeddings that are used to extend the context length. The common one that DeepSeek uses is rotary positional embeddings. It's called rope. And if you want to use rope with a normal MOE, it's kind of a sequential thing. You take two of the attention matrices and you rotate them by the complex value rotation of matrix multiplication. With DeepSeek MLA, this new attention architecture, they need to do some clever things because they're not set up the same, and it just makes the implementation complexity higher. So they're managing all of these things, and these are probably the sort of things that OpenAI, those labs are doing. We don't know if they're doing the exact same techniques, but they actually shared them with the world, which is really nice for the cutting edge of efficient language model training.
And some of this requires more level engineering. There's a giant mess trend rate. So, as I understand it, what the low through that, it goes super low programming of GPUs.
Effectively, NVIDIA built this library called Nickel, right? In which, when you're training a model, you have all these communications between every single layer of the model. You may have over 100 layers, right? Or it's NCCL, NVIDIA Communications Collectives Library. And so, when you're training a model, right, you're going to have all reduces and all gathers, right? Between each layer, between the multi-layer perceptron or feed-forward network and the attention mechanism, you'll have basically the model synchronized, right? Or you'll have all reducer and all gather. And this is a communication between all the GPUs in the network, whether it's in training or inference. So NVIDIA has a standard library. This is one of the reasons why it's really difficult to use anyone else's hardware for training, is because no one's really built a standard communications library. And NVIDIA's done this at a sort of a higher level, right? DeepSeek, because they have certain limitations around the GPUs that they have access to, the interconnects are limited to some extent by the restrictions of the GPUs that were shipped into China legally, not the ones that are legally shipped in, that they used to train this model. They had to figure out how to get efficiencies, right? And one of those things is that instead of just calling the NVIDIA library Nickel, right, they instead they scheduled their own communications, which some of the labs do, right? Meta talked about in Llama 3 how they made their own custom version of Nickel. They didn't talk about the implementation details. This is some of what they did. Probably not as well as DeepSeek, because DeepSeek, necessity is the mother of innovation, and they had to do this. Whereas, OpenAI has people that do this sort of stuff, Anthropic, etc. But DeepSeek certainly did it publicly, and they may have done it even better because they were given on a certain aspect of the chips that they have access to. And so they scheduled communications, by scheduling specific SMs. SMs you can think of as like the core on a GPU, right? So there's hundreds of cores, or there's a bit over 100 cores, SMs, on a GPU, and they were specifically scheduling, hey, which ones are running the model, which ones are doing all reduce, which ones are doing all gather, right? And they would flip back and forth between them, and this requires extremely low-level programming. This is what Nickel does automatically, or other NVIDIA libraries handle this automatically. Yeah, exactly. And so think of it as like an assembly type language. It's not exactly that, or instruction set, right? Like coding directly to assembly instruction set. It's not exactly that, but that's still part of technical CUDA. But it's like, do I want to write in Python, PyTorch equivalent, and call NVIDIA libraries? Do I want to go down to the C level, right? Or code in the lower level, or do I want to go all the way down to the ISO level. And there are cases where you go all the way down there at the very big labs, but most companies do not do that, right? Because it's a waste of time, and the efficiency gains you get are not worth it. But DeepSeek's implementation is so complex, right? Especially with their mixture of experts, right? People have done mixture of experts, but they're generally 8, 16 experts, right? And they activate 2. So, one of the words that you like to use is like sparsity factor, right? Or usage, right? So you might have 4, 1/4 of your model activated, right? And that's what Mistral's Mixtral model, right? Their model that really catapulted them to like, oh my God, they're really, really good. OpenAI also have models that are MOE, and so have all the other labs that are major close. But what DeepSeek did that maybe only the leading labs have only just started recently doing is have such a high sparsity factor, right? It's not 1/4 of the model, right? 2 out of 8 experts activating every time you go through the model. It's 8 out of 2, 6.
And there's different implementations for mixture of experts where you can have some of these experts that are always activated, which this just looks like a small neural network, and all the tokens go through that, and then they also go through some that are selected by this routing mechanism. And one of the innovations in DeepSeek's architecture is that they changed the routing mechanism in mixture of expert models. There's something called an auxiliary loss, which effectively means during training, you want to make sure that all of these experts are used across the tasks that the model sees. Why there can be failures in mixture of experts is that when you're doing this training, one objective is token prediction accuracy. And if you just let training go with a mixture of expert model on your own, it can be that the model learns to only use a subset of the experts. And in the MOE literature, there's something called the auxiliary loss, which helps balance them. But if you think about the loss functions of deep learning, this even connects to the bidder lesson, is that you want to have the minimum inductive bias of the model to let the model learn maximally. And this auxiliary loss, this balancing across experts, could be seen as in tension with the prediction accuracy of the tokens. So we don't know the exact extent that the DeepSeek MOE changed, which is instead of doing an auxiliary loss, they have an extra parameter in their routing, which after the batches, they update this parameter to make sure that the next batches all have a similar use of experts. And this type of change can be big, it can be small, but they add up over time. So this is the sort of thing that just points to them innovating. I'm sure all the labs that are training big MOEs are looking at these sort of things, which is getting away from auxiliary loss. Some of them might already use it. You keep accumulating gains. And we'll talk about the philosophy of training and how you organize these organizations. And a lot of it is just compounding small improvements over time in your data, in your architecture, who's training, how they integrate with each other. DeepSeek does the same thing, and some of them are shared a lot. We have to take them at face value that they share their most important details, and the architecture and the weights are out there, so we're seeing what they're doing, and it adds up.
Going back to sort of the efficiency and complexity point, right? It's 32 versus 4, right? For Mistral and other MOE models that have been publicly released. So this ratio is extremely high. Sort of what Nathan was getting at there was when you have such a different level of sparsity, you can't just have every GPU have the entire model, right? The model's too big, there's too much complexity there, so you have to split up the model with different types of parallelism, right? And so you might have different experts on different GPU nodes. But now what happens when, this set of data that you get, hey, all of it looks like this one way and all of it should route to one part of my, model, right? So when all of it routes to one part of the model, then you can have this overloading of a certain set of the GPU resources or a certain set of the GPUs, and then the rest of the training network sits idle because all of the tokens are just routing to that. So this is the biggest complexity. One of the big complexities with running a very sparse mixture of experts model, i.e. This 32 ratio versus this 4 ratio, is that you end up with so many of the experts just sitting there idle. So how do I load balance between them? How do I schedule the communications between them? This is a lot of the extremely low level of detailed work that they figured out in the public first, and potentially second or third in the world, and maybe even first in some cases.
What lesson do you, the direction of the bidder lesson, do you take from all of this? Where is this going to be the direction where a lot of the data is going to be, which is this kind of low-level optimization? Or is this a short-term thing where the biggest gains will be more on the algorithmic high-level side, post-training? Is this like a short-term leap because they figured out like a hack because constraints, necessities, a lot of invention, or is there still a lot of game?
I think we should summarize what the bitter lesson actually is about. The bitter lesson, essentially, if you paraphrase it, is that the types of training that will win out in deep learning as we go are those methods that which are scalable and learning search is what it calls out. And the scale word gets a lot of attention in this. The interpretation that I use is effectively to avoid adding the human priors to your learning process. And if you read the original essay, what it talks about is how researchers will try to come up with clever solutions to their specific problem that might get them small gains in the short term, while simply enabling these deep learning systems to work efficiently and for these bigger problems in the long term might be more likely to scale and continue to drive success. And therefore, we were talking about relatively small implementation changes to the mixture of experts model. And therefore, it's like, okay, look, we will need a few more years to know if one of these are actually really crucial to the bitter lesson. But the bitter lesson is really this long-term arc of how simplicity can often win. And there's a lot of sayings in the industry, like the models just want to learn. You have to give them the simple loss landscape where you put compute through the model and they will learn. And getting barriers out of the way.
That's where the power of something like Nickel comes in, where standardized code that can be used by a lot of people to create sort of simple innovations at scale, which is why the hacks, I imagine that the code base for DeepSeek is probably the GUINNESS.
I'm sure they have, DeepSeek definitely has code bases that are extremely messy, where they're testing these methods. Will they have latent attention? Probably start something like a Jupyter notebook. Somebody tries something on a few GPUs, and that is really messy. But the stuff that trains DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1, those libraries, if you were to present them to us, I would guess are extremely high quality code.
Or high quality readable code.
Yeah, I think there is one aspect of Nerfo, right? Is that there is the general ability for that to transfer across different types of runs, right? You may make really, really high quality code for one specific model architecture at one size, and then that is not transferable to, hey, when I make this architecture, everything's broken again, right? Like that's something that could be, with their specific low-level coding of like scheduling SM is specific to this model architecture and size, right? And whereas like NVIDIA's collective library is more like, hey, it'll work for anything, right? You want to do an all-artist? Great. I don't care what your model architecture is, it'll work. And you're giving up a lot of performance when you do that in many cases, but it's worthwhile for them to do the specific optimization for the specific run, given the constraints that they have regarding compute.
I wonder how stressful it is to these frontier models, shitty training, that they have to code, but not to push the button that like you're now spending a large amount of money time doing this. Like there must be a lot of innovation on the bugging stage of like ensure there's no issues with the monitoring, visualizing every aspect of the training, all that kind of stuff.
When people are training, they have all these various dashboards, but like the most simple one is your loss, right? And it continues to go down, but in reality, especially with more complicated stuff like MOE, the biggest problem with it, or FPA training, which is another innovation, going to a lower precision number format, i.e. less accurate, is that you end up with loss lines, right? And no one knows why the loss line happened. And for a long time, some of them are bad.
Can I give an AI2's example of what blew up earlier models? It's a subreddit called Microwave Game. You cut out that sound. It's a real thing. You can pull on Microwave Game. Essentially, it's a subreddit where everybody makes posts that are just the letter M. So it's like, so there's extremely long sequences of the letter M. And then the comments are like, beep, beep, because it's Microwave.
Yeah.
But if you pass this into a model that's trained to be a normal producing text, it's extremely high loss. Because normally you see an M, you don't predict M's for a long time. So like this is something that causes lots of things stress. But when you have like this is old, this is not recent. And when you have more mature data systems, that's not the thing that causes the loss. And what Dylan is saying is true, but it's like it's levels.
What's the first stress? These people are like, you'll go out to dinner with like a friend that works at one of these apps, and they'll just be like looking at their phone every like 10 minutes, and they're not like
blown up. And they're just walking.
And the heart rate goes up if there's a spike.
At some level, the spike's normal, right? It'll recover and be back. Sometimes, a lot of the whole strategy was like, you just stop the run, restart from the old version, and then like change the data mix, and then it keeps going.
There are even different types of spikes. So Dirk Grenfell has a theory that it's like fast spikes and slow spikes, where there are sometimes where you're looking at the loss and there are other parameters, you can see it start to creep up and then blow up, and that's really hard to recover from, so you have to go back much further. So you have the stressful period where it's flat or it might start going up, and what do I do? Whereas there are also loss spikes that it looks good, and then there's one spiky data point, and what you can do is you just skip those. You see that there's a spike, you're like, okay, I can do relative data, don't update the model, and do the next one, and it'll recover quickly. That means like on trickier implementations, so as you get more complex in your architecture, you scale up more GPUs, you have more potential for your loss blowing up. So it's like there's
distribution. The whole idea of grokking also comes in, right? It's like just because it slowed down from improving and loss doesn't mean it's not learning, because all of a sudden it can be like this and then it can just spike down and loss again because it truly learned something, right? And it took some time for it to learn that. It's not like a gradual process, right? And that's what humans are like, that's what models are like. It's really a stressful task, as you mentioned.
And the whole time, the dollar count is going up.
Every company has failed runs. You need failed runs to push them forward. So a lot of news cycles are made of X company had Y failed run. Every company that's trying to push the frontier of AI has these. So yes, it's noteworthy because it's a lot of money and it can be week to month setback, but it is part of the process.
But how do you get, if you're deep sea, how do you get to a place where, holy shit, there's a successful combination of hyperparameters?
A lot of small failed runs.
It's so rapid iteration to failed runs until
That's successful ones.
and then you build a from intuition like this mixture of expert works. This implementation of MLA works.
Key hyperparameters like learning rate and regularization and things like this, and you find the regime that works for your case. I'm talking to people at Frontier Labs. There's a story that you can tell where training language models is kind of a path that you need to follow. So you need to unlock the ability to train a certain type of model or scale, and then the code base and your internal know-how of the hyperparameters that work for it is kind of known. You look at the DeepSeek papers and models, they've scaled up, they've added complexity, and it's just continuing to build the capabilities that they have. There's the concept of a YOLO thing. So YOLO, you only live once. And what it is like, there's all this experimentation you do at the small scale, right? Research ablations, right? Like you have your Jupyter notebook when you're experimenting with MLA on like 3 GPUs or whatever, and you're doing all these different things like, hey, do I do 4 active experts, 128 experts? Do I arrange the experts this way? All these different model architecture things you're testing at a very small scale, right? A couple researchers, few GPUs, tens of GPUs, hundreds of GPUs, whatever it is. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, guys, no more fucking around, right? No more screwing around. Everyone take all the resources we have. Let's pick what we think will work and just go for it, right? YOLO. And this is where that sort of stress comes in. It's like, well, I know it works here, but some things that work here don't work here, and some things that work here don't work down here, right? In this terms of scale, right? So it's really truly a YOLO run, and sort of like there's this like discussion of like certain researchers just have like this methodical nature, like in search space, figure out all the ablations of different research and really see what is best. And there's certain researchers who just kind of like, have that innate gut instinct of like, this is the YOLO run, like, looking at the data, I think this is it. This is why you want to work in post-training, because the GPU cost for training is lower, so you can make a higher percentage of your training runs YOLO runs.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, for now.
So some of this is fundamentally luck.
Luck is skill, right? In many cases.
Yeah, I mean, it looks lucky, right?
But the hill to climb, if you're at one of these labs, you have an evaluation, you're not crushing. There's a repeated playbook of how you improve things. There are localized improvements, there might be data improvements, and these add up into the whole model just being much better. And when you zoom in really close, it's really obvious that this model is just really bad at this thing, and we can fix it, and you just add these up. So some of it feels like luck, but on the ground, especially with these new reasoning models we're talking to, so many ways that we can poke around, and normally it's that some of them give big improvements. This is a search-based experience, right? And yet the amount of compute time you have is very low, and you have to hit release schedules, you have
and Mistral and Cohere and all these guys, they moved too slow, right? They maybe were too methodical, I don't know, they did the YOLO run, whatever the reason was, but they weren't skilled. Whatever, you know, you can call it luck if you want, but at the end of the day, it's skill.
2025, year after the whole run. It seems like all the labs are like going in.
I think it's even more impressive what OpenAI did in 2022, right? At the time, no one believed in mixture of experts models, right? At Google, who had all the researchers, OpenAI had such little compute, and they devoted all of their compute for many months, right? All of it, 100%, for many months to GPT-4 with a brand new architecture, with no belief that, hey, let me spend a couple $100 million, which is all of the money I have, on this model, right? That is truly YOLO, right? Now, you know, people are like all these like training run failures that are in the media, right? It's like, okay, great, but like actually, a lot of huge stuff like doing inference. I spent a bunch doing research constantly, and yes, my biggest cluster is training, but like on this YOLO run, but like that YOLO run is much less risky than like what OpenAI did in 2022, or maybe what DeepSeek did now, or you know, like sort of like, hey, we're just gonna throw everything.
The big winners throughout human history are the ones who are willing to do YOLO at some point. Okay. What do we understand about the hardware we're talking about?
DeepSeek is very interesting, and this is where it's second to take the zoom out of who they are, right? Highflyer is a hedge fund that has historically done quantitative trading in China as well as elsewhere, and they have always had a significant number of GPUs, right? In the past, a lot of these high-frequency trading algorithmic quant traders use FPGAs, but it's shifted to GPUs definitely, and there's both, right? But GPUs especially, and Highflyer, which is the hedge fund that owns DeepSeek, and everyone who works for DeepSeek is part of Highflyer to some extent, right? Same parent company, same owner, same CEO. They had all these resources and infrastructure for trading, and then they devoted a humongous portion of them to training models, both language models and other ones, right? Because these techniques were heavily AI influenced. You know, more recently, people have realized, hey, trading with like even when you go back to like Renaissance and all these like quantitative firms, natural language processing is the key to like trading really fast, right? Understanding a press release and making the right trade, right? And so DeepSeek has always been really good at this. And even as far back as 2021, they have press releases and papers saying like, hey, we're the first company in China with an A100 cluster this large. It's 10,000 A100 GPUs, right? This is in 2021. Now, this wasn't all for training, large language models, mostly for training models for the quantitative aspects or quantitative trading, as well as, a lot of that was natural language processing, right? And so this is the sort of history, right? So verifiable fact is that in 2021, they built the largest Chinese cluster, at least they claim it was the largest cluster in China, 10,000 GPUs, before expert controls. So, yeah, they had a huge cluster before any conversation there. So then you step it forward to, like, what have they done over the last 4 years since then, right? Obviously, they've continued to operate the hedge fund, probably make tons of money, and the other thing is that they've leaned more and more and more into AI. The CEO, Liang Chengfeng, you're not better to be strong on this. Liang Cheng, right? The CEO, the old baby. Liang Cheng, a little bit more than half the company, allegedly, right? Is an extremely, like, Elon Jensen kind of figure where he's just, like, involved in everything, right? And so over that time period, he's gotten really in-depth into AI. He actually has a bit of a, like, if you see some of his statements, a bit of an EAC vibe almost, right?
Total AGI vibe. So, like, we need to do this. We need to make a new ecosystem of open AI. We need China to lead on this sort of ecosystem because historically the Western countries have led on the software ecosystem, and straight up acknowledges, like, in order to do this, we need to do something different. Way of doing this. Some of the translated interviews are
He had done interviews?
Yeah,
I think you would do a West Virginia, or is there controls on
there hasn't been one yet, but
okay.
I would try it.
I just got trying to translate, so it's like this is well pushed. So fascinating figure, engineer, pushing full on into AI, leveraging the success from high-frequency trading.
Very direct quotes. We will not switch to closed source when asked all this stuff. It's very long-term motivated in how the ecosystem of AI should work, and from a Chinese perspective, he wants a Chinese company to build this vision.
And so this sort of like the quote unquote visionary behind the company, right? This hedge fund still exists, right? This is quantum different. And so DeepSeek is the sort of slowly he got turned to this full view of like AI, everything about this, right? But at some point, it slowly maneuvered and he made DeepSeek. And DeepSeek has done multiple models since then. They've acquired more and more GPUs. They share infrastructure with the fund, right? And so, there is no exact number of public GPU resources that they have, but besides this 10,000 GPUs that they bought in 2021, right? And they were fantastically profitable, right? And then this paper claims they did only 2,000 H800 GPUs, which are a restricted GPU that was previously allowed in China, but no longer allowed, and there's a new version. But it's basically NVIDIA's H100 for China, right? And there's some restrictions on it, specifically around the communications speed, the interconnect speed, right? Which is why they had to do this crazy SM, scheduling stuff, right? So going back to that, right? It's like this is obviously not true in terms of their total GPU count.
Obvious available GPUs, but for this training run, do you think 2,000 is the correct number or no?
So this is where it takes significant amount of sort of like zoning in, right? Like, what do you call your training run, right? You count all of the research and ablations that you ran, right? Picking all this stuff, because yes, you can do a YOLO run, but at some level you have to do the test at the small scale, and then you have to do some tests at medium scale before you go to a large scale.
Accepted practice is that for any given model that is a notable advancement, you're going to do 2 to 4x compute of the full training run in experiments.
So a lot of the compute that's being scaled up probably used in large part at this time for research.
Yeah, and the research group gets the new ideas that let you get huge efficiency.
Research gets you O1. Research gets you progress.
So some of the pricing strategy that we'll discuss as the research baked into the price.
So the numbers that DeepSeek specifically said publicly, right, are just the 10,000 GPUs in 2021, and then 2,000 GPUs for only the pre-training for V3. They did not discuss cost on R1. They did not discuss cost on all the other RL, right, for this construct model that they made, right? They only discussed the pre-training for the base model, and they did not discuss anything on research and ablation. And they do not talk about any of the resources that are shared in terms of, hey, the fund is using all these GPUs, right? And we know that they're very profitable and they had 10,000 GPUs in 2021. So the some of the research that we've found is that we actually believe they have closer to 50,000 GPUs.
So we should say that you're sort of one of the experts in figuring out what everybody's doing in terms of the semiconductor, in terms of cluster build-outs, in terms of like who's doing what in terms of the training runs. Yeah, so that's the lead. Okay, go ahead.
We believe they actually have something closer to 50,000. Right now, this is split across many tests. Right, again, the fund, research and ablation.
For ballpark, how much we're doing AI or Anthropic, and I think the clearest example we have, because Meta is also open, they talk about like order of 60K to 100K, H100 is what helps you in their training clusters.
Right. So like on the 3, they trained on 16,000 H100, right? But the company of Meta last year publicly disclosed they bought like 400,000.
Yeah.
Right. So of course, tiny percentage on the training. Again, like most of it is like serving me the best Instagram reels, right? Or whatever, right?
I mean, we could get into a cost of like, what is the cost of ownership for a 2,000 GPU cluster, 10,000? Like, there's just different sizes of companies that can afford these things, and DeepSeek is reasonably big. Like, their compute allocation is one of the top few in the world. It's not OpenAI, Anthropic, etc., but they have a lot.
Can you in general actually just zoom out and also talk about the Hopper architecture, the NVIDIA Hopper GPU architecture, and the difference between H100 and H800, like you mentioned, the interconnects?
Yeah, so there's, Ampere is the A100, and then H100 Hopper, right? People use them synonymously in the US because really there's just H100 and now there's H200, right? But same thing, mostly. In China, there have been different salvos of export restrictions. So initially, the U.S. government limited on a 2-factor scale, right, which is chip interconnect versus flops, right? So any chip that had interconnects above a certain level and flops above a certain floating point operation above a certain level was restricted. Later, the government realized that this was a flaw in the restriction, and they cut it down to just floating point operation. And so,
high flops most in the invasion.
Exactly. So the H800 was the same performance as H100 on flops, right? But it just had the interconnect bandwidth cut. DeepSeek knew how to utilize this. Hey, even though we're going to cut back on the interconnect, we how to use the GPU fully anyways, right? And so that was back in October 2022. But later in 2023, end of 2023, implemented in 2024, the U.S. government banned the H800, right? And so, by the way, this H800 cluster, these 2,000 GPUs, not even purchased in 2024, right? It's purchased in late 2023. And they're just getting the model out now, right? Because it takes a lot of research, etc. H800 was banned, and now there's a new chip called the H20. The H20 is cut back on only flops, but the interconnect bandwidth is the same. And in fact, in some ways, it's better than the H100 because it has better memory bandwidth and memory capacity. So there are, NVIDIA is working within the constraints of what the government says, and then it builds the best possible GPU for China.
Can we take this extra tangent and we'll return back to the hardware? Is the philosophy, the motivation, the case for export controls? What is it? Dario Medeiros published a blog post about export controls. The case he makes is that if AI becomes really powerful, and he says by 2026 we'll have AGI or super powerful AI, that's going to give a significant, whoever builds that will have a significant military advantage. And so, because the United States is a democracy, and as he says, China is authoritarian or has authoritarian elements, you want a unipolar world with a super powerful military because of the AI is one that's a democracy. It's a much more complicated world geopolitically when you have two superpowers with super powerful AI and one is authoritarian. So that's the case he makes. And so we want to, the United States wants to use export controls to slow down, to make sure that China can't do these gigantic training runs that will be presumably required in AGI.
This is very abstract. I think this can be the goal of how some people describe export controls, is the super powerful AI. And you touched on the training run idea. There's not many worlds where China cannot train AI models. Export controls are recapping the amount of compute or the density of compute that China can have. And if you think about the AI ecosystem right now, as all of these AI companies, revenue numbers are up and to the right. Their AI usage is just continuing to grow. More GPUs are going to. A large part of export controls, if they work, is just that the amount of AI that can be run in China is going to be much lower. So on the training side, DeepSeek V3 is a great example. You have a very focused team that can still get to the frontier of AI. This 2,000 GPUs is not that hard to get, all considering in the world. They're still going to have those GPUs. They're still going to be able to train models. But if there's going to be a huge market for AI, if you have strong export controls, and you want to have 100,000 GPUs just serving the equivalent of ChatGPT clusters, with good export controls, it also just makes it so that AI can be used much less. And I think that is a much easier goal to achieve than trying to debate on what AGI is. And if you have these extremely intelligent autonomous AIs in data centers, like those are the things that could be running in these GPU clusters in the United States, but not in China. To some extent, training a model does effectively nothing, right? Like you have a model. The thing that Dario is sort of speaking to is the implementation of that model, once trained, to then create huge economic growth, huge increases in military capabilities, huge increases in productivity of people, betterment of lives, whatever you want to direct super powerful AI towards, you can. But that requires a significant amount of compute, right? And so the U.S. government has effectively said, and forever, right? Like training will always be a portion of the total compute. We mentioned Meta's 400,000 GPUs, only 60,000 right? So the percentage that Meta is dedicating to inference, now this might be for recommendation systems that are trying to hack our mind into spending more time and watching more ads, or if it's for a super powerful AI that's doing productive things. It doesn't matter about the exact use that our economic system decide. It's that can be delivered in whatever way we want. Whereas with China, right, your export restrictions, great. You're never going to be able to cut everything, right? And that's like, I think that's quite well understood by the U.S. government, is that you can't cut everything off. They'll make their own chips. And they're trying to make their own chips. They'll be worse than ours. But, the whole point is to just keep a gap, right? And therefore, at some point, as the AI, in a world where 2-3% economic growth, this is really dumb, by the way, right? To cut off, high tech and not make money off of it. But in a world where super powerful AI comes about and then starts creating significant changes in society, which is what all the AI leaders and big tech companies believe. I think
super powerful AI is going to change society massively. And therefore, this compounding effect of the difference in compute is really important. There's some sci-fi out there where like AI is like measured in the power of in like how much power is going to compute, right? Or how much is being, that's sort of a way of thinking about what the economic output is, just how much power you directing towards that AI. So we talk about reasoning models as a way that this might be actionable as something that people can actually see. So the reasoning models that are coming out with R1 and O1, they're designed to use more compute. There's a lot of fuzzy words in the AI community about this: test time compute, inference time compute, whatever. But Dylan has good research on this. You can get to the specific numbers on the ratio of training model. You can look at things about the amount of compute used. These reasoning models are making inference.
And what's political gadget? It's not just like you can ask it how to cook an omelet.
And he has a much more positive view, and as I say, machines of loving grace. Read into this that I don't have enough background in physical sciences to gauge exactly how confident I am in AI revolutionary biology. But I'm safe saying that AI is going to accelerate the progress of computational science.
So we're doing a depth first search here on topics, taking tangent on tangents. So let's continue on that depth first search. You said that you're both feeling AGI. So what's your timeline? Dario's 2026, but the super powerful AI that's basically agentic to a degree where it's a real security threat. That level of AGI. What's your timeline?
I don't like to attribute specific abilities because predicting specific abilities in when is very hard. Mostly, if you're going to say that I'm feeling the AGI, is that I expect continued rapid surprising progress over the next few years. So something like R1 is less surprising to me from DeepSeek because I expect there to be new paradigms where substantial progress can be made. DeepSeek R1 is so unsettling because we're kind of on this path with ChatGPT. It's getting better, it's getting better, it's getting better. And then we have a new direction for changing the models, and we took one step like this. And we took a step up. So it looks like a really fast slope, and now we're looking at one step. So it's really unsettling when you have these big steps. And I expect that to keep happening. I've tried OpenAI Operator, I've tried Claude computer use. They're not there yet. I understand the idea, but it's just so hard to predict what is the breakthrough that'll make something like that work. And I think it's more likely that we have breakthroughs that work in things that we don't know. So everyone wants agents. Dario has a very eloquent way of describing this. And I just think that there's going to be more than that. So just expect these things.
I'm going to have to try to pin you down to a date on the AGI timeline. Like the nuclear weapon moment. So moment where on the geopolitical stage, there's a real, because we're talking about export controls. When do you think, just even if we're on a date, when do you think that? And for me, it's probably after 2030. I'm not as
So define that, right? Because to me, it kind of almost has already happened, right? You look at elections and people get AI voice calls and think they're talking to the politician, right? The AI diffusion rules, which was enacted in the last couple of weeks of the Biden admin, looks like the Trump admin will keep and potentially even strengthen, limit cloud computing and GPU sales to countries that are not even related to China. It's like, this is
Portugal and all these like normal countries are on the you need approval from the U.S. list.
Like Portugal and like all these countries that are allied, right? Singapore, right? Like they freaking have F-35s if we don't let them buy GPUs. Like this to me is already to the scale of like,
Well, that just means that the U.S. military is going to be nervous about technology. That doesn't mean the technology is already there. So like they might be just very cautious about the thing that they're like. That's a really good point. The robocalls, swarms of semi-intelligent bots could be a weapon. Could be doing a lot of social engineering.
I mean, there's tons of talk about, from the 2016 elections, like Cambridge Analytica and all this stuff, Russian influence. And I mean, every country in the world is pushing stuff onto the internet and has everything they want, right? Like that's every like technically competent, whether it's Russia, China, US, Israel, etc., right? People are pushing viewpoints onto the internet en masse. And language models crash the cost of like very intelligence out there. Like
There's some research that shows that the distribution is actually working backwards. So language models haven't yet made misinformation particularly changed the equation there. The internet is still ongoing. I think there's a blog, AI Snake Oil, and some of the friends that brings in and stuff. So there is research. It's a default that everyone assumes, and I would have thought the same thing, is that misinformation is going to get far worse with language models. In terms of internet posts and things that people have been measuring, it hasn't been a exponential increase or something extremely magical. And things you're talking about with voice calls and stuff like that, it could be in modalities that are harder to measure. So it's something that it's too soon in terms of. I think that's like political instability via the web is it's monitored by a lot of researchers to see what's happening. But then you're asking about like the AGI thing. If you make me give a year, I would be like, hey, I have AI CEOs saying this. They've been saying 2 years for a while. I think that people like Dario and Anthropic, the CEO, have thought about this so deeply. I need to take their word seriously, but also understand that they have different incentives. So I'd be like, add a few years to that and say get something similar to 2030 or 2030.
I think to some extent we have capabilities that hit a certain point where any one person can say, oh, okay, if I can leverage those capabilities for X amount of time, this is AGI, right? Call it 27, 28. Then the cost of actually operating that capability,
this is going to be my
so extreme that no one can actually deploy it at scale en masse to actually completely revolutionize the economy and click on the snap of the fingers. So I don't think it will be like a snap of the fingers moment.
Physical constraint.
Rather, it'll be the capabilities are here, but I can't deploy it everywhere, right? And so one simple example going back sort of to 2023 was when Bing with GPT-4 came out. Everyone was freaking out about search, right? Perplexity came out. If you did the cost on like, hey, implementing GPT-3 into every Google search, it was like, oh, okay, this is just like physically impossible to implement, right? And as we step forward to like going back to the test type compute thing, right? A query for, if you ask ChatGPT a question, it costs cents, right? For the most capable model of chat, right? To get a query back. To solve an ArcAGI problem, though, costs $5 to $20, right? And this is
only going up from there.
This is 1,000, 10,000 X factor difference in cost to respond to a query versus do a task. And the task of ArcAGI, it's not like it's simple to some extent, but it's also like, what are the tasks that we want AGI, quote unquote, what we have today can do ArcAGI. 3 years from now, it could do much more complicated problems, but the cost is going to be measured in thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars of GPU time, and there just won't be enough power to use infrastructure to operate this and therefore ship everything to the world on a tap of a finger. But at that moment, who gets to control and point the AGI at the task? And so this was in Dario's post that he's like, hey, China can effectively and more quickly than us point their AGI at military tasks, right? And they have been, in many ways, faster at adopting certain new technologies into their military, right? Especially with regards to drones, right? The U.S. maybe has a long-standing, large air sort of, fighter jet type of thing, bombers, but when it comes to asymmetric arms such as drones, they've completely leapfrogged the U.S. and the West. And the fear that Dario is sort of pointing out there, I think, is that, yeah, great, we'll have AGI in the commercial sector. The U.S. military won't be able to implement it super fast. Chinese military could, and they could direct all their resources to implementing it in the military, and therefore solving, military logistics, or solving some other aspect of like disinformation or targeted certain set of people so they can flip a country's politics or something like that is actually like catastrophic. Versus, the U.S. just wants to, because it'll be more capitalistically allocated, just towards whatever is the highest return of income, which might be like building, factories better or whatever.
So everything I've seen, people's intuition seems to fail on robotics. So you have this kind of general optimism. I've seen this on self-driving cars. People think it's a much easier problem than it is. It's similar with drones. Here I understand it a little bit less, but I've just seen the reality of one crane and the usage of drones on both sides. And it seems that humans still far outperform any fully autonomous systems. AI is an assistant, but humans drive. FPV drone, where the humans control most of it, just far outperforms AI systems. So I think it's not obvious to me that we're going to have swarms of autonomous robots anytime soon in the military context. Maybe the fastest I can imagine is 2030, which is why I said 2030 for the super powerful AI. Whenever you have large-scale swarms of robots doing military actions, that's when the world just starts to look different to me. So that's the thing I'm really worried about. But there could be cyber war type of technologies that, from social engineering to actually just swarms of robots that find attack vectors in our code bases and shut down power grids, that kind of stuff. And it could be one of those things like on any given weekend or something, power goes out, nobody knows why, and the world changes forever. Just power going out for 2 days in all of the United States. That would be murder, chaos. But going back to export control, do you see that as a useful way to control the balance of power geopolitically in the context that we have?
And I think going back to my point is, if you believe we're in the sort of stage of economic growth and change that we've been in for the last 20 years, the export controls are absolutely guaranteeing that China will win long term, right? If you do not believe AI is going to make significant changes to society in the next 10 years or 5 years, right? Five-year timelines are sort of what the more executives and such of AI companies and even big tech companies believe, but even 10-year timelines, it's reasonable. But once you get to, hey, these timelines are below that time period, then the only way to sort of like create a sizable advantage or disadvantage for America versus China is if you constrain compute, because talent is not really something that's constrained, right? China arguably has more talent, right? More STEM graduates, more programmers. The U.S. can draw upon the world's people, which it does. There's tons of, foreigners in the AI industry.
Too many of these AI teams are all people without a U.S. passport.
Yeah, right, yeah. I mean, many of them are Chinese people are moving to America, right? And that's great. That's exactly what we want, right? But there's that talent is one aspect, but I don't think that's one that is a measurable advantage for the U.S. or not. It truly is just whether or not compute, right? Now, even on the compute side, when we look at chips versus data centers, right? China has the unprecedented ability to build ridiculous sums of power, clockwork, right? They're always building more and more power. They've got steel mills that like individually are the size of the entire U.S. industry, right? And they've got aluminum mills that consume gigawatts and gigawatts of power, right? And when we talk about what's the biggest data center, right? OpenAI made this huge thing about Stargate, their announcement there. That's like once it's fully built out in a few years, there'll be 2 gigawatts, right, of power, right? And this is still smaller than the largest, industrial facilities in China, right? China, if they wanted to build the largest data center in the world, if they had access to the chips, could. So it's just a question of when, not if, right?
So their industrial capacity parks into the United States.
Exactly.
The manufacturing stuff.
Yeah.
So why? So long term, they're going to be manufacturing chips.
Chips are a little bit more specialized. I'm specifically referring to the data centers, right? Chips, fabs take huge amounts of power, don't get me wrong. That's not necessarily the gating factor there. The gating factor on how fast people can build the largest clusters today in the US is power, right? It is whether it's, it could be power generation, power transmission, substations, and, all these sorts of transformers and all these things. Building the data center, these are all constraints on the U.S. industry's ability to build larger and larger training systems, as well as deploy more and more infrastructure.
I think we need to make it quite clear on why the time is now for people that don't think about this, because essentially export controls are making it so China cannot make or get cutting edge chips. And the idea is that if you time this wrong, China is pouring a ton of money into their chip production, and if you time it wrong, they are going to have more capacity for production, more capacity for energy, and figure out how to make the chips and have more capacity than the rest of the world to make the chips, because everybody can buy them. They're going to sell their Chinese chips to everybody, they might subsidize them, and therefore, if AI takes a long time to become differentiated, you decap the financial performance of American companies. NVIDIA can sell less. TSMC cannot sell to China. So therefore, we have less demand to therefore keep driving the production cycle. So that's the assumption behind the timing being less than 10 years or 5 years to above, right? China will win because of these restrictions long term unless AI does something in the short term, which I believe AI will do, make massive changes to society in the medium and short term, right? And so that's the big unlocker there. And even today, right? If Xi Jinping decided to get, quote unquote scale built, right? I.e., decide that scaling laws are what matters, right? Just like U.S. executives like Satya Nadella, Mark Zuckerberg, and Sundar, and all these U.S. executives of the biggest, most powerful tech companies have decided they're scale built, and they're building multi-gigawatt data centers, right? Whether it's in Texas, Louisiana, or Wisconsin, wherever it is, they're building these massive things that cost as much as their entire budget for spending on data centers globally in one spot, right? This is what they've committed to for next year, year after, et cetera. And so they're so convinced that this is the way, that this is what they're doing. But if China decided to, they could do it faster than this. But this is where the restrictions come in. It is not clear that China as a whole has decided, from the highest level, that this is a priority. The U.S. sort of has, right? You see Trump talking about DeepSeek and Stargate within the same week, right? So he's and the Biden admin as well had a lot of discussions about AI and such. It's clear that they think about it. Only just last week did DeepSeek meet the second in command of China, right? Like they have not even met the top, right? They haven't met Xi. She hasn't sat down, and they only just released a subsidy of $1 trillion RMB, roughly $160 billion, which is closer to the spending of like Microsoft and Meta and Google combined, right, for this year. So it's like they're realizing it just now. But that's where these export restrictions come in and say, hey, you can't ship the most powerful US chips to China. You can ship a cut down version. You can't ship the most powerful chips to all these countries who we know are just going to rent it to China. You have to limit the numbers, right? And the tools. And same with manufacturing, GPU tools, all these different aspects. But it all stems from AI and then what downstream can slow them down in the end. And so the entire semiconductor restrictions, you read them, they are very clear. It's about AI and military
right? It's very clear. And then from there it goes, oh, well, we're banning them from buying like lithography tools and etch tools and deposition tools and this random subsystem from a random company that's like tiny, right? Like, why are we banning this? Because all of it, the U.S. government has decided is critical to AI systems.
I think the fulcrum point is like the transition from 7 nanometer to 5 nanometer chips, where I think it was Huawei that had the 7 nanometer chip a few years ago, which caused another political brouhaha, almost like this moment. And then it's the ASML deep UV, like
Extreme ultraviolet lithography. Just that context on the chips, right? What Nathan's referring to is in 2020, Huawei released their A7910 chip, which was an AI chip, first run on 7 nanometer, before Google did, before NVIDIA did, and they submitted it to the MLPerf benchmark, which is sort of the industry standard for machine learning performance benchmark, and it did quite well, and it was the best chip at the submission, right? This was a huge deal. The Trump admin, of course, banned. It was 2019, right? Banned the Huawei from getting 7 nanometer chips from TSMC, and so then they had to switch to using internal domestically produced chips, which was a multi-year setback.
Many companies have done 7 nanometer chips, and the question is, like, we don't know how much Huawei was subsidizing production of that chip. Like, Intel has made 7 nanometer chips that are not profitable. So this is how it all feeds back into the economic engine of export.
Well, so you're saying that for now, thing is not felt with GI. When it feels like the deep moment,
Yeah.
might like there might be meetings going on now where they start wearing the same T-shirt and things are gonna escalate.
I mean, this, he may have woken up last week, right? Liang Feng met the the second command guy, and they had a meeting. And then the next day, they announced the AI subsidies, which are $1 trillion RMB, right?
So it's possible that this DeepSeek moment is truly the beginning of the Cold War.
That's what a lot of people are worried about.
People in AI have been worried that this is going towards the Cold War, or already is.
There's that DeepSeek's fault. There's something, a bunch of factors came together where there's this explosion. I mean, it all has to do with the video stuff. It's just some mass hysteria that happened that eventually led to Xi Jinping having meetings and waking up to this idea.
And the U.S. government realized in October 7th, 2022, before ChatGPT released, that restriction on October 7th was dropped and shocked everyone. And it was very clearly aimed at AI. Everyone was like, what the heck are you doing?
Stable Diffusion was out then, but not ChatGPT.
Yeah, but not ChatGPT. So it was starting to be rumblings of what Gen AI can do to society, but it was very clear, I think, to at least National Security Council and those sort of folks that this was where the world is headed, this Cold War that's happening.
So, is there any concerns that the export controls push China to take military action on Taiwan?
This is the big risk, right? The further you push China away from having access to cutting edge American and global technologies, the more likely they are to say, well, because I can't access it, I might as well, no one should access it, right? And there's a few interesting aspects of that, right? China has a urban-rural divide like no other. They have a male-female birth ratio like no other, to the point where if you look at most of China, it's the ratio's not that bad, but when you look at single dudes in rural China, it's a 30-to-1 ratio. And those are disenfranchised dudes, right? Quote unquote, the U.S. has an incel problem, China does too. It's just they're flanking it in some way or crushed down. What do you do with these people? And at the same time, you're not allowed to access the most important technology. At least the U.S. thinks so. China is maybe starting to think this is the most important technology by starting to dump subsidies in it, right? They thought EVs and renewables were the most important technology. They dominate that now, right? Now they started thinking about semiconductors in the late 2010s and early 2020s, and now they've been dumping money and they're catching up rapidly. And they're going to do the same with AI, right? Because they're very talented, right? So the question is when does this break? Right? And if China sees this as, hey, they can continue, if not having access of starting a true hot war, right, taking over Taiwan, trying to subvert its democracy in some way, or blockading it, hurts the rest of the world far more than hurts them. This is something they could potentially do, right? And so, is this pushing them towards that? Potentially, right? I'm not quite a geopolitical person, but it's obvious that the world regime, peace and trade is super awesome for economics. But at some point it could break, right?
I think we should comment that the why Chinese economy would be hurt by that is that they're export heavy. The United States buys so much, like if that goes away, like that's how their economy.
Well, also they just like would not be able to import raw materials from like all over the world, right? The U.S. would just shut down the Strait of Malacca, and like at the same time, the U.S. you could argue almost all the GDP growth in America since the 70s has been either population growth or tech, right? Because your life today is not that much better than someone from the 80s outside of tech, right? You still cars, they all have semiconductors in them everywhere. Bridges, semiconductors everywhere. There's these funny stories about how Russians were taking apart laundry machines because they had certain like Texas Instrument chip that they could then repurpose and put into like their anti-missile things, right? Like their S-400 or whatever. You would know more about this, but there's all sorts of like everything about semiconductors is so integral to every part of our lives.
So can you explain the role of TSMC in the story of semiconductors, and maybe also how the United States can break the reliance on TSMC?
I don't think it's necessarily breaking the reliance. I think it's getting TSMC to build in the U.S. But sometimes taking a step back, right? TSMC produces most of the world's chips, right? Especially on the foundry side. There's a lot of companies that build their own chips. Samsung, Intel, ST Micro, Texas Instruments, Analog Devices. All these kinds of companies build their own chips. NXP, but more and more of these companies are outsourcing to TSMC and have been for multiple decades.
Can you explain the supply chain there, where most of TSMC is in terms of manufacturing?
Sure. So historically, supply chain was companies would build their own chips. They would, the company started, they built their own chips, and they designed the chip and built the chip and sell it. Over time, this became really difficult because the cost of building a fab continues to compound every single generation. Of course, figuring out the technology for it is incredibly difficult regardless, but just the dollars and cents that are required, ignoring, saying, hey, yes, I have all the technical capability, which it's really hard to get that, by the way, right? Intel's failing, Samsung's failing, etc. But if you look at just the dollars to spend to build that next generation fab, it keeps growing, right? Sort of like, Moore's law is having the cost of chips every 2 years. There's a separate law that's sort of like doubling the cost of fabs every handful of years. And so you look at a leading edge fab that is going to be profitable today, that's building 3 nanometer chips or 2 nanometer chips in the future, that's going to cost north of $30-40 billion, right? And that's just for like a token amount. That's like the base building block. You're trying to build multiple, right? And so when you look at the industry over the last, if I go back 20-30 years ago, there were 20-30 companies that could build the most advanced, and then they would design them themselves and sell them, right? So companies like AMD would build their own chips. Intel, of course, still builds their own chips. They're very famous for it. IBM would build their own chips. You could keep going down the list. All these companies built their own chips. Slowly, they kept falling like flies, and that's because of what TSMC did, right? They created the foundry business model, which is, I'm not going to design any chips. I'm just going to contract manufacture chips for other people. And one of their early customers is NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA is the only semiconductor company that's worth, that's doing more than $1 billion in revenue. That was started in the era of foundry, right? Every other company started before that and at some point had fabs, which is actually incredible, right? Like AMD and Intel and Broadcom.
Such a great fact.
It's like everyone had fabs at some point, or some companies like Broadcom was a converger, amalgamation of various companies that rolled up. But even today, Broadcom has fabs, right? They built an iPhone RF radio chips in Colorado for Rapid, right? Like all these companies had fabs, and for most of the fabs, they threw them away or sold them off, or they got rolled into something else. And now everyone relies on TSMC, right? Including Intel. Their latest PC chip uses TSMC chips, right? It also uses some Intel chips, but it uses TSMC process.
Can you explain why the foundry model is so successful for these companies? Why do they go into some scale?
Yeah, so I mean, like I mentioned, right, the cost of building a fab is so high. The R&D is so difficult, and when you look at like these companies that have their own vertical stack, there was an antiquated process of like, okay, like I'm so hyper customized to each specific chip, right? But as we've gone through the history of sort of like the last 50 years of electronics and semiconductors, you need more and more specialization, right? Because Moore's law has died, Dennard scaling has died, i.e. chips are not getting better just for free, right? From manufacturing, you have to make real architectural innovations, right? Google is not just running on Intel CPUs for web servers. They have a YouTube chip, they have GPUs, they have pixel chip there, a wide diversity of chips that generate all the economic value of Google, right? It's running all the services and stuff. And this is just Google, and we could go across any company in the industry and say this, right? Cars contain 5,000 chips, 200 different varieties, right? All these random things. The Tesla door handle has 2 chips, right? Like it's like ridiculous. And it's a cool door handle, right? It's like you don't think about it. It's like it's really chip like penny like chips in there, right? Anyway, so as you have more diversity of chips, as you have more specialization required, and the cost of fabs continues to grow, you need someone who is laser focused on building the best process technology and making it as flexible as possible.
I think you can say it simply, which is the cost per fab goes up. And if you are a small player that makes a few types of chips, you're not going to have the demand to pay back the cost of the fab. Whereas NVIDIA can have many different customers and aggregate all its demand into one place, and then they're the only person that makes enough money building chips to build the next fab. So this is kind of why the companies slowly get killed, because they have 10 years ago a chip that is profitable and is good enough, but the cost to build the next one goes up. They may try to do this, fail because they don't have the money to make it work, and then they don't have the chips, or they build it and it's too expensive and then they just have
or they run it, there's more failure points, right? You can have one little process related to like some sort of like chemical etch or some sort of like plasma etch or some little process that screws up. You didn't engineer it right, and now the whole company falls apart. You can't make chips, right? And so super powerful companies like Intel, they have like the weathering storm to like, hey, they still exist today, even though they really screwed up their manufacturing 6-7 years ago. But in the case of like AMD, they almost went bankrupt. They sold their fabs to Mubadala, UAE, right? And like that became a separate company called Global Foundries. And then AMD was able to then focus on the return back up, was like, hey, let's focus on making chiplets and a bunch of different chips for different markets, and focusing on specific workloads rather than all of these different things. And so you get more diversity of chips, you have more companies than ever designing chips. You have fewer companies than ever manufacturing, right? And this is where TSMC comes in. Is they've just been the best, right? They are so good at it, right? They're customer focused. They make it easy for you to fabricate your chips. They take all of that complexity and like kind of try to extract a lot of it away from you. They make good money. They don't make insane money, but they make good money. And they're able to aggregate all this demand and continue to build the next fab, the next fab, the next fab.
So why is Taiwan so special for TSMC? Why is it happening there? Can it be replicated inside the United States?
Yeah, so there's aspects of it that I would say yes, and aspects that I would say no, right? TSMC is way ahead because former executive Morris Chang of Texas Instruments wasn't promoted to CEO, and he's like, screw this, I'm gonna go make my own chip company, right? And he went to Taiwan and did TSMC, right? And there's a whole lot more story there. So it could have been Texas Instruments, could have been TSMC, but Texas semiconductor manufacturing, right? Instead of Texas Instruments, right? But so there is that whole story there.
Here in Texas.
I mean, and that sounds like a human story. Like they get promoted.
Just the brilliance of Morris Chang is, which I wouldn't underplay, but there's also like the level of like how this works, right? So in Taiwan, the top percent of graduates, of students that go to the best school, which is NTU, the top percent of those all go work at TSMC, right? And guess what their pay is? Their starting pay is like $80,000, $70,000, right? Which is like, that's like starting pay for like the graduate, right? Not the top. The top graduates are making hundreds of thousands of dollars at the Googles and the Amazons, and now I guess the OpenAIs of the world, right? So there is a large dichotomy of like, what is the top 1% of the society doing, and where are they headed because of economic reasons, right? Intel never paid back, basically, right? And it didn't make sense to me, right? That's one aspect, right? Where is the best going? Second is the work ethic, right? Like, we like to work, you work a lot, we go a lot, but at the end of the day, when there's what is the time and amount of work that you're doing, and what is a fab required, right? Fabs are not working there. You go into the fab really quick, right? There's hey, if there is any amount of vibration, right, an earthquake happens, vibrates the machines. They're all, they're either broken, you've scrapped some of your production, and then in many cases they're like not calibrated properly. So when TSMC, when there's an earthquake, right? Recently there's been an earthquake. TSMC doesn't call their employees. They just go to the fab, and like they just show up. The parking lot gets slammed, and people just go into the fab and fix it, right? Like it's like an arm. It's like ants, right? Like with ants doesn't get told by the queen to do. The ants just know. It's like one person specialized on one task, and it's like you're going to take this one tool, and you're the best person in the world, and this is what you're going to do for your whole life. Is one task in the lab, which is like some special chemistry plus manufacturing on one line of tools that continues to get iterated. And yeah, it's like specific plasma etch for removing silicon dioxide, right? That's all you focus on your whole career. And it's like such a specialized skill. And so it's not like the tasks are transferable. The AI today is awesome because like people can pick it up like that. Semiconductor manufacturing is easily and learn, right? The papers are very dense and like it takes a lot of experience to learn. And so it makes the barrier to entry much higher too. So when you talk about, hey, you have all these people that are super specialized, they will work, 80 hours a week in a factory, right? In a fab. And if anything goes wrong, they'll go show up in the middle of the night because some earthquake. Their wife's like, there's an earthquake. He's like, great, I'm gonna go to the back. It's like, would you like as an American do that, right? It's like these sorts of things are like what, I guess are the exemplifying like why TSMC is so amazing. Can you replicate it in the US? Let's not ignore Intel was the leader in manufacturing for over 20 years. They brought every technology to market first, besides straight silicon, gate, FinFET. The list goes on and on and on of technologies that Intel brought to market first, made the most money from, and manufactured at scale first, best, highest profit, right? So we shouldn't ignore that Intel can't do this, right? It's that the culture has broken, right? You've invested in the wrong things. They said API phones. They had all these different things regarding who's management of stats, who's management of design. There's a lot of that, right? And at the same time, all these brilliant people, right? These like 50,000 PhDs, or masters that have been working on specific chemical or physical processes or nano manufacturing processes for decades. In Oregon, they're still there. They're still producing amazing work. It's just like getting it to the last mile of production at high yield, where you can manufacture dozens and hundreds of different kinds of chips. And it's good customer experience has broken, right? It's that customer experience. It's like part of it is like people will say Intel was pompous in 2010. Right? They just thought they were better than everyone. The cool guys were like, oh, well, I don't think that this is mature enough. And they're like, you just don't know. Right? This sort of stuff would happen. And so, can the U.S. bring leading edge semiconductor manufacturing? Emphatically, yes, right? And we are, right? It's happening.
Arizona is getting better and better over the time we're on.
TSMC has built, roughly 20% of their capacity for 5 nanometer in the U.S., right? Now, this is nowhere near, right? 20% of the capacity in the U.S. is nothing, right? And furthermore, this is still dependent on Taiwan existing, right? All of this, there's sort of an important way to separate it out. There's R&D and there's high volume manufacturing. There are 3 places in the world that are doing leading edge R&D. There's Hsinchu, Taiwan. There's Hillsboro, Oregon, and there's Pyongyang, South Korea, right? These 3 places are doing the lead for the rest of the world's leading edge, right? Now, manufacturing can be distributed more globally, right? And this is sort of where this dichotomy exists of like who's actually modifying the process, who's actually developing the next generation one, who's improving them, is Hsinchu, is Hillsboro, is Pyongyang, right? It is not the rest of these, fabs like Arizona, right? Arizona is a paperweight. If Hsinchu disappeared off the face of the planet, within a year, couple years, Arizona would stop producing, right? It's actually like pretty critical. One of the things I like to say is if I had like a few missiles, I know exactly where I can cause the most economic damage, right? It's not targeting the White House, right? It's the
R&D center.
It's the R&D centers for TSMC, Intel, Samsung, and then some of the memory guys, Micron.
Because they define the future of semiconductors, and everything's moving so rapidly that it really is fundamentally about R&D. And it's all about TSMC.
And so TSMC, you cannot purchase the vehicles without TSMC chips, right? You cannot purchase a fridge without TSMC chips. You cannot, I think one of the few things you can purchase, ironically, is a Texas Instruments like graphic calculator, right? Because they actually manufacture chips. But like outside of that, like a laptop, so anything, servers, right? GPUs, none of this stuff can exist. And this is without TSMC. And in many cases, it's not even like the leading edge, sexy 5 nanometer chip, 3 nanometer chip. Oftentimes, it's just like some stupid power IC that's like converting from like some voltage to another, right? And it's made of TSMC, right? It's like kind of
build out this long tail fab where the techniques are much more known. You don't have to figure out these problems. B, they're investing in this, and then they have large supply for things like the car door handles and the random stuff, and that trickles down into this whole economic discussion as well. Because they have far more than we do, and having supply for things like this is crucial to normal life.
So they're starting to invest in high volume manufacture, but they're not doing R&D.
So they do R&D on their own, which is way behind, right? So I would say, like, in 2015, China had a 5-year plan where they defined by 2025 and 2020 certain goals, including like 80% domestic production. They're not going to hit that, right? To be clear, but they are in certain areas really close, right? Like BYD is probably going to be the first company in the world to not have to use TSMC for making, because they have their own factories, right? For making chips. Now they still have to buy some chips from foreign. For example, like around like self-driving ADAS capabilities, because those are really high end. But at least like like an internal combustion engine with 40 chips in an EV, just for like controlling like flow rates and all these. EVs are even more complicated. So all these different power ICs and battery management controllers and all these things, they're insourcing, right? And this is something that like China has been doing since 2015. Now, as far as like the trailing edge, they're getting so much capacity. As far as the leading edge, right, i.e. this 5 nanometer and so on and so forth, right, where GPUs they are still behind. And this is the U.S. restrictions are trying to stop them in the latter, but all that's happened, is yes, they've slowed down their 5 nanometer, 3 nanometer, etc., but they've accelerated their 45 nanometer, 90 nanometer power IC or analog IC or random chip in my keyboard, right, that kind of stuff. So there is an angle of like the U.S.'s actions have been so these export, from the angle of export control, have been so inflammatory and slowing down China's progress on the leading edge that they've turned around and have accelerated their progress elsewhere because they know that this is so important, right? The U.S. is going to lock them out here, or if they lock us out here as well, in the trailing edge. And so going back to the U.S. build it here, yes, that's going to take a ton of time. I truly think like to revolutionize and completely in-source semiconductors would take a decade and $1 trillion.
Is some of it also culture? Like you said, extreme competence, extreme work ethic in Taiwan.
I think if you have the demand and the money is on the line, the American companies figure it out. It's going to take hand-holding with the government, but I think that the culture helps TSMC break through, and it's easier for them.
TSMC has something like 90,000 employees, right? It's not actually that many. The Arizona fab has 3,000 from Taiwan. And these people, like, their wives were like, yeah, we're not going to have kids unless you sign up for the Arizona fab. We go to Arizona and we have our kids in. There's also a Japan fab where the same thing happened, right? So, like, these wives drove, like, these dudes to, like, go to Japan or America to have the kids there. And it's, like, it's an element of culture, yeah, sure. Taiwan works that hard, but also, like, the U.S. has done it in the past and could do it now, right? We can just import, the best people in the world if we want.
That's where the immigration conversation is a tricky one. I don't know how to debate over that, but yeah, it seems absurdly controversial to import the best people in the world. I don't understand why it's controversial. That's one of the ways of
we agree with you.
And like, even if you can't import those people, I still think you could do a lot to manufacture most of the U.S. if the money's there, right? And so, like,
it's just way more expensive. It's not profitable for a long time.
And that's the context of like the CHIPS Act is only like $50 billion relative to some of the renewable initiatives that were passed in the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act, which total in the hundreds of billions of dollars, right? And so like the amount of money that the U.S. is spending on the semiconductor industry is nothing, right? Whereas all these other countries have structural advantages in terms of like work ethic and amount of work and like things like that, but also a number of STEM graduates, the percentile of their best going to that, right? But they also have like differences in terms of like, hey, there's just tax benefits in the law and have been in the law for 20 years, right? And some countries have massive subsidies, right? Something like $200 billion in semiconductor subsidies a year. We're talking about $50 billion in the U.S. over like 6, right? So the girth or difference in like the subsidy amounts is also huge, right? And so I think Trump has been talking about tariffing Taiwan recently. That's sort of like one of these things that's like, oh, okay, well, like, maybe he doesn't want to subsidize the semiconductor industry. Obviously, tariffing Taiwan is going to cost a lot of things to go get much more expensive, but does it change the equation for TSMC building more fabs in the U.S.? That's what he's sort of positive, right?
So can you lay out? So we laid out the importance. By the way, it's incredible how much you know about so much.
Told you Dylan knows all this stuff.
Yeah. So, okay, you laid out why TSMC is so important. Look out into the future, 10, 20 years out. U.S.-China relationship seems like it can go to a dark place of Cold War, escalated Cold War, or even hot war, or to a good place of anything from frenemies to cooperation to working together. So, in this game theory, complicated game, what are different trajectories? What should the U.S. be doing? Like, what do you see as the different possible trajectories of U.S.-China relations as both leaders start to feel raging out more and more and see the importance of chips and the importance of AI?
Yeah, ultimately, export controls are pointing towards a separated future economy. And the U.S. has made it clear to Chinese leaders that we intend to control this technology at whatever cost to global economic integration.
So that
It's hard to unwind that. the
To the same extent, they've also the U.S. companies from China, right? So it is, it's been a long time coming. At some point, there was convergence, right? But over at least the last decade, it's been branching further and further out, right? Like U.S. companies can't enter China, Chinese companies can't enter the U.S. The U.S. is saying, hey, China, you can't get access to our technologies in certain areas, and China's rebuttaling with the same thing around, like, they've done some sort of specific materials in, gallium and things like that they've tried to limit the U.S. on. There's a U.S. drone company that's not allowed to buy batteries, military customers, and this drone company tells the military customers, like, hey, just get it from Amazon. I can't actually listen to this, right? Like, there's all these things that are happening that point further to divergence. I have zero idea, and I would love if we could all help that play out. Like, I have zero idea how that could possibly happen.
is the divergence good or bad for moving forward? Is it possible that the divergence in terms of manufactured chips of training AI systems is actually good for more than military?
It's an objective fact that the world has been the most peaceful it has ever been when there are global hegemons, right, or regional hegemons, right, in historical context, right. The Mediterranean was the most peaceful ever when the Romans were there, right. China had very peaceful and warring times, and peaceful times when the dynasties had a lock hold over not just themselves but all their tributaries around them, right. And likewise, the most peaceful time in human history has been when the U.S. was the global hegemon, right, for the last decades. Now we've sort of seen things start to slide, right, with Russia and Ukraine, with the Middle East, Taiwan risk, all these different things are starting to bubble up. Still objectively extremely peaceful. Now, what happens when it's not one global hegemon, but it's two? Obviously, and China will be, competitive or even overtake the U.S. like it's possible, right? And so this change in global hegemony, I don't think it ever happens like super peacefully, right? When empires fall, right? Which is a possible trajectory for America. They don't fall gracefully, right? Like they don't just slide out of irrelevance. Usually there's a lot of shaking. And so, what the U.S. is trying to do is its top position. What China is trying to do is become the top position, right? And then obviously there's butting events in the most simple terms.
And that could take shape in all kinds of ways, including proxy wars. And now
It's like it's already happening. As much as I want there to be centuries of prolonged peace, it does not. It looks like further instability internationally is ahead.
And the U.S. is like sort of like current task is like, hey, if we control AI, if we're the leader in AI, then AI could significantly accelerate progress, then we can maintain the global hegemony position. I hope that works. And as an American, like, kind of like, okay, I guess that's peace for us. Now, obviously, other people around the world get affected negatively. Obviously, the Chinese people are not going to be in as advantageous of a position if that happens. But this is sort of the reality of like what's being done and the actions that are being carried out.
So can we go back to the specific detail of the different hardware? This is nice graphic in the export controls, of which GPUs are allowed to be exported and which are not. You kind of explain the difference. Like, is there, from a technical, what are the H20s promising?
Yeah, so this is, and I think we need to dive really deep into the reasoning aspect and what's going on there. But the H20, the U.S. has gone through multiple iterations of the export controls, right? This H800 was at one point allowed back in 23, but then it got canceled, and by then, TPC had already built their cluster of, they claimed 2K, I think they actually had like many more, like 10K of those. And now this H20 is the legally allowed chip, right? NVIDIA shipped 1 million of these last year to China, right? For context, there's like 4 or 5 million GPUs, right? So the percentage of GPUs that were this China-specific H20 is quite high, right? Roughly 20%, 25%, right? 20% of that. And so this H20 is neutered in one way, but it's actually been upgraded in other ways, right? And those, you can think of chips along 3 axes for AI, right? Ignoring software stack and like exact architecture, just raw specifications. There's floating point operations, right? Flops. There is memory bandwidth, i.e., in-memory capacity, right? I/O, right? Memory, and then there's interconnect, right? Chip-to-chip interconnections. All 3 of these are incredibly important for making AI systems, right? Because AI systems involve a lot of compute. They involve a lot of moving memory around, whether it be right? And so these 3 vectors, the U.S. initially had a two vectors controlled, and one of them not controlled, because flops and interconnect bandwidth were initially controlled. And then they said, no, we're going to remove the interconnect bandwidth to make it a very simple, only flops. But now NVIDIA can now make a chip that has, it's cut down on flops. It's like 1/3 that of the H100, right? In on spec sheet paper performance for flops. In real world, it's closer to like half, or maybe even like 60% of it, right? But then on the other 2 vectors, it's just as good for interconnect bandwidth, and then for memory bandwidth and memory capacity, the H20 has more memory bandwidth and more memory capacity than the H100, right? Now, recently, we at our research, we cut NVIDIA's production for H20 for this year down drastically. They were going to make another 2 million of those this year, but they just canceled all the orders a couple weeks ago. In our view, that's because we think that they think they're going to get it, right? Because why would they cancel all these orders for H20? Because they shipped a million of them last year, they had orders in for a couple million this year, and just gone, right? For H20, B20, right? Like the successor to H20. And now they're all gone. Now, why would they do this, right? I think it's very clear, right? That the H20 is actually better for certain tasks. And that certain task is reasoning, right? Reasoning is incredibly different. When you look at the different regimes of models, right? Pre-training is all about flops, right? It's all about flops. There's things you do, like mixture of experts that we talked about, to trade off interconnect, or to trade off, other aspects and lower the flops and rely more on interconnect and memory. But at the end of the day, it's flops is everything, right? We talk about models in terms of how many flops there are, right? So talking about GPT-4, it's 2P25, right? 2 to the 25th, 25 zeros, right? Flop, right? Floating point operations. For training, right? And we're talking about the restrictions for the 2E24, right? But the U.S. has an executive order that Trump recently unsigned, but which was, hey, 1E26. Once you hit that number of floating point operations, you must notify the government, and you must share your results with us, right? There's a level of model where the U.S. government must be told, right? And that's 1E26. And so as we move forward, this is an incredibly important. Flop is the vector that the government has cared about historically, but the other 2 vectors are arguably just as important, right? And especially when we come to this new paradigm, which the world is only just learning about over the last 6 months, right? Reasoning.
And do we understand firmly which of the 3 dimensions is best for reasoning? So interconnect, the flops don't matter as much. Is it memory?
Yeah, so we're going to get into technical stuff. I would ask there's 2 articles in this one that I can show, maybe graphics that I can pull up.
The listeners were looking at the section of O1 inference architectures tokenomics.
I want to take that before we talk about this. I think it's better to...
Okay, yeah, we need to go through a lot of specific technical things of transformers to make this piece repeatable.
Because it's incredibly important because it changes how models work. But I think resetting, right? Why is memory so important? It's because so far we've talked about parameter things, right? And mixture of experts, you can change how many active parameters versus total parameters to embed more data but have less flops. But more important, another aspect of what's part of this humongous revolution in the last handful of years is the attention mechanism is that the model understands the relationships between all the words in its context, right? And that is separate from the parameters themselves, right? And that is something that we must calculate, right? How each token, right, each word in the context is relatively connected to each other, right? And I think Nathan explained KB cache better.
KB cache is a lot of optimization.
Yeah, so the attention operator has three core things. It's queries, keys, and values. QKB is the thing that goes into this. You'll look at the equation, you see that these matrices are multiplied together. These words, query, key, and value come from information retrieval backgrounds, where the query is the thing you're trying to get the values for, and access the keys and values is reweighting when background's not information. Retrieval and things like this is just fun to have backlinks. And what effectively happens is that when you're doing these matrix multiplications, you're having matrices that are of the size of the context length, so the number of tokens that you put into the model. And the KB cache is effectively some form of compressed representation of all the previous tokens in the model. So when you're doing this, we talk about autoregressive models, you predict one token at a time. You start with whatever your prompt was, you ask the question, who was the president of 1995? The model then is going to generate its first token. For each of these tokens, you're doing the same attention operator where you're multiplying this query, key, value matrices, but the math is very nice so that when you're doing this repeatedly, this KB cache, this key value operation, you can keep appending the new values to it, so you keep track of what your previous values you were inferring over this autoregressive chain. You keep it in memory the whole time. And this is really a crucial thing to manage when starting to work at scale. There are far bigger experts in this, and there are so many levels of detail that you can go into. Essentially, one of the key quote-unquote drawbacks of the attention operator and the transformer is that there is a form of quadratic memory cost in proportion to the context length. So as you put in longer questions, the memory used in order to make that computation is going up in the form of quadratic. You'll hear about a lot of other language model architectures that are like subquadratic or linear attention forms, which is like state space models. We don't need to go down all this now. And then there's innovations on attention to make this memory usage and the ability to attend over long context much more accurate and high performance.
And those innovations are going to help you with your highly memory.
It helps with memory constraint and performance. So if you put in a book into, I think Gemini is the model that has the longest context length of the book. Gemini is known for 1 million, now 2 million context length. You put a whole book into Gemini, and sometimes it'll draw facts out of it. It's not perfect; they're getting better, but so there's two things. It's like one, to be able to serve this on the memory level. Google has magic with their TPU stack where they can serve really long context, and then there's also many decisions along the way to actually make long context performance for this supplies of data. There's subtle changes to these computations in attention, and it changes the architecture. But serving long context is extremely memory constrained, especially when you're making a lot of predictions. I actually don't know why input and output tokens are more expensive, but I think essentially output tokens, you have to do more computation because you have to sample from the model.
I can explain that. So today, if you use it as a model, like you look at an API, OpenAI charges, a certain price per million tokens, right? And that price for input and output tokens is different, right? And the reason is that there is, when you're inputting a query into the model, right? Let's say you have a book, right? That book you must now calculate the entire KB cache, right? This key value cache. And so when you do that, that is a parallel operation. All of the tokens can be processed at one time, and therefore you can dramatically reduce how much you're spending, right? The flop requirements for generating a token and an input token are identical, right? If I input one token or if I generate one token, it's completely identical. I can go through the model, right? But the difference is that I can do that input, i.e. the pre-fill, i.e. the prompt, simultaneously in a batch nature, right? Therefore, it is all flop.
I think the price of model mostly they use is for input tokens about 1/4 the price of the output token.
Correct. But then output tokens, the reason why it's so expensive is because I can't do it for, right? It's autoregressive. Every time I generate a token, I must not only read the whole entire model into memory, right, and activate it, right, go calculate it to generate the next token. I also have to read the entire KB cache. And I generate a token, and I append that one token I generated, and its KB cache, and then I do it again, right? And one where you have to, in the case of prefill or prompt, you pull the whole model in and you calculate 20,000 tokens at once, right?
But these are features that APIs are shipping, which is like prompt caching, prefilling, because you can drive prices down and you can make APIs much faster. If you know you're going to keep, if you run a business and you're going to keep passing the same initial context to Cloud's API, you can load that in to the Anthropic API and always keep it there. But it's very different than with calculating reasoning models, which we showed this example earlier and read some of this kind of mumbling stuff. And what happens is that the output context length is so much higher. And I mean, I learned a lot about this with Dylan's work, because essentially, as the output word length gets higher, you're writing this quadratic in terms of memory use. And then the GPUs that we have, effectively, you're going to run out of memory, and they're all trying to serve multiple requests at once. So you're doing this batch processing where not all the prompts are exactly the same, really complex handling. And then as context length gets longer, there's this, I think we call it critical batch size, where your ability to serve more users, so how much you can parallelize and inference plummets because of this long context. So your memory usage is going way up with these reasoning models, and you still have a lot of users. So effectively, the cost to serve multiplies by a ton.
And we're looking at a plot when the x-axis is sequence length,
i.e. how many tokens are being generated / prompt, right? So if I put in a book, that's 1 million tokens, right? If I put in, the sky is blue, then that's 60.
I should say that what we're calling reasoning chain of thought is extending this sequence.
It's mostly output. So before, 3 months ago, all of the use cases for long context length were like, let me put a ton of documents in and then get an answer, right? And it's a single, prefill, compute a lot in parallel, and then output a little bit. Now with reasoning and agents, this is a very different idea, right? Now instead, I might only have like, hey, do this task, or I might have all these. But at the end of the day, the model is not just like producing a little bit, right? It's producing tons of information, it's setting its tens of thousands, just continues to go and go and go and go. And so the sequence length is effectively that it's generated 10,000 tokens, it's 10,000 sequences, right? Or and plus whatever you can put in the prompt. And so what this chart is showing, it's a logarithmic chart, right? Is as you go from 1K to 4K or 4K to 16K, the memory requirements grow so fast for your KV cache that you end up not being able to run a certain number of, your sequence length is capped for the number of users you can
say the model. So this is showing for a 405 B model in batch size 64.
Llama 3.1 fills.
Yeah, and batch size is crucial to essentially, you want to have higher batch size to parallel your group
64 different users at once, right?
Yeah.
And therefore your serving costs are low, right? Because the server costs the same, right? This is 8 H100s, roughly $2 an hour per GPU, that's $16 an hour, right? That is like somewhat of a fixed cost. You can do things with it, but like it's like $16 an hour. Now, how many users can you serve? How many tokens can you generate? And then you divide the two, and that's your cost, right? And so with reasoning models, this is where a lot of the complexity comes about, is why memory is so important. Because if you have limited amounts of memory, then you can't serve so many users. If you have limited amounts of memory, your serving speeds get lower, right? And the costs get a lot worse. Because all of a sudden, if I was used to, say, a $16 an hour server, I'm serving Llama 405B, or if I'm serving, DeepSeek V3, and it's all chat style applications, i.e., we're just chit chatting. The sequence lengths are few thousand, right? When you use a language model, it's a few thousand context. Sometimes you're dropping a big document, but then you process it, you get your answer, you go to it, right? You move on to the next thing, right? Whereas with reasoning, I'm now generating tens of thousands of tokens in each sequence, right? And so this memory of this KV cache has to stay resident. So you have to keep loading, you have to keep it in memory constantly. And now this locks out other users, right? If there's now a reasoning task, right, and the model is capable of reasoning, then all of a sudden, I think that memory pressure means that I can't serve as many users simultaneously.
So let's go into DeepSeek again. So we're in the post DeepSeek R1 time. I think, and there's two sides to this market watching how hard it is to serve it. On one side, we're going to talk about DeepSeek themselves. They now have a chat app that got #1 on the App Store. Disclaimer: #1 on the App Store is measured by velocity, so it's not necessarily saying that more people have the DeepSeek app than the DeepSeek app. Yeah. But it is still remarkable. Claude has never hit #1 on the App Store, even though everyone in San Francisco is like, "Oh my God, you got to use Claude, don't use ChatGPT." So DeepSeek hit this. They also launched an API product recently where you can ping their API and get these super long responses for R1 out. At the same time as these are out, we'll get to what's happened to them. Because the model weights for DeepSeek R1 is available and the license is very friendly, the MIT license is available, all of these mid-sized companies and big companies are trying to be first to serve R1 to the So we were trying to evaluate R1. We have really similar research going on, release model that we're trying to compare to it. And out of all the companies that are quote unquote serving R1, and they're doing it at prices that are way higher than the DeepSeek API, most of them barely work, and the throughput is really low.
To give context, right? One of the parts that was like freaking us out was like China research capabilities. The other aspect is they did it so cheap, right? And the so cheap, we kind of talked about on the training side why it was so cheap.
Let's talk about why it's so cheap, but the difference. It works well and it's cheap. Why is R1 so cheap?
So I think there's a couple factors there, right? One is that they do have model architecture innovations, right? This MLA is a new attention that they've done. This step is different than the attention from attention is all you need, the transformer attention, right? Now, others have already innovated. There's a lot of work like MQA, GQA, local global, all these different innovations that like try to bend the curve, right? It's still quadratic, but the constant is now smaller, right?
Related to our previous discussion, this multi-head latent attention can save about 80 to 90% in memory from the attention mechanism, which helps especially in long context.
It's 80 to 90% versus the original, but then versus what people are actually doing. It's still an innovation.
This 80 to 90% doesn't say that the whole model is 80 to 90% cheaper, just some part of it.
Well, and not just that, right? Like other people have implemented techniques like sliding window and GQMK. But anyways, like DeepSeek has their attention mechanism as a true architectural innovation. They did tons of experimentation, and this dramatically reduces the memory pressure. It's still there, right? It's still it's still attention, it's still quadratic. It's just dramatically reduced it relative to prior forms.
Yeah, that's the memory pressure. I should say, in case people don't know, R1 is 27 times cheaper than O1.
Do you think that OpenAI had a large margin?
So there's multiple factors. You can break down the factors.
I think it's $2 per million token output for R1 and $60 per million token output for O1.
Yeah, that's good.
So I think this is very important, right? OpenAI is, that drastic gap between DeepSeek in pricing. But DeepSeek is offering the same model, because they open weights it, everyone else, for a very similar, like much lower price than what others are able to serve it for, right? So there's two factors here, right? Their model is cheaper, right? It is 27 times cheaper. I don't know the number exactly, right?
So we're looking at a graphic that's showing different places serving DeepSeek V3, which is similar to DeepSeek R1, and there's a vast difference in the serving cost and what it's going to do.
And so like part of it is OpenAI has a fantastic margin, right? They're serving when they're doing inference, their gross margins are north of 75%, right? So that's a 4 to 5x factor right there of the cost difference. Is that OpenAI is just making crazy amounts of money because they're the only one with the capability.
Do they need that money? Are they using it for R&D?
They're losing money, obviously, as a company because they spend so much on training, right? The inference itself is a very high margin, but it doesn't recoup the cost of everything that they're doing. So yes, they need that money because the revenue and margins pay for continuing to build the next thing, right?
So,
alongside raising more money.
So the suggestion is that DeepSeek is like really
Well, so here's one thing. We'll get to this in a second, but like DeepSeek doesn't have any capacity to actually serve it. They stopped signups. The ability to use it is like non-existent now, right? For most people, because so many people are trying to use it, they just don't have the GPUs to serve it, right? OpenAI has hundreds of thousands of GPUs between them and Microsoft to serve their models. DeepSeek has a factor of much lower, right? Even if you believe our research is 50,000 GPUs, and a portion of those are for research, a portion of those are for the hedge fund, right? They still have nowhere close to the GPU volumes and capacity to serve the model, right, at scale. So it is cheaper. A part of that is OpenAI making money. Is DeepSeek making money on their API? The unknown, I don't actually think so. And part of that is this chart, right? Look at all the other providers, right? Together AI, Fireworks AI, very high-end companies, right? XMeta, Together AI is TreeDAO, and the inventor of like flash attention, right? Huge efficiency technique, right? They're very efficient, good companies, and they're and I do know those companies make money, right? Not tons of money on inference, but they make money, and so they're serving at like a 5 to 7x difference in cost, right? And so
some of them probably translate to inference, and those weren't really.
So we may go a bit to conspiracy land, but is it possible that the Chinese government is subsidizing deep sea?
I actually don't think they are. I think when you look at the Chinese labs, there's Huawei has a lab, Moonshot AI. There's a couple other labs out there that are really close to the government, and then there's labs like Alibaba and DeepSeek, which are not close to the government. And we talked about the CEO, this like reverend figure who's like quite different.
Sounds awesome.
Very different like viewpoints based on the Chinese movies that are translated than what the CCP might necessarily want. Now, to be clear, right? Does he have a loss leader because he can fund it through his hedge fund? Yeah, sure.
So the hedge fund might be subsidizing.
Yes, I mean they absolutely did, right? Because DeepSeek has not raised much money. They're now trying to raise a round in China, but they have not raised money historically. It's all just been funded by the hedge fund. And he owns like over half the company, 50-60% of the company.
Some of the interviews, there's discussion on how doing this is recruiting. You see this with American companies too. It's like having GPUs, recruiting tool. Being at the cutting edge of AI, recruiting tool.
Open sourcing,
recruiting tool.
so much talent. They were so far behind, and they have so much talent because they just open source stuff.
More conspiracy thoughts. Is it possible since they're a hedge fund that they timed everything, this release and the pricing, and they shorted in NVIDIA stock and the stock of US AI companies and released it to start like just perfect timing to be able to make money.
Like they released it at an inauguration. That was an international, what is on the international calendar. But I mean, I don't expect them to. If you listen to their motivations for AI,
They released V3 on like December 26th. Like, who releases the day? No one will, right? They released the paper support this, right? So V3's R1 paper. So people have been looking at it and be like, wow. And then they just released the R1 model. I think they're just shipping as fast as they can. And like, who cares about Christmas? Who cares about, get it out before Chinese New Year, right? On it just happened. I don't think they actually were like timing the market or trying to make the biggest splash possible. I think they're just like shipping.
I think that's one of their big things. We know that a lot of American companies are very invested in safety, and that is the central culture of a place like Anthropic. And I think Anthropic sounds like a wonderful place to work. But if safety is your number one goal, it takes way longer to get artifacts out. That's why Anthropic does not open sourcing things, that's claims, but there's reviews internally. Anthropic it mentions things to international governments. There's been news on how Anthropic has done pre-release testing with the UK safety institute. All of these things add inertia to the process of getting things out, and we're on this trend line. Progress is very high. So if you reduce the time from when the model is done training, you run a valve good. You want to get it out as soon as possible to maximize the perceived quality of graphics. DeepSeek does this so well.
Dario explicitly said Claude 3.5 Sonic was trained like
9 months or 9 to 10 months ago.
9 to 10 months ago, and I think it took them another like handful of months to release, right? So it's like there is a significant gap here, right? And especially with recent models, the word in the San Francisco street is that like Anthropic has a better model than O3, right? And they won't release it. Why? Because chains of thought are scary, right? They are legitimately scary, right? If you look at R1, it flips back and forth between Chinese and English. Sometimes it's gibberish, and then the right answer is right. And like for you and I, it's like, shut up. I mean, like people are infatuated with it. You're telling me this is a high value thing. Is it worse? I mean, you talked about that sort of like chain of thought for that philosophical thing. It's not something they trained to be philosophical, but it's just sort of an artifact of the chain of thought training it did. But like that's super important in that like, can I inspect your mind and what you're thinking right now? No. And so I don't know if you're lying to my face. And chain of thought models are that way, right? Like this is a quote unquote risk between chat application where hey, I asked the model to say bad words or whatever, or how to make anthrax, and it tells me that's unsafe, sure, but that's something I can get out relatively easily. What if I told the AI to do a task and it does the task all of a sudden randomly the way that I don't want it, right? And now that has like much more task versus like response. It's very different, right? So the bar for safety is much higher. At least in the Anthropic's case, right? Like for DeepSeek, they're like, shit, right?
So that means the bar for safety is probably lower than this because of DeepSeek. Then there's parallel shares in the space race. The reason Soviets probably put a man in space first is because their approach to safety was the bar for safety was lower.
They killed that dog, right? All these things, right? So it's like
less risk averse. than the US-based program. And there's parallels here. But, there's probably going to be downward pressure on that safety bar for the US company.
Yeah, this is something that Dario talks about. That's the situation that Dario wants to avoid. Dario talks to you about the difference between race to the bottom and race to the top. And the race to the top is where there's a very high standard on safety, a very high standard on your model performance and certain crucial evaluations. And when certain companies are really good to it, they will purge. This is the idea. And ultimately, AI is not confined to one nationality or to one set of morals for what it should be. And there's a lot of arguments on should we stop open sourcing models. And if the US stops, it's pretty clear. I mean, it's way easier to see now in DeepSeek that a different international body will be the one that built it. You talk about the cost of training. DeepSeek has this shocking $5 million number. Think about how many entities in the world can afford 100 times that to have the best open source model that people use in the world. And it's a scary reality, which is that these open models are probably going to keep coming for the time being, whether or not we want to stop them. And it is stopping them might make it even worse and harder to prepare, but it just means that the preparation and understanding what AI can do is just so important. That's why I'm here today. Letting that sink into people, especially not in AI, is that this is coming. There are some structural things in a global, interconnected world that you have to accept.
Yeah, you mentioned you sent me something that Mark Zuckerberg mentioned on the earnings call. He said that I think in light of some of the recent new competitor DeepSeek from China, I think it's one of the things that we're talking about is there's going to be an open source standard globally. And I think for our kind of national advantage, it's important that it's an American standard. So we take that seriously. We want to build the AI system that people around the world are using. And I think that if anything, some of the recent news have strengthened our conviction that this is the right thing to be focused on. So yeah, open source.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg is not new to having American values in how he presents his company's trajectory. Their products have long since been banned in China. I respect saying it directly.
And there's an interesting aspect of just because it's open weights or open source doesn't mean it can't be subverted, right? There have been many open source software bugs that have been for example, there was a Linux bug that was found after 10 years, clearly a backdoor, because somebody was like, why is this taking half a second to load?
Recent one.
Right? Why is this taking half a second to load? And it was like, oh crap, there's a backdoor here. That's what, right? And it's like, this is very much possible with AI, right? The alignment of these models is very good, right? I'm not going to say, words, I'm not going to swear, I'm not going to, things like that. I'm going to say Taiwan is part of, is just Eastern Province, right? All these things are depending on who you are, what you align, whether even XAI is aligned a certain way, right? They might be. It's not aligned in the woke sense. It's not aligned in the pro-China sense, but there is certain things that are imbued in the model. Now, when you release this publicly in a construct model that's open weights, this can then proliferate, right? But as these systems get more and more capable, what you can embed deep down in the model is not as clear, right? And so that is one of the big fears is if an American model or a Chinese model is the top model, right? You're going to embed things that are unclear. And it can be unintentional too, right? British English is dead because American LLMs won, right? And the internet is American. And color is spelled the way Americans spell it. And this is just more. This is just the factual nature of the LLM.
It's hard to be treated that English is the hottest programming language, and that English is inspired by a bunch of companies that primarily are in San Francisco.
The right way to spell optimization. I think it's an aspiration.
It is.
Taking it to something silly, right? Something as silly as the spelling, with British English, Brits and Americans will laugh it off probably, right? I don't think we care that much. But this is something cool. But this can boil down into very, very important topics hey, subverting people, right? Chatbots, right? Character AI has shown that they can talk to kids and or adults, it will people feel a certain way, right? That's unintentional alignment. But what happens when there's intentional alignment deep down on the open source standard? It's a backdoor today for Linux, right? That we discover, or some encryption system, right? backdoors in it, right? What happens when the models are backdoors not just to computer systems, but to our minds?
Yeah, that cultural one. The thing that amplifies the relevance of culture language model is that we are used to this mode of interacting with people in back and forth conversation, and we now have a very powerful computer system that's launched into a social context that we're used to, which makes people we don't know the extent to which people can be impacted by that.
So there could be this is an actual concern with the Chinese company that is providing this model. There could be some secret Chinese government sort of requirement these models to have a certain kind of backbone, to have some kind of thing.
I don't necessarily think it'll be a backdoor, right? Because once it's open weights, it doesn't like phone home. It's more about like if it recognizes a certain system, it could it could be a backdoor in the sense of like, hey, if you're building a software, something in software, all of a sudden software agent, it's program this backdoor that will or it could be like subverts the mind to think that like XYZ opinion is correct.
And Rabbi has research on this where they show that put different phrases, certain phrases in at retraining, you can then elicit different behavior when you're actually using the model because they've like poisoned the retraining data. I don't think as of now, I don't think anybody in the production system is trying to do anything like this. I think it's mostly Anthropic is doing very direct work and mostly just subtle things. We don't know what these models are going to do, how they are going to generate tokens, what information they're going to represent, what the complex representations they have all.
Well, one of the things we're talking about Anthropic is just generally like good human strategy in the world. We just don't know of any labs. This would be done in the military context that are explicitly trained to, okay, how can we, the front door looks like a happy LLM, but underneath is a thing that will over time do a maximum amount of damage to our quote-unquote energy.
There's this very good quote from Sam Altman. He can be hyped sometimes, but one of the things he said, and I think I agree, is that superhuman persuasion will happen before superhuman intelligence, right? And if that's the case, then these things, before we get this AGI ASI stuff, we can embed superhuman persuasion towards our ideal, or whatever the ideal of the model maker is, right? And again, like today, I truly don't believe PC has done this, right? Like, but it is a sign of like what could happen.
So one of the dystopian worlds is described as Raven's World. So we could just be stuck scrolling Instagram, looking at cute puppies or worse, and then talking to bots who are giving us a narrative, and we completely get lost from that world that's controlled by somebody else. Right? Versus thinking independent. But that's the major concern. As we rely more and more on this kind of thing.
It's hard to see unless there's recommendation system.
Yeah, recommendation systems act the dopamine-induced reward circuit, but the brain is a lot more complicated than what other sort of circuits or feedback loops in the brain can hack / subvert in ways like recommendation systems are purely just trying to increase time in ads, etc. But there's so many more goals that can be achieved through these complicated models.
There's no reason in some number of years that you can't train a language model to maximize time spent on a chat app. Like right now, they are trained.
I mean, is that not what character AI has done? There's time per session is like 2 hours.
Yeah, character AI very likely could be optimized. The way that this data is collected is naive, where it's like you're presented a few options and you choose them, but that's not the only way that these models are.
It's naive stuff like popular music, but like it can be. Yeah, this is a risk, right? Like,
it's a bit of a cliche thing to say, but I've over the past year had a few stretches of time where I didn't use social media or the internet at all. I just read books and was out in nature, and it clearly has an effect on the mind. Or like it changed. Like I feel like I'm returning, because I was raised before the internet we took off, but I'm returning to someone.
No, you're not. I mean, it's physiological. It's like I take 3 days if I'm like backpack. If you're literal, like you're breaking down the picture. It's like,
I feel like I'm more in control of my mind. There feels like a sovereignty of intelligence that's happening when I'm just going to live it. I think the more I use the the internet, social media, the more other people are controlling my life. That's definitely a feeling. And then in the future, that would be not other people but algorithms, or other people presented to me via algorithms.
So, I mean, there are AI bots on the internet, and right now it's not frequent, but every so often I replied to one, and they're instantly replied to my crap on the bot. And that is just going to become more common. Like, they're going to get good.
One of the hilarious things about technology over its history is that the illicit adult entertainment industry has always adopted technology first, right? Whether it was like video streaming, to like where there's now the like sort of like independent adult illicit content creators who have their subscription pages, and there they actually heavily utilize generative AI has already been like diffusion models and all that is huge there, but now these subscription based individual creators do use bots to approximate themselves and chat with their whales, pay a lot for it, and people pay a lot, right? It's a lot of times it's them, but there are agencies that do this for these creators and do it like on a mass scale. So the largest creators are like able to talk to hundreds or thousands of people at a time because of these bots, and so it's already being used there. Obviously, like video streaming and other technologies that come on there first, it's going to come to the rest of society too.
There's a general concern that models can censor by the companies that them. So one case where we've seen that, and maybe censorship is one word, alignment, maybe via ROTHSCHILD or some other way is another word. So that we saw that with Black Nazi generation with Gemini. As you mentioned, we also see that with Chinese models for these fans, what happened in June 4th, 1989, Japan Square. So how can this be avoided? And maybe it's interesting in general to talk about how this happens and how can it be avoided.
Give multiple examples. There's probably a few things to keep in mind here. One is the kind of Tiananmen Square factual knowledge, did things like how does that get embedded into the models. Two is the Gemini, what you call the Black Nazi incident, which is when Gemini as a system had this extra thing put into it that dramatically changed behavior. And then three is what most people would call general alignment, ROTHSCHILD for training. Each of these have very different scopes in how they're applied. In order to do, if you're going to look at these things, in order to audit specific facts, is extremely hard because you have to comb through the pre-training data and look at all this, and then that's terabytes of files, and look for very specific words or hints of the words.
So I guess one way to say it is that you can insert censorship or alignment at various stages in the pipeline, and when you refer to knowledge at the very beginning of the data select.
So if you want to get rid of facts in a model, you have to do it at every stage. You have to do it in the pre-training. So most people think that pre-training is where most of the knowledge is put into the model, and then you can elicit and move that in different ways, whether through post-training or whether through systems afterwards. This is where the whole hacking models come from, right? Like GPT will not tell you how to make answers. If you try really, really hard, you can eventually get it because they didn't filter it from the pre-training data set, right?
But by the way, removing facts is such an ominous term.
Almost think it's practically impossible. Because you effectively have to remove them from the internet. You're taking on a...
Well, did they remove the thing from the subreddits? The MMMM?
They just filter that.
Right.
So they have quality filters, which are small language models that look at it and tell you, how good is this text? Is it close to a Wikipedia article? Is it a good thing that we want language models to be able to imitate?
Couldn't you do a small language model that filters out much of the Tiananmen Square in the data?
Yes, but is it going to catch wordplay or encoded language?
People have been memeing on games and other stuff how to say things that don't say Tiananmen Square, so there's always different ways to do it. There's the internet as a whole does tend to just have a slight left bias, right? Because it's always been richer, more affluent, younger people on the internet relative to the rest of the population. So there is already inherently a slight left bias, right, on the internet. So how do you filter things that are this common, right? And some of these can be factual, not factual, but Tiananmen Square is obviously an example of factual. It gets a lot harder when you're talking about aligning to a ideal, right? Grok, for example, right? Elon tried really hard to make the model not be super PC and low, but the best way to do pre-train is to throw the whole thing in there, right? And then later figure out. But then at the end of the day, the model at its core also has some field to it. You still ingested Reddit/r/politics, which is probably the largest political discussion board of the world that's really available for free. And guess what? That's not legal, right? And so, there are some aspects like that you just can't censor unless you try really, 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 really hard.
So the base model will always have some TDS, Trump transfer syndrome, because it's trained so much.
It'll have the ability to express. But what if
There's a wide representation in the data.
This is what happens. It's like a lot of what is called post training is a series of techniques to get the model on rails of a really specific behavior.
it's like you also have the investigator of like Twitter or like Reddit/Sedona, which is like also for pro-Trump, right? And then you have like fascist subreddits or like you have communist subreddits. The model pre-training ingests everything. It has no world view. Now it does have like some skew because more of the text is skewed a certain way, which is general like left, but also like somewhat like intellectual, somewhat like it's just like the general internet is a certain way. And then as Nathan described eloquently, right, you can elicit certain things out. And there's a lot of history here, so we can go through multiple examples of what happened. Llama 2 was a launch that the phrase like too much RLHF or like too much safety was it's just the narrative after Llama 2's cat policy release. And the examples are sorts of things like you would ask Llama 2 cat, how do you kill Python process? And it would say, I can't talk about killing because that's bad thing. And anyone that is trying to design an AI model will probably agree that that's just like, model, you messed up a bit on the training there. I don't think they can do this, but this was in the model. It didn't necessarily be it. There's things called system prompts, which are when you're querying a model, it's a piece of text that is shown to the model, but not to you. So a fun example is your system prompt you can talk like a pirate. So no matter what the user says to the model, it'll respond to pirate. In practice, what they are is you are a helpful assistant. You should break down problems. If you don't know about something, don't tell them your date cutoff is this, today's date is this. It's a lot of real useful context for how can you answer a question.
And Anthropic publishes.
Yeah, which I think is great. And there's a lot of research that goes into this. One of your previous guests, Amanda Askell, is probably the most knowledgeable person, that at least in the combination of execution and sharing. She's the person that should talk about system prompts and character of models.
Yeah, and people should research these system prompts because you're like trying to nudge sometimes to extreme politeness the model to be a certain way.
And you can use this for context. Like we've done tests, which is what if I tell the model to be a dumb model? Like which evaluation scores go down? And this is we'll have this behavior where it can sometimes say, oh, I'm supposed to be dumb, and sometimes it's like it doesn't affect its math abilities as much, but something like if you try it's just the quality of the human judgment is strong. Let's go back to post-training, specifically RLHF around Llama 2 was too much safety prioritization was baked into the model. This makes you refuse things in a really annoying way. It's not great. It caused a lot of awareness to be attached to RLHF that it makes the models dumb. It's in AI culture. And as the techniques have evolved, that's no longer the case, where all of these labs have very fine-grained control over what they get out of models through techniques like RLHF. Although different labs are definitely different levels. Like on one end of the spectrum is Google, and then like maybe OpenAI does less and Anthropic does less. And then like on the other end of the spectrum, it's like XAI. But they all have different forms of RLHF trying to make it a certain way. And the important thing to say is that no matter how you want the model to behave, these RLHF reference to techniques also include. So on things like math evals and code evals, there is something innate in these what's called contrastive loss functions. You start to get into RLHF, which I'm speaking, but RLHF also boosts performance on anything from a chat task to math help to so forth. So it is becoming a much more useful tool in these labs. So this kind of takes us through the arc of, we talked about pre-training, already heard of things. We're talking about post-training and how post-training, you can mess up. It's complex, multifaceted optimization.
10 to 100-person teams converging as one architect. It's really easy to not do it perfectly. And then there's the third case, which is where we talked about Gemini. The thing that was about Gemini is this was a served product. Where Google has their internal model weights and done all these processes that we talked about. And in the served product, what came out after this was that they had a prompt that they were rewriting user stories to boost diversity or something. And this just made it, the outputs were just blatantly wrong. It was some sort of organizational failure that had this prompt in that position. And I think Google executives probably have one. So I don't say that detail, but it was just a mess up in execution that led to this ridiculous thing. But as a system, the model weights play the big role.
So at the very end of the pipeline,
Something like the system prompt, or what is called in the industry is rewrite prompts. So especially for image models, if you're using Dolly or ChatGPT to generate an image, you'll say, draw me a beautiful woman. With these leading image models, they benefit from highly descriptive prompts. So what would happen is if you do that with ChatGPT, a language model behind the scenes will rewrite the prompts, say, make this more descriptive, and then that is passed to the image model. So prompt rewriting is something that's used at multiple levels of industry, and it's used effectively for image models, and the Gemini example is just a failed execute.
big philosophical question here with the RLHF generalized. Where is human input, human in the loop, human data most useful at the current stage?
For the past few years, the highest cost to data has been in preferences, which is comparing, I would say, highest cost and highest total usage. So a lot of money is gone to these pairwise comparisons. We have two model outputs and a human is comparing between the two of them. In earlier years, there was a lot of this instruction tuning data, so creating highly specific examples for something like a Reddit question to a domain that you care about. Language models used to struggle on math and code, so you would pay experts in math and code to come up with questions and write detailed answers that were used to train the models. Now it is the case that there are many model options that are way better than humans at writing detailed and eloquent answers for things like model and code. So they talked about this with the Llama 3 release, where they switched to using Llama 3, 4, or 5B to write their answers for math and code, but they, in their paper, talked about how they use extensive human preference data, which is something that they haven't gotten AIs to replace. There are other techniques in the industry like computational AI, which use human data preferences and AI preferences, and I expect the AI part to scale faster than the human part. But among the research that we have access to is that humans are in this kind of preference loop.
So for this reasoning from Victor Bidner paper, it says, where's the road?
It's even less prevalent. So it's the remarkable thing about these reasoning results, and especially the DeepSeek R1 paper, is this result that they call DeepSeek R10, which is they took one of these pre-trained models, they took DeepSeek V3 phase, and then they do this reinforcement learning optimization on verifiable questions or verifiable rewards for a lot of questions and a lot of training, and these reasoning behaviors emerge naturally. So these things like, wait, let me see, wait, let me check this, oh, that might be a mistake, and they emerge from only having questions and answers. So when you're using the model, the part that you look at is the conclusion. So in this case, all of that just emerges from this large-scale RL training, and that model, which the weights are available, has no human preferences added into the first training. The DeepSeek R1 full model has some of this human preference tuning with RLHF after the reasoning stage. But the very remarkable thing is that you can get these reasoning behaviors, and it's very unlikely that there's humans writing out reasoning chains. It's very unlikely that they somehow hacked OpenAI and they got access to OpenAI O1's reasoning chains. It's something about the pre-trained language models, like this RL training, where you reward the model for getting the question right, and therefore trying multiple positions. It emerges this big process.
This might be a good place to mention the eloquent and the insightful tweets of the great and the powerful Dr. Rabbi. I think he had a bunch of thoughts, but one of them, last thought, I'm not sure if this is obvious. You know something profound is coming in there are two major types of learning, in both children and in deep learning. There's one, imitation learning, watch and repeat, i.e. pre-training, supervised fine-tuning, and two, trial and error learning, reinforcement learning. My favorite simple example is AlphaGo. One is learning by imitating expert players. Two is reinforcement learning to learning games. Almost every single shocking result of deep learning, the source of all magic, is always two. Two is significantly more powerful. Two is what surprises you. Two is when the adult learns to hit the ball behind the blocks and break out. Two is when AlphaGo beats Sedol. And two is the aha moment when the deep seek or O1, etc. discovers that it works well to reevaluate your assumptions, backtrack, try something else, etc. It's the solving strategies you see this model use in this chain of thought. It's how it goes back and forth thinking to itself. These thoughts are emergent. And this is actually seriously incredible, impressive, new, and it's publicly available and documented. The model could never learn this with imitation because the cognition of the model and the cognition of the human labeler is different. The human would never know to correctly annotate these kinds of solving strategies and what they should even look like. They have to be discovered during reinforcement learning as a pure test that just be used to code the final output. Anyway, the alpha zero sort of metaphor analogy here. Can you speak to that, the magic of the chain of thought that he's referring to?
I think it's good to recap AlphaGo and AlphaZero because it plays nicely with these analogies between imitation learning and learning from scratch. So AlphaGo, the beginning of the process was learning for humans, where they started this is the first expert level Go player or chess player in the DeepMind series of models where they had some human data. And then why it is called AlphaZero is that there was zero human data in the loop. And that means AlphaZero made a model that was dramatically more powerful. So this remove of the human prior, the human inductive bias, makes the final system far more powerful, as we mentioned a bit or less than hours ago, and this is all aligned with this. And then a lot of discussion in language models does not do. This goes back to the whole Q-star rumors, which, if you piece together the pieces, it's probably the start of OpenAI figuring out this O1 stuff when last year in November the Q-star rumors came out. There's a lot of intellectual drive to know when is something like this going to happen with language models. We know these models are so powerful, we know it has been so successful in the past, and it is a reasonable analogy that this new type of reinforcement learning training for reasoning models is when the door is open to this. We don't yet have the equivalent of turn 37, which is the famous turn where DeepMind AI might go, stuff the doll completely. We don't have something that's that level of focal point, but that doesn't mean that the technology is different and the impact of the just training. It's still incredible.
Well, what do you think that what we move very subtle thoughts from
scientific discovery? Like when you use this sort of reasoning problem, and it's just something we fully don't expect. I think it's actually probably something related to community survives rather than science discovery. Because the important aspect here is models take so much data from not sample, right? Trillions, they take the entire web, right? Over 10 trillion tokens to train on, right? This would take the humans thousands of years from now, right? But human does not, and humans know most of the stuff, a lot of stuff models know better than us, right? Humans are way more sample efficient. That is because of the self-play, right? How does a baby learn what its body is? Because it sticks its foot in its mouth and it says, oh, this is my body, right? It sticks its hand in its mouth and it calibrates its touch on its fingers with the most sensitive touch thing on its tongue, right? At least how babies learn. And it's just self-play over and over and over and over again. And now we have something that is similar to that, right? With these verifiable proofs, right? Whether it's a unit test code or a mathematical verifiable task, generate many traces of reasoning, right? And keep branching them out, and then check at the end, hey, which one actually has the right answer? Most of them are wrong, right? These are right, and it's some sort of reward model outside of this to select even the best one for preference as well. But now you've started to get better and better at these benchmarks. So you've seen over the last 6 months a skyrocketing in a lot of different benchmarks, right?
All math and code benchmarks are pretty much solved, except for frontier math, which is designed to be almost questions that aren't practical to most people. They're exam level open math problem type things But on the math problems that are somewhat reasonable, they're just like somewhat complicated word problems or coding problems, it's just what Dylan is there. So the thing here is that these are only with verifiable tests. We showed an example of the really interesting, like what happens when chain of thought is to a non-verifiable thing. With a human, chatting, right, with thinking about what's novel for humans, right? But this task and form of training only works when it's verifiable. And from here, the thought is, okay, we can continue to scale this current training method by increasing the number of verifiable tests. In math and coding probably has a lot more to go. Math has a lot less to go. What are verifiable? I create a solver that then I generate trajectories toward, or traces toward, reasoning traces toward, and then between the ones that don't work and the ones that do. Well, those are going to be solved pretty quickly, even if you solve fast and not actually created in code, right? And so this is where I think the aha moment of computer user robotics will come in, because now you have a sandbox or a playground that is infinitely verifiable, right? Did you mess around with internet? There's so many actions you can do that are verifiable. Start off with log into the website, create an account, click the button, blah blah blah. But it'll then get to the point where it's, hey, go do a task on task or whatever these other tasks are. Hey, go get hundreds of likes, right? And it's going to fill hundreds of times. They want this one, 100,000. Great. Now you reach the verifiable, and you just keep iterating this over and over. And that's what, say with robotics, right? That's where we have that playground of tasks, like the ball in the bucket, all the way to build it, build it, right? There's a long trajectory speed run, or what models can do. But at some point, I truly think that on models, and especially on the training will be the same. But then at some point, the language model retraining is going to be dwarfed by what is this reinforcement learning. First thing, a multimodal model that can see, that can read, that can write, blah blah blah, whatever, vision, audio, etc. But then you'll have it play in a sandbox and figure out math, figure out code, figure out navigating the web, figure out operating a robot on, right? And then it'll learn so much. And the aha moment, I think, will be when this is available to them create something that's not good, right? Oh, cool, part of it was figuring out the web. Now all of a sudden, it's figured out really well how to get hundreds of thousands of followers that are real and real engagement on Twitter, because all of a sudden this is one of the things that are verifiable.
And maybe not just engagement, but make money.
Yes.
That could be the thing where almost fully automated, it makes $10 million by being an influencer selling the product, creating the product, and I'm not referring to a hype product, but an actual product. But holy shit, this thing created this. It's running it. It's the face of the business. That maybe a number one song that creates the whole infrastructure required to create the song, to be the influencer that represents that song, and make products. That could be the move. Our culture respects money.
And it's verifiable, right?
Verifiable, right?
So bank account can't lie.
Exactly.
There is surprising evidence that once you set up the ways of collecting the verifiable domains, that this could work. There's been a lot of research before this R1 on math problems, and they approach math with models just by increasing the number of samples, so you can try again and again and again, and you look at the amount of times that the language models get it right, and what we see is that even very bad models get it right sometimes, and the whole idea behind reinforcement learning is that you can learn very sparse learning. So it doesn't, the space of language and the space of concept where you're getting language tasks with the robot is so big that you might say that, the tokenizer for language model can be 200,000 times. So at each step, it can sample from that big space. So if it can generate a bit of a signal that it can climb onto, that's what the whole field of RLMs is around, is learning from sparse words. And the same thing is played out in math, where it's very weak models that sometimes generate answers. We see research already that you can boost their math scores. You can do this sort of RL training for math, and it might not be as effective, but if you take a 1 billion parameter model, so something 600 times smaller than DeepSeek, you can boost its grade school math scores very directly with a small amount of training. So it's not to say that this is coming soon, setting up the verification is extremely hard, and there's a lot of nuance in this, but there are some basic things that we can see before, right? It's expectable that there's a domain can't work.
All right, so we have fun things happening in real time. There's some great opportunities to talk about other reasoning models, O1, O3. Just now, OpenAI, as perhaps expected, to release O3 Mini. What are we expecting from the different exposures? Can you just lay out the different flavors of the O models and the Gemini, the reasoning models?
Something I would say about these reasoning models is we've talked a lot about reasoning training on math and code. And what is done is that you have the base model, we talked about a lot on the internet. You do this large-scale reasoning training with reinforcement learning. And then what the DeepSeek paper detailed in this R1 paper, which for me is one of the big open questions of how do you do this, is that they did reasoning heavy, but very standard training techniques after the large-scale reasoning model. So they did the same things with a form of instruction tuning through rejection sampling, which is essentially heavily filtered instruction tuning with word models, and then they did this on LHF, but they made it math heavy. So some of this transfer, we looked at this philosophical example early on. One of the big open questions is how much does this transfer? If we bring in domains after the reasoning training, are all the models going to become eloquent writers for reasoning? Is this philosophy stuff? We don't know in the research of how much this will transfer. There's other things about how we can make software verifiers and things like this, but there is more training after reasoning, which makes it easier to use these reasoning models, and that's what we're using. So we talked about it with Mini and O1. These have gone through these extra techniques that are designed for human preferences after being trained for illicit reasoning.
I think one of the things that people are ignoring is Google's Gemini flash sticking is both cheaper than R1 and better. And it's released in the beginning of December.
And nobody's talked about it.
No one cares. It has a different flavor to it. Its behavior is less expressive than something like O1, and it has fewer tracks than it is on. Quen released a model last fall, QWQ, which was their preview reasoning model. And DeepSeek had R1 late last fall. These models kind of felt like they're on rails, where they really only do math and code. And O1 it can answer anything. It might not be perfect for some tasks, but it's flexible, it has some richness to it, and this is kind of the art of how is a model a little bit undercooked? It's like it's good to get a model out the door, but it's hard to gauge, and it takes a lot of taste to be like, is this a full-fledged model? Can I use this for everything? They're probably more similar for math and code. My quick read is that Gemini Flash is like not trained the same way as O1, but taking an existing training stack, adding reasoning to it, so taking a more normal training stack, adding reasoning to it. And I'm sure they're going to do more, and they've done quick releases of Gemini Flash, so reasoning, and this is the second version from the holidays. It's evolving fast, and it takes longer to make this training stack when you're doing this large scale.
The same question from earlier, the one about
the US nature.
Yeah.
What was the thing?
The way why I can ramble about this so much is that we've been working on this at AI2 before O1 was fully available to everyone, before R1, which is essentially using this RL training for fine-tuning. We use this in a Tulu series of models, and you can elicit the same behaviors where you say like wait and so on, but it's so late in the training process that this kind of reasoning expression is much larger. So there's essentially a gradation. Just how much of this RL training you put into it determines how the output looks.
So we're now using Gemini 2.0 Flash Thinking Experimental 121.
It summarized the problems humans self-domesticated apes.
Okay. All right. So look, is this revealing the reasoning? Here's why this is now open. Okay. Analyze quest. Novel is the key word.
But see how it just looks a little different? It looks like a normal output.
Yeah. I mean, in some sense, it's better structured. It makes more sense.
What's latched onto humans?
Apex predator, focus on domestication, apply domestication to humans, or just self-domestication.
Not good. Where is this going?
Refining articulate insight, greater facial expressiveness and communication ability, yes. Plasticity and adaptability, yes. Dependence and social group, yes. Alright. And self-critique and refine further. this truly novel? So on, so forth. And the insight is getting at is humans are not just social animals, but profoundly self-domesticated apes. And this self-domestication is the key to understanding our unique cognitive and social abilities. Self-domesticated apes.
I prefer the deep secret ones.
I mean, it's novel. The insight is novel. I mean, that's like a good book title. Self-domesticated apes. That's a good research. I mean, yeah, it's cool. And it's revealing the reasoning. It's magical. It's magical. Like, this is really powerful. Hello, everyone. This is Lex, a quick intermission, recorded after the podcast. Since we reviewed responses from DeepSeek R1 and Gemini Flash to what I was thinking during this conversation, I thought at this moment it would be necessary to insert myself quickly doing things on OpenAI R1 Pro and both video with the same prompt. The prompt being give one truly novel insight about people. And I thought I would in general give my vibe check and vibe based ethical report on my own experiences with the new open mini models now that I've had a chance to spend many hours with it in different kinds of content applications. So I would probably categorize this question as let's say open-ended philosophical questions, and in particular on novelty. I think it's a nice way to test one of the capabilities of the model, just come up with something that makes you pause and will surprise you with brilliance. That said, my general view on running each model question by time is that O1 Pro consistently gave brilliant answers. Once that gave me a pause and made me think, both cutting edge insight and just really nicely straight with wit, with clarity, with nuance, over and over, consistently generating content. After that is R1, which is less consistent, but again, it was Gemini Flash was third, and last was OT Mini. It often gave quite generic answer, at least in my business. That's a bunch of other applications that I tested for brainstorming purposes. They actually worked extremely well and often outperformed R1. But on this open-ended philosophical question, it's consistently worse. Now, another important element for each of these models is how they're using the perception. DeepSeek R1 serves the full chain of thought, which I personally just love. For these open-ended philosophical questions, it's really, really interesting how it sticks to it. But really also, stepping back, means a person to appreciate intelligence, the reasoning, and reflection. Reading this kind of chain of thought, we're all talking about one. There's something genuinely about observing the path of inspiration in an intelligent system. I think we don't always have that exclusively laid out for us to see it in another intelligent system. The non-linearity of akin to Ulysses of Finnegan's Wake by James Joyce. It's just beautiful to watch. Anyway, discussed in the episode, DeepSeek R1 talked about humans being able to convert selfish desires into cooperative systems, like collectively pretending abstract and money laws and rights are real, and shared conversations act as games where competition is secretly redirected to benefit the group through conflict in society. Gemini 2.0 Flash thinking that humans are not just social animals, but self-domesticated apes. And this self-domestication is the key to understanding our unique cognitive and social abilities. Now, it's important to say that the chain of thought there was really interesting. It was looking through the entire evolution of life on Earth, considering apex predators, and considering how from that we ended up to where we are. I think that domestication by choice is a huge issue. Again, it's one of those things when somebody presents a different angle and it's seemingly obvious that it just makes me smile. And the same with DeepSeek R1. These hallucination of money, laws, and rights, and us collectively pretending like it's real and play games with them, so it looked like competition and secretly we're just cooperating with each other. And that is the fuel of progress. Now, OpenAI 01 Pro was 50 over, delivering bangers. I can go through many of them. This first one was humans are the only species that turns raw materials into symbolic resources. Then uses those symbols to reorganize the very materials they came from, creating a closed feedback loop with meaning and matter. And I just read it again. Banger after banger, I'm telling you. Humans are unique from those species in that they simultaneously rewrite two layers of reality, the external world and their own private mental landscape. Then merge these two written layers into a continuous personal narrative that feels objectively feels true. This is poetry. Okay. And then look at these mini highs for being smart, fast, sexy, and trying to do there. Then what's happening? So here's the first one. I got something to do. Humans are not dictators, but rather ongoing narratives, dynamic stories that we continuously write, edit, and interpret. This narrative plasticity is more than just memory or self-reflection. It's an intrinsic cognitive process that acts like an internal error correction system that allows us to adapt our entities and values over time in response to new experiences, challenges, and social context. Now, it almost speaks up to something approximately cutting insight with narrative plasticity. Then it goes back to this narrative. I don't know, all of these models are incredible for different reasons. There's a lot of concerns as we discussed in this episode, but there's a lot of reasons to be excited as well. And probably spoken too long. I am severely sleep deprived, borderline indifference, so hopefully some of this makes sense. Now, if I'm back to the episode.
I think when you to Nathan's point, when you look at like the reasoning models, to me, even when I used R1 versus O1, there was like that sort of rough edges around the corner, right? And slash thinking, earlier, I didn't use this version, but the one from this verse, they definitely have that rough edges around the corner feeling, right? Where it's just not fleshed out in any way, right? Sure, they added math and coding capabilities to verify it, but it feels like they lost something in certain areas. And someone is worse performing than chat in many areas as well, to be clear. Not by a lot, though, right? And it's like R1 definitely felt like it's working deeply in certain areas, like doing with RL, expressed and learned a lot, but then weakened in other areas. And so I think that's one of the big differences between these models and what Amon offers. And then OpenAI has O1 Pro. And what they did with O3, which is like also very unique, is that they stack search on top of Chainsaw, right? And so Chainsaw is one thing where it's one chain, it backtracks, goes back and forth. But how they solve the API challenge was not just Chainsaw. It was also sampling many times, i.e. running them as parallel, and then selecting.
It's running in parallel, actually. Because I don't know if we have the full information on how it works. So, like, I don't have enough to confidently say that it is search.
It is parallel samples.
Yeah, and then
it selects them.
We don't know what the selection is. The reason why we're debating is because since O1 was announced, there's been a lot of interest in things called Monte Carlo research, which is where you will break down the chain of thought into intermediate steps. We haven't defined chain of thought. Chain of thought is from a paper from years ago where you introduced the idea to ask a language model that at the time was much less easy to use. You would say, let's verify step by step, and it would induce the model to do this bulleted list of steps. Chain of thought is now almost a default in models where if you ask it a math question, you don't need to tell it step by step. And the idea with Monte Carlo research is that you take an intermediate point of that chain, do some sort of expansion, send more compute, and then select the right ones. That's like a very complex form of search that has been used for things like U0 and AlphaZero potentially. I know U0 does this. Another form of search is just asking 5 different people and then taking the results. Right? So a variety of it could be complicated. We don't know what it is, but they are not issuing one chain of thought. They're launching many in parallel. And in the ARC AGI, they launched
1,000 in parallel for the one that like really shocked everyone that beat the benchmark was they would launch 1,000 in parallel. The right answer like 80% of the time, 70% of the time, randomly. Whereas if they just launched one, it was like 30%.
There are many exceptions to this. I would say the simplest one is that our language models today have been designed to give the right answer the highest percentage of the time in one response. And we are now opening the door to different ways of running inference on our models in which we need to reevaluate many parts of the training process, which normally opens the door to more progress, but we don't know if OpenAI changed a lot or if just sampling more and multiple choice is what they're doing, or if it's something more complex and they change the training and they know that the inference mode is going to be different.
So we're talking about O1 Pro, $200 a month, and then losing money. So the thing that we're referring to is fascinating exploration of the test-time computing space. Is that actually possible? Do you have enough compute for that? Does the financials make sense?
So the fantastic thing is, and it's in the thing that I pulled up earlier, but its cost for GPT-3 has plummeted if you scroll up just a few images, I think. The important thing about, like, hey, is the cost limiting factor here, right? Like, my view is that, like, we'll have, like, really awesome intelligence before we have, like, AGI, before we have it permeate throughout the economy. And this is sort of why that reason, right? GPT-3 was trained in, what, 2021? And the cost for running inference on it was $60, $70 per million tokens, right? Which is the cost for intelligence was ridiculous. Now, as we scaled forward 2 years, we've had a 1,200x reduction in cost to achieve the same level of intelligence as GPT-3.
So here on the x-axis is time over just a couple of years, and on the y-axis, log scale dollars to run inference on a million tokens. So you have just a dollar, like a linear decline on log scale, from GPT-3, 3.5 to
like 5 cents or something like that now, right? Which is $60 for 1,200x. That's not the exact number, but 1,200x. I remember that number. Is the humongous cost for intelligence, right? Now the freak out over DeepSeek is, oh my god, they did it so cheap. But see, actually, if you look at this trend line, they're not below the trend line. First of all, and at least GPT-3, right? They are the first to hit it, right? Which is a big deal. But they're not below the trend line as far as GPT-3. Now with GPT-4, what's going to happen with these reasoning capabilities, right? It's a mix of architectural innovations, it's a mix of better data, and it's going to be better training techniques, and all of these better inference systems, better hardware, right? Going from each generation of GPU to new generations or ASICs, everything is going to take this cost curve down and down and down and down. And then can I just spawn 1,000 different LLMs to create a task and then pick from one of them, or whatever search technique I want, a tree, Monte Carlo tree search? Maybe it gets that complicated. Maybe it doesn't get too complicated to actually scale. Like, who knows? Better lesson, right? The question is I think when, not if, because the rate of progress is so fast, right? 9 months ago, Dario was saying, Dario said 9 months ago the cost of training was this, right? And now we're much better than this, right? And DeepSeek is much better than this. And that cost curve for GPT-4, which was also roughly $60 per million tokens when it launched, has already fallen to $2 or so, right? And we're going to get it down to cents, probably, for GPT-4 quality. And the same, and then that's the base for the reasoning models like O1 that we have today. O1 Pro spawning multiple, right? And O3, so on and so forth. These search techniques are too expensive today, but they will get cheaper, and that's what's going to unlock the intelligence, right?
So it gets cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. The big DeepSeek R1 release freaked everybody out because it's cheaper. One of the manifestations of that is NVIDIA stock plummeting. Can you explain what happened? I mean, and also just explain this moment and whether, if NVIDIA is going to keep winning.
We're both NVIDIA exposed here, I would say. And in some ways, the market response is most of the market. NVIDIA's biggest customers in the US are major tech companies, and they're spending a ton on AI. And if a simple interpretation of DeepSeek is you can get really good models without spending as much on AI. So that capacity is, maybe these big tech companies won't need to spend as much on AI and go down.
The actual thing that happened is much more complex, where there's social factors, where there's the rising app store, the social contagion that is happening, and then I think a lot of some of it is like this. But it builds up over the weekend with the social pressure. Whereas like if it was during the week and there was multiple days of trading when this is really becoming like once on the weekend and then everybody wants to sell, then that is a social contagion.
I think like there were a lot of false narratives, which is like, hey, these guys are spending billions on models, right? And they're not spending billions on models. No one spent more than $1 billion on a model that's released publicly, right? GPT-4 was a couple $100 million, and then they produced a cost of 4 times 4, right? A $1 billion model runs our company, right? This includes pre-training and post-training, right? And the other number is like, hey, DeepSeek didn't include our It didn't include, a lot of the cost goes to research and all this sort of stuff. A lot of the cost goes to inference. A lot of the cost goes to post-training. None of these things were factored. Research salaries are like, those things are like counted in the billions of dollars of advice. I mean, but they weren't counted in the, hey, $6 million, $5 million that DeepSeek spent, right? So there's a bit of misunderstanding of what these numbers are. And then there's also an element of NVIDIA's just been a straight line up, right? And there's been so many different narratives that have been trying to push down NVIDIA. I don't think push down NVIDIA stock. Everyone is looking for a reason to sell or to be working, right? It was Blackwell delays, right? Their GPU was, there's a lot of report every 2 weeks. There's a new report about the GPUs being delayed. There's the whole thing about scaling laws ending, right? It's so ironic, right? It was just like literally just hey, models aren't getting better, right? They're just not getting better. There's no reason to spend more. Pre-training scaling is dead, and then it's like, oh what? Okay, right? R1, right? And now it's like, wait, models are getting they're progressing too fast. Slow down the progress. Stop spending on GPUs, right? But the funniest thing I think that like comes out of this is Javon's paradox is true, right? AWS pricing for H100s has gone up over the last couple of weeks, right? Since a little bit after Christmas, since V3 was launched, AWS H100 pricing has gone up. H200s are like almost out of stock everywhere because H200 has more memory, and therefore R1 wants that chip over H100, right?
We were trying to get VCUs, I'm sure we had 16 for a demo, and it wasn't that easy. We were trying to get like 16 or 32 H100s for demo, and it was not very easy.
So for people who don't know, general paradox is when the efficiency goes up, somehow magically counterintuitively the research consumption goes up.
Right, and semiconductors is we're at 50 years of Moore's law. Every 2 years, half the cost, double the price. It's just like clockwork, and it's slowed down obviously, but like the semiconductor industry has gone up the whole time. Right? It's been wavy, right? There's obviously cycles and stuff. I don't expect AI to be any different, right? There's going to be ebbs and flows, but this is in AI. It's just playing out at an insane rate, right? It was 2x every 2 years. This is 1200x in like 3 years, right? So it's like the scale of improvement that's just like hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah, I was confused because to me, NVIDIA stock had gone up, but maybe went down because there was kind of suspicion of foul play on the side of China, something like this. But if you just look purely at the actual principles of play here, like it's obvious. Yeah, John's paradox.
Progress that AI will support. The higher the derivative of AI project is, especially NVIDIA is the best place. The higher the derivatives, the sooner the market's going to be bigger and expanding, and NVIDIA is the only one that does everything reliably right now.
Because it's not like an NVIDIA competitor. It's another company that's using NVIDIA,
who historically has been a large NVIDIA customer.
Yeah.
And has press releases about them cheering about being China's biggest NVIDIA customer, right? Like,
yeah, I mean,
obviously they've quieted down, but like I think that's like another element of it. They don't want to say how many GPUs they have because hey, yes they have H800s, yes they have H20s, they also have the H100, right? Which are smuggled in.
Can you speak to that smuggling? What's the scale of smuggling that's feasible for a nation state to do its own company? Is it possible?
I think there's a few angles of smuggling, right? One is ByteDance arguably is the largest smuggler of GPUs for China, right? China's not supposed to have GPUs. ByteDance has like over 500,000 GPUs. Why? Because they're all rented from companies around the world. They rent from Oracle, they rent from Google, they rent from all these massive, and a bunch of smaller cloud companies, right? All the neo clouds, right, of the world. They rent so many GPUs. They also buy a bunch, right? And they do this mostly like what Meta does, right? Serving. next best one. Same as that, right? Either that's today that you can use, right? And it's a valid use, right? Active dopamine use, right? Now, that's theoretically now very much restricted with the AI diffusion rules which happened in the last week of the Biden admin and Trump admin looks like they're going to keep them, which limits like allies, even like Singapore, which Singapore is like 20% of NVIDIA's 30% of NVIDIA's revenue, but Singapore had a moratorium on not building data centers for like 50 years instead of power. I think they're all going to China, right? But a portion are, many are going to Malaysia, including Microsoft and Oracle have big data centers in Malaysia. They're going all over Southeast Asia, probably, India as well, right? Like stuff surrounding, but like the diffusion rules are very de facto. Like, you can only buy this many and you can only rent a cluster this large to companies that are trying to do it. Like they're very explicit on trying to stop smuggling, right? And a big chunk of it was, hey, let's a random company buys 16 servers, ships them to China, right? There's actually, I saw a photo from someone in the semiconductor industry who leads like a team for like networking chips that competes with NVIDIA, and he sent a photo of a guy checking into a first class United flight from San Francisco to Shanghai or Shenzhen with a super micro box that was this big, which could only contain GPUs, right? And he was looking first class. Just think about it: 3 to 5K for your first class ticket. Server costs, $240,000 in the US, $250,000. You sell it for $300,000 in China. Wait, you had a free first class ticket and a lot more money. So it's like, and that's like small scale smuggling. Most of the large scale smuggling is like Singapore and Malaysia, around or renting GPUs.
I want to jump in. How much is the scale? I think there's been some people that are higher level economics understanding say that as you go from 1 billion of smuggling to 10 billion, you're hiding certain levels of economic activity, and that's the most reasonable thing to me, is that there's going to be some level where it's so obvious that it's easier to find this economic activity. And
yeah, so my belief is that last year roughly, so NVIDIA made 1 million H20s that are legally allowed to be shipped to China, which we talked about is better for reasoning, right? Inference that is, not training, but reasoning inference, and inference generally. Then they also have, a couple 100,000, we think like 200 to 300,000 GPUs were routed to China from, Singapore, Malaysia, US, wherever. Companies spun up by 16 GPUs, 64 GPUs, whatever it is, routed. And Huawei is known for having spun up a massive network of like companies to get the materials they need after they were banned in like 2019. So it's not like otherworldly. But I agree, right? They this point is like, hey, we can't smuggle 10 those. And then the third sort of source, which is just now banned, which wasn't considered smuggling, but is China is renting, like, I believe from our research, right, Oracle's biggest GPU customer is Byte, right? And for Google, I think it's their second biggest customer, right? And so, like, when you go down the list of clouds, especially these smaller cloud companies that aren't, like, the hyperscalers, right, Beyond, or even Lambda, there's a whole sea, there's 60 different cloud companies serving GPUs, and Byte is renting a lot of these, right, all over, right? And so these companies are renting GPUs to Chinese companies. That was completely legal up until the diffusion rules, which happened just a few weeks ago. And even now, you can rent GPU clusters that are less than 2,000 GPUs, or you can buy GPUs and ship them wherever you want if they're less than 1,500. Right? So it's like there are still like some ways to smuggle, but yeah, it's not. As the numbers grow, right? $100 something billion of revenue for NVIDIA last year, 200 something billion this year, right? And next year, it's double again, or more than double, right? Based on like what we see with data center footprints like being built out all across the U.S. and the rest of the world. It's going to be really hard for China to keep up with these rules, right? Yes, there will always be smuggling, and DeepSeek level models and GPT-4 level models, O1 level models, capable to train on what China can get, even the next year above that. But if we speed run a couple more, jumps, right? To $1 billion models, $10 billion models, then it becomes, hey, there is a huge disadvantage for China for training models and serving. And the serving part is really critical, right? DeepSeek cannot serve their models yet, right? It's completely out of inventory. It's already started falling into the App Store, actually, downloads, because you just download it, try and sign up, because they're not taking registration, they're capacity, right? You open it up, you get like less than 5 tokens per second if you even get your request approved, right? Because there's no capacity because they just don't have enough GPUs to serve the model, even though it's incredibly efficient.
It'd be fascinating to watch the smuggling. I mean, there's drug smuggling, right? That's a market. There's weapons smuggling, and GPUs will surpass that essentially.
What's their highest value per kilogram, probably by far?
I have another question for you, Don. Do you track model API access internationally? How easy is it for Chinese companies to use hosted model APIs from the US?
Yeah, that's incredibly easy, right? Like OpenAI publicly stated DeepSeek uses their API, and they said they have evidence, right? And this is another element of the training regime. Is people at OpenAI have claimed that it's a distilled model, i.e., you're taking OpenAI's model, you're generating a lot of output, and then you're training on the output in their model. And even if that's the case, what they did is still amazing, by the way, what DeepSeek did efficiency-wise.
Distillation is standard practice in industry, whether or not, if you're at a closed lab where you care about from the service IP closely, you distill from your own models. If you are a researcher and you're not building any products, you distill from the AI model.
It's a good opportunity. Can you explain big picture distillation as a process? What is distillation? What's the process?
We've talked a lot about training language models. They are trained on text. And post-training, you're trying to train on very high-quality text that you want the model to match the features of, or if you're using RL, you're letting the model find something. But for supervised fine-tuning or preference data, you need to have some completions what the model is trying to learn that you need. And what you do there is instead of the human data or instead of the models you're currently training, you take completions from a different, normally more powerful model. And then there's rumors that these big models that people are waiting for, these GPT-5s of the world, the Claude 3 focuses of the world, are used internally to do this distillation process.
There's also public examples, right? Like Meta explicitly stated, not necessarily distilling, but they used 405B as a reward model for 70 in their long access.
Yeah. This is all the same topic.
So is this ethical? Is this legal? Why is that Financial Times article headline say OpenAI says that there's evidence that China's DeepSeek used its model to train intelligence?
This is a long, at least on the academic side and research side, has a long history because you're trying to interpret OpenAI tools. OpenAI's terms of service say that you cannot build a competitor without what's on the model. Terms of service are different than a license, which are essentially a contract between organizations. So if you have terms of service on OpenAI's account, and I violate it, OpenAI can cancel my account. It's very different than like a license that says how you use a downstream like that. So a lot of it hinges on a word that is very unclear in the AI space, which is what.
And then the ethical aspect of it is like, why is it unethical for me to train on your model when you can train on the internet? Right?
So there's a bit of a hypocrisy because OpenAI, potentially most of the companies trained using that text for that condition.
There's also a clear loophole, which is that I generate data from OpenAI and then I upload it somewhere and then somebody else trains on it and the link has been broken. Like they're not on the same terms of contract.
This is why there's a lot of like to be discovered details that don't make sense. This is why a lot of models today, even if they train on zero OpenAI data, you ask the model to train you, it'll say, I have ChatGPT trained by OpenAI. Because there's so much copy paste of like OpenAI outputs from that on the internet that you just weren't able to filter it out. And there was nothing in the RL where they implemented like, hey, like, or post training or SMT, whatever, that said, hey, I'm actually modeled by Alex.
We have to do this. Like we serve a demo, we do research and we use OpenAI APIs that's useful and we want to understand post training and like our research models. They will say they're written by OpenAI unless we put in the system prompt that we talked about that I am Tulu. I am a language model trained by the elements of AI. And if you ask more people around industry, especially with post-training, it's a very doable task to make the model say who it is or to suppress the OpenAI thing. So in some levels, it might be that DeepSeek didn't care that it was saying that it was by OpenAI. If you're going to upload model weights, it doesn't really matter. If anyone that's serving it in an application and cares a lot about serving is going to, when serving it, if they're using it for a specific task, they're going to tailor it to that. It doesn't matter that it's saying it's heavy.
Oh, I guess the one of the ways to do that is like a system prompt or something like that. But if you're serving it to say that you're...
That's what we do. If we host a demo, we say, you are Tulu, 3, a language model trained by the Allen Institute for AI. We also are benefited from OpenAI data because it's a great research tool.
I mean, do you think there's any truth and value to the claim, OpenAI's claim, that there's evidence that China's DeepSeek uses models to train?
I think everyone has benefited regardless because the data's on the internet, and therefore it's in your training. Right? There are like subreddits where people share the best ChatGPT outputs, and those are in your.
I think that they're trying to shift it. They're trying to protect themselves, and we saw this years ago when ByteDance was actually banned from some OpenAI APIs for training on outputs. There's other AI startups that most people, if you're in the AI culture, are like, they just told us they trained on OpenAI outputs and they never got banned. Like that's how they bootstrapped their early models. So it's much easier to get off the ground using this than to set up human pipelines and build this ground model. There's a long history here, and a lot of the communications seem like narrative.
Actually, like over the last couple of days, we've seen a lot of people distill DeepSeek's model into Llama models because the DeepSeek models are kind of complicated to run inference on because they're a mixture of experts and they're 600 plus billion parameters and all this. But people distill them into the Llama model because the Llama models are so easy to serve if everyone's built the pipelines and tools for inference with the Llama models, right? Because it's the open standard. So we've seen it. We've seen a sort of roundabout, right? Like, is it bad? Is it illegal? Maybe it's illegal. I don't know that, but like.
Great contracts. I don't think it's illegal. Like in any legal, like no one's going to jail.
I think like fundamentally, I think it's ethical, or I hope it's ethical, because like, the moment it becomes we ban that kind of thing, it's going to make everybody much worse off. And I also actually, this is difficult, but I think you should be allowed to train on the internet. I know a lot of authors and creators are very sensitive about it. That's a difficult question. But the moment you're not allowed to train on the internet,
I just get to take on how you can solve this. Now, I have a really cool thing.
all right.
So it has a law to allow to train on any training data and population if you want to train a model. A. B. Japan has 9 gigawatts of curtailed nuclear power. C. Japan is allowed under the AI diffusion rule to import as many GPUs as they'd like. So all we have to do, we have a market here to make. We build massive data centers, we rent them to the labs, and then we train models in a legally permissible way, no ifs, ands, or buts. And now the models have no potential copyright lawsuit from New York Times or anything like that. Completely legal. No, so
Genius. The early copyright lawsuits have fallen in favor of AI training. I would say that the long tail of use is going to go inside of AI, which is if you scrape trillions of data, you're not looking at trillions of tokens of data, you're not looking and saying this one New York Times article is so important to me. But if you're doing audio generation for music or image generation, and you say make it in the style of X person, that's a reasonable case where you can figure out what is their profit margin on inference. I don't know if it's going to be the 50-50 of YouTube creator program or something, but I would opt into that program as a writer. Please, it's going to be a rough journey, but there will be some solutions like that make sense, but there's a long tail where it's just on the internet.
I think one of the other aspects of that Times article is why, and so that leads to a more general question. Do you think how difficult is spying, espionage, and stealing of actual secret code, data, or type of things? How much of that is being attempted?
Data is part of the idea. Silicon Valley operates on the way that top employees get bought out by other companies for a pay raise, and a large reason why these companies do this is to bring ideas with them. And in California, there's rules certain non-competes or whatever are illegal in California, and whether or not there's NDAs and things, that is how a lot of the process happens. Recently, there was somebody from Gemini who helped make this 1 million context link, and everyone is saying the next llama, if you Meta team, you're gonna have 1 million context links, and that's kind of how it works.
As far as industrial espionage and things, that has been greatly successful in the past, right? The Americans did it to the Brits, the Chinese have done it to the Americans, right? And, so on and so forth. It is a fact of life. And so, to argue industrial espionage can be stopped is probably unlikely. You can make it difficult, but even then, like there's all these stories about like, hey, F-35 and F-22 have already been like sort of like China design. Code and stuff like between I say companies, not nation states, is probably very difficult. But ideas are discussed a lot, right? Whether it be a house party in San Francisco, or a company changing employees, or or the always the like mythical honeypot that always gets talked about, right? Like someone gets honeypotted, right? Because everyone working on AI is a single dude who's in their 20s and 30s. Not everyone, but like an insane insane percentage. So there's always like all these like and obviously there's a honeypot like a spy, female spy approaches you and like or male, right? You could be in San Francisco, right? Yes, as a single dude, I will say in his late 20s, right? It's like we're very easily corrupted, right? Like like not corrupted myself, but like we are, right?
Everybody else, not me.
Yeah, I'm too oblivious that I'm not single, so I'm safe from one espionage attack.
Yeah, you have to make sure to close all security vulnerabilities. So you generally collect a lot of information about each of the mega clusters for each of the major AI companies. Can you talk about the build outs for each one that stand out?
Yeah, so I think the thing that's like really important about these mega cluster build-outs is they're completely unprecedented in scale, right? U.S., sort of like data center power consumption has been slowly on the rise. It's gone up to 2-3% even through the cloud computing revolution, right? Data center consumption hasn't been the total U.S. And that's been over decades, right? With data centers, et cetera. It's been climbing slowly. But now, by the end of this decade, it's like even under like when I say like 10%, a lot of people that are traditionally by like 2028, 2030, people traditionally traditional data center people like that's nuts. But then like people who are in like AI who have like really looked at this like Anthropic and open AIs are like that's not enough. But like this is both through globally distributed or distributed throughout the U.S. as well as like centralized. The distributed throughout the U.S. is exciting and it's the bulk of it, right? Like hey. OpenAI or say Meta is adding a gigawatt, right? But most of it is distributed through the U.S. for different. Right?
So maybe we should lay out what a cluster is. So this is include AWS. Maybe it's good to talk about the different kinds of clusters and what you mean by mega clusters and what's a GPU and what's a computer and what. Not that far back, but yeah. So like, what do we mean by the clusters?
Oh man, I thought I was about to do the Apple ad, right? What's a computer? So traditionally, data centers and data center tasks have been a distributed systems problem that is capable of being spread very far away, right? I.e., I send a request to Google, it gets routed to a data center somewhere close to me, does whatever search ranking recommendation, sends a result back, right? The nature of the task is changing rapidly in that there's two tasks that people are really focused on. Right? It's not database access. It's not serve me the right page, serve me the right ad. It's now inference. And inference is dramatically different from traditional distributed systems, but it looks a lot more similar. And then there's training, right? The inference side is still like, hey, I'm going to put thousands of GPUs in blocks all around these data centers. I'm going to run models on them. User submits a request, gets kicked off, or hey, my service. They submit a request to my service, right there on Word, and they're like, oh yeah, Copilot, it just kicks it off, run on my Windows, Copilot, whatever, Apple Intelligence, whatever it is, it gets kicked off to a data center, right? The data center does some work, and sends it back. That's inference. That is going to be the bulk of compute, but then, that's like, there's thousands of data centers that we're tracking with like satellites and those other things. And those are the bulk of what's being built. Well, the scale of, and so that's like what's really reshaping, that's what's getting millions of GPUs. But the scale of the largest cluster is also really important, right? When we look back at history, right, like, or through the age of AI, right, like it was a really big deal when they did AlexNet on, I think, 2 GPUs? I don't remember. It's a really big deal. It's a big deal because over time, the scale has just been compounded, right? And so when you skip forward to GPT-3, then GPT-4, 20,000 A100 GPU, unprecedented run, right? In terms of the size and the cost, right? couple $100 million on a YOLO, right? A YOLO for GPT-4, and it yielded, this magical improvement that was like perfectly in line with what was experimented and just like a large scale.
Oh yeah, they have that font.
The technical the scaling laws are perfect, right? But that's not a crazy number, right? 20,000 A100, roughly each GPU is consuming 400 watts, and then when you add in the whole server, right, everything, it's like 15 to 20 megawatts of power, right? Maybe you can look up what the power consumption of a human person is because the numbers are getting silly, but like 15 to 20 megawatts was standard data center size. It was just unprecedented. That was all GPUs running one tax off. The toaster is like
It's a good example.
Similar power consumption to H100 comes around, they increase the power from like 400 to 700 watts, and that's just per GPU, and then there's all the associated stuff around it. So it's just once you count all that, it's roughly like 1,200 to 1,400 watts for everything, networking, CPUs, memory, blah blah blah.
So we should also say what's required. Power, a lot of power is required, a lot of heat is generated, cooling is required, and because there's a lot of GPUs that have to be, or CPUs or whatever, they have to be connected, so there's a lot of networking.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I think, sorry for skipping past that. And then the data center itself is like complicated, right? But these are still standard-sized data centers for GPT-4 scale, right? Now we step forward to sort of what is the scale of clusters that people built last year, right? And it ranges widely, right? It ranges from like, hey, these are standard data centers, and we're just using multiple of them and connecting them together really with a ton of fiber between them, a lot of networking, et cetera. That's what OpenAI and Microsoft did in Arizona, right? So they have 100,000 GPUs, right? Meta, similar thing. They took their standard existing data centers, it looks like an H, and they connected multiple of them together. They first did 16,000 GPUs, 24,000 GPUs total. Only 16,000 of them were running on the training run because GPUs are very unreliable, so you need to have spares to like swap in and out. All the way to like now 100,000 GPUs that they're training on Llama 4 on currently, right? Like 128,000 or so, right? This is, think about 100,000 GPUs with roughly 1,400 watts a piece. That's 140 megawatts, right? Or 120, right? So you're talking about you've jumped from 15 to 20 megawatts to 10x, almost 10x that number, 9x that number, 150 megawatts in 2 years, right? 2022 to 2024, right? And some people like Elon, that he admittedly, right, and he says himself got into the game a little bit late for training large language models, right? XAI was started later, right? But then he that heaven and hell to get his data center up and get the largest cluster in the world, right? Which is 200,000 GPUs. And he did that. He bought a factory in Memphis. He's upgrading the substation at the same time. He's got a bunch of mobile power generation, a bunch of single cycle combine. He tapped the natural gas line that's right next to the factory. He's pulling a ton of gas, burning gas. He's generating all this power. He's in a factory, a whole appliance factory that's shut down in China long ago, right? And he's got 200,000 GPUs in it. And now what's the next scale, right? Like all the hyperscalers have done this. Now the next scale is something that's even bigger, right? And so, Elon, just to stick on the topic, he's building his own natural gas plant, like a proper one, right next door. Or he's deploying tons of Tesla Megapack batteries to make the power more smooth, and all sorts of other things. He's got like industrial chillers to cool the water down because it's water cooling the chips. So all these crazy things to get the clusters bigger and bigger. But when you look at, like, say, what OpenAI did with Stargate, that in Arizona, in Abilene, Texas, right? What they've announced, at least, right? It's not built, right? Elon says they don't have the money. There's debates about this. But at full scale, at least the first section is like definitely money's accounted for, but there's multiple sections. But full scale, that data center is going to be 2.2 gigawatts, right? 2,200 megawatts of power in, and roughly like 1.8 gigawatts or 1,800 megawatts of power delivered to chips, right? Now, this is an absurd scale. 2.2 gigawatts is like more than most things, right? To be clear. And delivered to a single cluster that's connected to do training, right? To train these models, to do both pre-training, post-training, all of this stuff, right?
This is insane.
It's a nuclear power plant. Everyone is doing it, right? Everyone is doing it. Meta in Louisiana, right? They're building 2 natural gas plants, massive ones, and they're building this massive data center. Amazon has like plans for this scale. Google has plans for this scale. XAI has plans for this scale, right? Like all of these, the guys that are racing The companies that are racing hard. They're doing multi-gigawatt data centers, right? To build this out because they think that if I now have obviously pre-training scaling is going to continue, but to some extent, but then also all this post-training stuff with RL sandbox for computer use or whatever, right? Like this is where they're going to all these variable viable domains. So they just keep learning, self-play, whatever it is, makes the AI so much more capable. Because the line does go up, right? As you throw more compute, you get more performance. The shirt is about scaling laws. To some extent, it is diminishing returns, right? 10x the compute, you don't get 10x better model, right? You get diminishing returns, but also you get efficiency improvements that you definitely could, right? And these scale-up data centers are doing, wreaking, a lot of like havoc on the network, right? Nate was mentioning that Amazon has tried to buy this nuclear power plant, Talon. And you look at Talon stock, it's just like skyrocketing, and like they're building a massive multi-gigawatt data center there. You just go down the list. There's so many ramifications. The interesting thing is like certain regions of the U.S. transmitting power costs more than actually generating, right? Because the grid is so slow to build, and the demand for power and the ability to build power and like re-ramping on a natural gas plant or even a coal plant is like easy enough to do, but like transmitting the power is really hard. So in some parts of the U.S., like in Virginia, it costs more to transmit power than it costs to generate it. Which is like, there's all sorts of like second order effects that are insane.
And the power grid support is kind of good.
Trump's executive orders, there's a Biden executive order before the end of the year, but then Trump had some more executive orders, which hopefully reduce the regulations to where, yes, things can be built. But yeah, this is a big challenge, right? It's building enough power fast.
Are you going to basically have a nuclear power plant next to a data center for each one of these?
So the fun thing here is this is too slow to build the power plant. To build a power plant, or to reconfigure an existing power plant is too slow. And so therefore you must use data center power consumption is bad, right? Like it's spikes.
That's why nuclear is also good for it. Like long term, nuclear is very natural fit, but yeah, you can't do solar or anything in the short term.
Because data center power is like this, right? Like you're telling me, I'm gonna buy tens of billions of dollars of GPUs and idle them because the power's not being generated. Like, power is cheap, right? Like if you look at the cost of a cluster, less than 20% of it is power, right? Most of it is the capital cost and depreciation of the GPUs, right? And so it's like, well, screw it. I'll just build natural gas plants. This is what Meta's doing in Louisiana. This is what OpenAI is doing in Texas and like all these different places. They may not be doing it directly, but they are partnered with someone. And so there is a couple hopes, right? Like one is, Elon, what he's doing in Memphis is like, to the extreme. You're not just using dual combine cycle gas, which is like super efficient. He's also just using single cycle and like mobile generators and stuff, which is less efficient. But there's also like the flip side, which is like solar power generation like this, and wind is another like this different correlation, different. So if you stack both of those, plus you get a big chunk of batteries, plus you have a little bit of gas, it is possible to run it more green. And it's just the time scales for that is slow, right? So people are trying, but Meta basically said whatever, don't care about my sustainability pledge, or they'll buy like a power, it's called a PPA, power purchasing agreement, or there'll be a massive wind farm or solar farm, like wherever, and then they'll just pretend like those electrons are being consumed by the data center, but in reality, they're paying for the power here and selling it to the grid, and they're buying the power here. And then another thing is like Microsoft put on some of their sustainability pledges, right? Elon, what he did with Memphis is objectively somewhat dirty, but he's also doing it in an area where there's like a bigger natural gas plant right next door, and like a sewer next, or not a sewer, but like a wastewater treatment and a garbage dump nearby. Right? And he's obviously made the world a lot more clean than that what data center is going to do, right? So I think like it's fine to some extent, and maybe AGI solves the stuff or whatever it is. This is sort of the attitude that people at the lab have, right? It's like, yeah, sure, we'll shoot gas, right? Because the race is working to lose, that's way worse, right?
I should say that I got a chance to visit the Memphis Data Center, and it's kind of incredible. I visited really quickly. Just the teams and the rate of innovation is insane. Because my sense is that nobody's ever done anything to this scale, and nobody has certainly ever done anything at this scale at the rate that XAI is doing. So they're like figuring out. And so I was sitting in all these meetings with it's exciting. They're trying to figure out what the bottlenecks are, how to remove bottlenecks, how to make sure that, there's just so many really cool things about putting together a data center because, everything has to work. It's the people that do like sysadmin, the machine learning, all that is the exciting thing, and so on. But really, the people that run everything are the folks that know like the low level software and hardware that runs everything, the networking of that. So you have to like make sure you have procedures that test everything. I think they're using that. I don't know how they're doing the networking, but
They're using NVIDIA Spectrum. And there's actually like I think the unsung heroes are the cooling and electrical systems. Like glossed over. But I think like one story that maybe is like exemplifies how insane this stuff is when you're training, right? You're always doing you're running through the model a bunch, most of the running through the model a bunch, and then you're going to exchange everything and synchronize the links, right? So you'll do a step. This is like a step in model training, right? And every step your loss goes down. It doesn't always, but in the simplest terms, you'll be computing a lot and then you'll exchange, right? The interesting thing is GPU power is most of it. Networking power is some, but it's a lot less. But so while you're computing, the power for your GPUs is here. But then when you're exchanging waves, if you're not able to overlap communications and compute perfectly, there may be a time period where your GPUs are just idle and you're exchanging waves and you're like, hey, the model's updated. So you're exchanging your gradients, you do the model update, and then you start training again, the power goes, right? And it's super spiky. And so funnily enough, right, like this, when you talk about the scale of data center power, right, you can blow stuff up so easily. And so Meta actually has accidentally upstreamed something to code in PyTorch where they added an operator. And I kid you not, whoever made this, like I want to hug the guy because it says PyTorch, it's like PyTorch.powersplit no for one. And what it does is amazing, right? Either when you're exchanging the weights, the GPU will just compute big numbers, so the power doesn't spike too much, and so then the power plants don't blow up because the transient spikes like screw stuff up.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, you have to do that kind of thing. You have to make sure they're not idle. Yeah.
And Elon's solution was like, let me throw a bunch of Tesla mega packs and a few other things, right? Like, everyone has different solutions, but like Meta's at least was public and openly known, which is just like set this operator, and what this operator does is it just makes the GPUs compute nothing, so that the power doesn't spike.
But that just tells us how much power they're working. I mean, it's insane. It's insane.
People should go through the scale of what does X watts do and go through all the scales from 1 watt to a kilowatt to a megawatt. And you look at the scale of that and you're how high on the list a gigawatt is, it's
Can you say something about cooling? So I know you don't have to use liquid cooling in all cases. That's a new thing, right? Most of them don't use liquid cooling. Is there something interesting to say about the cooling?
Yeah. So air cooling has been the de facto standard. Throw a bunch of metal, heat pipes, etc., and fans, right? And that's cool. That's been enough to cool it. People have been dabbling in water cooling. Google's GPUs are water cooled, right? They've been doing that for a few years. But with GPUs, no one's ever done it, and no one's ever done the scale of water cooling. Now, next generation NVIDIA is for the like highest end GPU, it is mandatory the water cooling. But Elon did it on this current generation, and that required a lot of stuff, right? If you look at like some of the satellite photos and stuff of the Memphis facility, there's all these external water chillers that are sitting basically. It looks like a semi-truck pod thing. What's it called? But really, those are water chillers. And he has like 90 of those water chillers sitting outside. 90 different containers, right, with water, that chill the water, bring it back to the data center, and then you distribute it to all the chips, pull all the heat out, and then send it back, right? And this is both a way to cool the chips, but also an efficiency. All right, and going back to that like sort of three-vector thing, right? There is memory bandwidth flops and interconnects. The closer the chips are together, the easier it is to do high-speed interconnects, right? And so this is also like a reason why you got to go water cooling, because you can just put the chips right next to each other and therefore get higher speed connectivity.
I gotta ask you. So, in one of your recent posts, there's a section called custom machine contest. So,
there's another word there, but I won't say it.
Who's got the biggest now? Who's gonna ask?
Today, individual largest is right.
Elon's cluster.
Elon's cluster in Memphis, 200,000 chips, right? Meta has like 128,000, 100,000. Now, to be clear, other companies have more GPUs than Elon. They just don't have them in one place, right? And for training, you want them tightly connected. There's some techniques that people are researching and working on that let you train across multiple regions, but for the most part, you want them all in like one region, right? So you can connect them tightly with high-speed networking. And so, Elon today has 200,000 H100, and it's 100,000 H100, 100,000 H200, right? Meta, OpenAI, and Amazon all have all this stuff. 100,000 a bit less. But this year, right? This year, people are building much more, right? Anthropic and Amazon are building a cluster of 400,000 per unit, which is Amazon's specific chip, trying to get away from NVIDIA, right? Meta and OpenAI have scaled for hundreds of thousands, but by next year, you'll have like 500,000 to 700,000 GPU clusters, and note those GPUs are much higher power consumption than existing ones, right? Copper 700 watts, Blackwell goes to 12 watts, right? So the power per chip is growing, and the number of chips is growing, right?
Nuts. You think Elon said you get to a million? That's actually feasible.
I don't know. Right? The filings that he has for like his power plant, Tesla battery packs, it's clear he has some crazy things to this. Like permits and stuff is open record, right? But it's not quite clear that what the timescales are. I just never doubt it. Right? It's gonna survive.
So what's the idea with this cluster? If you have a million GPUs, what percentage in let's say 2-3 years is used for training, what percent pre-training, and what percent is used for that
So these
competition?
mega clusters make no sense for inference, right? You could route inference there and just not train. But most of the inference capacity is being, hey, I've got a 30 megawatt data center here, I've got 50 megawatts here, I've got 100 here, whatever. I'll just throw inference in all of those because the mega clusters, right, multi-gigawatt data centers, I want to train because that's where all of my GPUs are co-located, where I can put them at a super high networking speed connected together, right? Because that's what you need for training. Now, with pre-training, this is the old scale, right? You could increase parameters, you can increase data, model gets better. That doesn't apply anymore because there's not much more data in the pre-training stuff, right? Yes, there's video and audio and image that has not been fully taken advantage of. There's a lot more scaling, but a lot of people have transcripts, transcripts of YouTube videos, and that gets you a lot of the data. It doesn't get you all of the learning that we got of the video and image data, but there's still scaling to be done on training. But this post-training world is where all the plot is, right? The model's going to play with itself, it's going to self-play, it's going to verify the task, periods, use sandboxes, and you can do like simulated robotics things, right? Like all of these things are going to be environments where compute is spent in quote-unquote post-training. But I think it's going to be good. We're going to stop this process. Yeah, it's going to be pre-training and it's going to be training. At some point. Because for the bulk of the last 2 years, pre-training has dwarfed post-training. But with these verifiable methods, especially ones that scale really, potentially infinitely, like computer use and robotics, not just math and coding, where we can verify what's happening, those infinitely verifiable tasks, it seems you can spend as much compute as well, especially context length.
Because at the end of pre-training is when you increase the context length of the models, and we've talked earlier in the conversation about how the context length, when you have a long input, is much easier to manage than output. And a lot of these post-training and reasoning techniques rely on a ton of sampling, and it's becoming increasingly long context. So it's just like your compute efficiency goes down. I don't think flops is the standard for how you measure it, but with RL and you have to do all these things where you move your weights around in a different way than at pre-training generation. It's going to become less efficient because flops is going to be less useful terms, and then as the infrastructure gets better, it's probably going to go back to flops.
So all of the things we've been talking about most likely go to the right? Is there any competitors?
Google kind of ignores them.
What's the story with GPU? What's the
TPU is awesome, right? It's great. Google they're a bit more tepid on building data centers for some reason. They're building big data centers, don't get me wrong. And they actually have the biggest cluster. I was talking about NVIDIA cluster. They actually have the biggest cluster, period. But the way they do it is very interesting, right? They have two sort of data center super regions, right? And the data center isn't physically all of the GPUs data centers that are just like right next to each other.
Why doesn't Google flex its cluster size?
Go to multi-data center Taik. There's some good images in there. So I'll show you what it's just semi-analysis of multi-data center. So this is like, so this is an image of like what a standard Google data center looks like. By the way, their data centers are very different from anyone else's data centers.
What are we looking at?
So these are, so if you see this image, right, in the center there are these big rectangular boxes, right? Those are where the actual chips are kept. And then if you scroll down a little bit further, you can see there's like these water pipes, there's chiller cooling towers in the top, and a bunch of like diesel generators. The diesel generators are backup powers. The data center itself is like physically smaller than the water chiller, right? So the chips are actually easier to like keep together, but then it's like cooling all the water for the water cooling is very different, right? So Google has like a very advanced infrastructure that no one else has for the GPU. And what they do is they've like stamped these data centers, they've stamped these data centers out in a few regions, right? So if you go a little bit further down, this is a Microsoft, this is in Arizona, this is where GPT-5 will train.
If it doesn't exist already.
Yeah, it doesn't exist already. But each of these data centers, right, I've shown a couple images of them, they're like really closely co-located in the same region, right? Nebraska, Iowa. And then they also have a similar one in Ohio complex, right? And so these data centers are really close to each other. And what they've done is they've connected them super high bandwidth with fiber. And so these are just a bunch of data centers. And the point here is that Google has a very advanced infrastructure, very tightly connected in a small region. So Elon will always have the biggest cluster fully connected, right? Because it's all in one building, right? And he's completely right on that, right? Google has the biggest cluster, but you have to spread over 3 sites, and by a significant margin, you have to go across multiple sites.
Why doesn't Google compete with Google? Why don't they sell?
I think there's a couple problems with it. But one, GPU has been a form of allowing search to be really freaking cheap and build models for that, right? And so like a big chunk of the search GPU purchases or CPU purchases or a big chunk of Google purchases and usage, all of it is for internal workloads, right? Whether it's search, Gemini, right? YouTube, all these different applications that they have, ads. These are where all their GPUs are being spent after the right? And so there's certain like aspects of the architecture that are optimized for their use case that are not optimized elsewhere, right? One simple one is like it looks close to the Gemma model, and they call it Gemma 70, right? But then it's actually 8 billion, whatever. The vocabulary is so large. But the reason they make the vocabulary so large is because TPU, like matrix multiply unit, is massive. Because that's what they've like sort of optimized for. And so they decided, oh well, I'll just make the vocabulary large too, even though it makes no sense to do so on such a small model, because that fits on the hardware. So Gemma doesn't run it as efficiently on the GPU as a Llama, right? But vice versa, Llama doesn't run as efficiently on the GPU as Gemma does, right? And it's not like there's like certain like aspects of like hardware software co-design. So all their search models, all their ranking and recommendation models, all these different models that are AI but not like Gen AI, right? Have been hyper optimized with GPU drivers. The software stack is super optimized, but all of this software stack has not been released publicly at all, right? Very small portion of the JAX and XLA have been, but like the experience when you're inside of Google and you're training on GPUs as a researcher, you don't need to know anything about the hardware in many cases, right? Like it's like pretty beautiful. But as soon as you get outside,
They'll go back. They leave Google and then they go back.
Yeah.
they're like they leave and they start a company because they have all these amazing research ideas. Infrastructure is hard, software is hard. It is on GPUs. Or if they try to use GPUs, same thing. They don't have access to all this code. So it's like, how do you convince a company whose goal is search, where they're making hundreds of billions of dollars to start selling GPUs, which they used to only buy a couple billion of, I think in 2023 they bought like a couple billion, and now they're buying like 10 billion to 15 billion dollars. But how do you convince them that they should buy like twice as many and figure out how to sell them and make $30 billion? Cares about making $30 billion.
Won't that $30 billion exceed actually search profit eventually?
No, I mean like you're always going to make more money on services.
Always.
Like to be clear, like today people are spending a lot more on hardware than they are services, right? Because the hardware runs the service. But like, if there's no revenue for AI stuff or not enough revenue, then obviously it's going to go up, right? People won't continue to spend on GPUs forever. And then NVIDIA is trying to move up the stack with like software that they're trying to sell and license and stuff, right? But Google has never had that like DNA of like this is a product you sell, right? They don't actually. Google Cloud does it, which is a separate organization from the GPU team, separate organization from the DeepMind team, a separate organization from the search team. Like there's a lot of bureaucracy.
Wait, Google Cloud is separate team.
Technically, TPU sits under infrastructure, which sits under Google Cloud, but like Google Cloud, like for like renting stuff, and TPU architecture are very different goals, right? In hardware, in software, like all of it, right? Like the JAX SLA teams do not serve the Google customers externally, whereas NVIDIA's various CUDA teams, or teams like Pickle, serve external customers, right? The internal teams like JAX and XLA and stuff, they more so serve DeepMind and search, right? And so their customer is different. They're not building a product there.
Do you understand why AWS keeps winning versus Azure for cloud versus Google Cloud?
Yeah, there's
Google Cloud.
Google Cloud is third. Microsoft is the second biggest, but Amazon is the biggest, right? And Microsoft deceptively sort of includes like Microsoft Office 365 and things like that. Like some of these enterprise-wide licenses. So in reality, the gulf is even larger. Microsoft is still second, right? Amazon is way bigger. Why? Because using AWS. And in many cases, it's first. And it's first.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that are first. Yeah.
Well, it's easier. It's harder to switch because
Because it's large.
there's big pieces. AWS generates over 80% of Amazon's profit. I think over 90%. The distribution centers are just like, one day we'll decide to make money from it. But they haven't yet, right? Like to make tiny little profits there. One day Amazon Prime will triple, right?
You would think they would improve AWS interface. Because it's like horrible. It's like clunky. But everybody's.
I don't, yeah. You've won this thing. I think actually Google's interface is sometimes nice, but it's also like they don't care about anyone besides their top customers.
Exactly.
And like their customer service sucks, and like they have a lot less.
All these companies, they optimize for big business.
Well, Amazon is always optimized for the small customer too, though, right? Like obviously they optimize a lot for the big customer, but like when they started, they just would go to like random Bay Area things and give out credits, right? And then they like or just put in your credit card and use it. Right? But back in the early days, they've always the business has grown with them, right? So like, why does Amazon why is Snowflake all over Amazon? Snowflake at the beginning when Amazon didn't care about them was still using Amazon, right? And then of course one day Snowflake and Amazon has a super huge partnership. But like this is the case. Like Amazon's user experience and quality is better. Also, a lot of the silicon they've engineered makes them have a lower cost structure, traditional cloud storage, CPU, networking, that kind of stuff, than in databases, right? Like I think like 4 of Amazon's top 5 revenue products. Margin products, like gross profit products, are all database-related products, like Redshift, right? So Amazon has a very good silicon to a user experience of the entire pipeline for their things. I think Google, their silicon teams, yeah, they have awesome silicon in general, TPU, the YouTube chip, some of these other chips that they've made, and the problem is they're not serving external customers; they're serving internal customers, right?
I mean, NVIDIA's entire culture is designed from the bottom up. There's this recent book, The NVIDIA Way by Taik, that details this and how they look for future opportunities and ready their CUDA software library to make it so that new applications of high-performance computing can very rapidly be involved on CUDA and NVIDIA chips. And that is an entirely different than Google as a services business.
Yeah, NVIDIA, it should be said. The culture and everything, they're really much better. Speaking of which, is there somebody that can even challenge NVIDIA hardware-wise? Intel and AMD?
I really don't think so. We went through a very long process of working with AMD on training on the GPUs and stuff. And they're decent. Their hardware is better in many ways than NVIDIA's. The problem is their software is really bad. And I think they're getting better, right? They're getting better faster, but the gulf is so large. And they don't spend enough resources on it, or haven't historically, right? Maybe they're changing their tune now, but for multiple months we were submitting those bugs, right? Sending out, right? Like what the fuck? Like why are we submitting those bugs, right? Because they only cared about their biggest customers, and so they shipped them a private image, blah blah blah, and it's like okay, but I am just using PyTorch, I use publicly available libraries. Okay, you don't care about that, right? So they're getting better. But I think AMD is not possible. Intel's obviously in dire straits right now, and needs to be saved somehow. Very important for national security, for American,
explain obviously, so why are they straight?
Going back to earlier, only 3 companies in R&D, right? Taiwan, Hsinchu, Samsung, Pyongyang, and then Intel Hillsboro. Samsung's doing horribly, Intel's doing horribly. We could be in a world where there's only one company that can do R&D. And that one company already manufactures multiple chips or gaining market share. But like, that's a critical thing, right? So what happens to Taiwan means the rest of the world's semiconductor industry or tech relies on Taiwan, right? And that's obviously curious. As far as like Intel, they've been slowly, steadily declining. They were on top of servers and PCs, but now Apple's done the M1 and NVIDIA's releasing chips. Qualcomm's releasing chips. And with servers, hyperscalers are all making their own ARM-based server chips. And Intel has no AI silicon like wins, right? They have very small wins. And they never got into mobile because they said no to the iPhone. All these things that compounded, and they lost their process technology leadership, right? They were ahead for 20 years, and now they're behind by at least a couple of years, right? And they're trying to catch back up, and we'll see if like their 18A, 14A strategy works out, where they're trying to leapfrog TSMC. But like, and Intel's just like losing tons of money anyways, right? And they fired their CEO, even though the CEO understood the company well, right? We'll see. He was not the best, but he's pretty good, relatively. Technical guy.
When does Intel make most of its money?
PCs and data center CPUs. Data center CPUs are all on cloud, and Amazon, Microsoft, Google are all making ARM-based CPUs. And then PC side, AMD's gained market share. NVIDIA's launching a chip that's not going to be a success. Right? MediaTek, Qualcomm have launched chips. Apple is doing well, right? Like they could get squeezed a little bit. PC, although PC generally, I imagine, will just get
Let's talk about the broad AI race. What do you think works? We'll talk about Google.
The default leader has been Google because of their infrastructure.
Well, like in the news, OpenAI,
They're the leading in the best model. They have the best model of use, and they're experts. Yeah, OpenAI is winning.
so who's making money on AI right now? Is anyone making money?
So accounting profit-wise, Microsoft is making money, but they're spending a lot of capex, right? That's Meta is making tons of money, but with recommendation systems, such as AI, but not with other ones, right? Almost losing money for them, right? So I think Anthropic and OpenAI are obviously not making money because otherwise they wouldn't be raising money, right? They have to raise money to build more, right? Although theoretically they are making money, right? Like you spent a few $100 million on GPT-4 and it's doing billions of revenue, so it's obviously. Although they have to continue to research to get the compute efficiency, right, and move down the curve to like that 1200x that has been achieved for GPT-3. Maybe we're only at like a couple 100x now, but with GPT-4 Turbo with 4.0, and there'll be another one probably cheaper than GPT-4.0 even that comes out at some point.
And their research costs a lot of money.
Yep, exactly.
That's something that I guess is not talked about. The cost would be that when you refer to the cost of the model, it's not just the training or the test runs; it's the actual research, the manpower.
Yeah, to do things like research right now that exists, they can scale it. They're going to do more research stuff. I think the people focus on the payback question, but it's really easy to like just be like, well, like GDP is humans in industrial capital, right? And if you can make intelligence cheap, you can grow a lot. That's some sort of dumb way to explain it. But that's sort of what basically the investment thesis is. I think only NVIDIA is actually making money, and other hardware vendors. The hyperscalers are all on paper making money, but in reality, they're like spending a lot more on purchasing GPUs, which you don't know if they're still going to make this much money on each GPU increase, right? You don't know if all of a sudden OpenAI goes to poof, but now Microsoft has like hundreds of thousands of GPUs they were renting to OpenAI that they've paid for themselves with their investment. That no longer have a customer, right? Like this is always a possibility. I don't believe that, right? I think OpenAI will keep raising money. I think others will keep raising money because the investments, the returns from it are going to be eventually huge once we have AGI.
So do you think multiple companies will get?
I don't think it's going to be like.
Okay. So it's not called AGI, whatever. Like a single day. It's a gradual thing.
Super powerful AI.
So it's a gradually increasing set of features that are useful.
Rapidly increases.
Rapidly increasing set of features. So you're saying a lot of companies would be. It just seems absurd that all of these companies are building gigantic data centers.
There are companies that will benefit from AI, but not because they create the best model. Like Meta has so many avenues to benefit from AI in all of their services. People are there, people spend time on Meta's platforms, and it's a way to make more money per user per hour.
Yeah, it seems like Google X/XAI/Tesla, what you say, and then Meta will benefit not directly from the AI, like the LLMs, but from the intelligence, like the additional boost of intelligence to the product they're already selling. So whether that's a recommendation system, or for Elon, who's been talking about Optimus with the robot, potentially the intelligence of the robot, and then you have personalized robots in the home, that kind of thing. He thinks it's a $10+ trillion business, which
At some point, maybe, I don't think not soon, but who knows what robotics are. Let's do a TAM analysis, right? 8 billion humans, let's get 8 billion robots, right? And let's pay them the average salary. Yeah, there you go, 10 billion. More than 10 billion.
yeah, I mean, if there's robots everywhere, why does it have to be just basically?
Yeah. I'm gonna have like one robot. You're gonna have like 20.
Yeah, I mean, that's the use case for that. So yeah, so I guess the benefit would be in the product itself, which is why OpenAI is in a tricky position today.
All of the value of OpenAI right now as a brand is in ChatGPT, and there is actually not that for most users. There is not that much of a reason that they need OpenAI to be spending billions and billions of dollars on the next best model when they can just license Llama 5 and Herbie way too. So that's kind of like ChatGPT is an extremely valuable entity for them. But like they can make more money just off that. The chat application clearly like does not have tons of reviews, right? Like the standard chat, right, where you're just using it for random questions and stuff, right? The cost continues to go up. The latest one, biggest, but it's going to get supported by ads, right? Like while that already starts 4 or 5 probably loses some money, but at some point, they're going to get the models are going to get so cheap that they can just serve them for free with ads, right? And that's what Google's going to be able to do. And that's obviously they've got a bigger reach, right? So the chat is not going to be the only use case. It's like these reasoning, code, agents, computer use, all this stuff is where OpenAI has to actually go to make money in the future. Otherwise, they'll be put.
But X, Google, and Meta have these other products. So isn't it likely that OpenAI and Anthropic disappear eventually?
Unless they're so good at models, they are.
But it's such a cutting edge. I mean, you have to keep winning.
Yeah.
You have to keep winning as you climb. Even if they have capabilities to go super rapid, so awesome in the direction of CGI, like there's still a boost for X in terms of data, Google in terms of data, Meta in terms of data, in terms of other products, for the money. Like there's huge amounts of
My
money.
whole idea is human data is kind of tapped out. We don't care. We all care about self-play, verifiable.
Yes, the self-play.
AWS does not make a lot of money on each individual machine. And the same can be said for the most powerful AI platform, which is even though the calls to an API are so cheap, there's still a lot of money to be made by owning that platform. And there's a lot of discussions as it's the next compute layer. You have to believe that, and yeah, there's a lot of discussions with tokens and tokenomics and LLM APIs are the next compute layer or the next paradigm for the economy, kind of like energy and oil was. There's also like you have to sort of believe that APIs and chat are not where AI is stuck, right? It is actually just features and robotics and computer reason. Those are the areas where all the value will be delivered, not API, not chat applications.
Right? Is it possible you have it all just becomes a commodity and you have the very thin wrapper like perplexity? Just joking.
There are a lot of rappers making a lot of money.
Yeah, so but do you think it's possible that people would just even forget what OpenAI and Anthropic is and just because there'll be wrappers around the API and it's just dynamic?
If model progress is not rapid, yeah, it's becoming a commodity, right? GPT-3 shows this, but also the GPT-3 chart earlier chart showed this, right? Llama 3B is 1200x cheaper than GPT-3. Any GPT-3, like anyone whose business model was GPT-3 level capabilities, anyone whose business model is GPT-4 level capabilities is dead. It is a common saying that the best businesses being made now are ones that are predicated on models that get better, right?
Which will be like wrappers, invoice, right? ways to
In the short term, the company that can make the most money is the one that figures out what advertising targeting method works for language model generations. We have the meta ads for hyper targeted in feeds, not within specific pieces of content. We have search ads that are used by Google and Amazon. So within the piece, within a return from ChatGPT, it is not clear how you get a high quality placed ad within the output. And if you can do that with model costs coming down, you can get super high revenue. Like that revenue is totally uncapped and it's not clear technically how it's.
Yeah, that is. I mean, the ad side acceleration that Google did. In one day, we'll have in GPT output an ad, and that's going to make like billions.
And it could be very subtle. It could be in conversation. We have voice code now. It could be some way of making it through the voice, introducing certain things. It's much harder to measure, and it takes enough meaning.
And it wouldn't be so shady. It wouldn't come off shady, so that you would receive public blowback. You have to do it loud enough to where it's clear as an ad. That can balance over that. So that's the open question as well. And Anthropic, AI.
They may not say.
I don't think they care about it right now.
I think they're Perplexity are experimenting on that.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, for sure.
But Perplexity, Google, Meta, I think OpenAI and Anthropic are purely laser focused on
AGI.
Yeah, the agents and AGI. If I build AGI, I can make sense of it, right? Or I can pay for everything, right? And this is it's just predicated like back on the like textbook control, right? If you think AGI is 5-10 years away or less, right? These labs think it's 2-3 years away. Obviously, your actions are, if you assume they're rational actors, which they are mostly, what you do in a 2-year AGI versus 5-year versus 10 years, very, very, very different, right?
Do you think agents are promising? Well, let's talk about this. This is like the excitement of the year. The agents are going to This is the generic hype term that a lot of business folks are using. AI agents to revolutionize everything.
Okay, so mostly the term agent is obviously overblown. We've talked a lot about reinforcement learning as a way to train for verifiable outcomes. Agents should mean something that is open-ended and is solving a task independently on its own and able to adapt. There's a lot of the term agent applied to things like Apple Intelligence, which we still don't have after the last WWDC, which is orchestrating between apps. And that quote-unquote tool use thing is something that Microsoft can do as well. Apple Intelligence, I suspect, will come eventually. It's a closed domain, messages app integrated into photos, AI in the background. That will work. That has been described as an agent by a lot of software companies to get into the narrative. Yeah. The question is, what ways do we get language models to generalize to new domains and solve their own problems in real time? Maybe some tiny amount of training when they're doing this, fine-tuning themselves, or in context learning, which is the idea of storing information in a prompt and using learning algorithms to update that, and whether or not you believe that that is going to actually generalize to things like me saying, book my trip to go to Austin in 2 days, I have XYZ constraints, and actually trusting it. It's an HCI problem, comes back for information.
Well, what's your prediction there? Because my gut says we're very far away from that.
I think OpenAI's capability, I don't know if you've seen the 5 levels, where chat is level 1, reasoning is level 2, and then agents is level 3, and I think it's a couple more levels, but it's important to note, right, we were in chat for a couple years, right? We just theoretically got to reasoning. We'll be here for a year or 2, right? And then agents, but at the same time, like, people can translate the approximate capabilities to the next level, but the agents are doing things autonomously, doing things for minutes at a time, hours at a time, etc., right? Reasoning is doing things for tens of seconds at a time, right? And then coming back with an output that's looking to verify, right? And the biggest problem is, of course, like, it's the same thing with manufacturing, right? Like, Six Sigma thing, right? Like, how many 9s do you get and compound the 9s onto each other? And it's like, if you multiply, by the number of steps that are Six Sigma, you get to, a yield or something, right? So, like, in semiconductor manufacturing, tens of thousands of steps, 9999999 is not enough, right? Because you multiply that many times, you actually end up with like 6 zeros. field, right? Or zero. And it's the same thing with agents, right? Like chaining tasks together each time. LLM, even the best LLM in particularly right? They get a little bit slowed up because there's a lot of them. And so how do you get to enough knowledge, right? This is the same thing with self-driving. We can't have self-driving because without there being a super geofence like Google's, right? And even then, they have a bunch of teleoperators to make sure this stuff, right? But you can't do that because this doesn't have enough time.
And self-driving has quite a lot of structure because roads and rules is more defined, there's regulation. When you're talking about computer use, like an open web, for example, or like an open operating system, like there's no, it's a mess. So like the possibility, I'm always skeptical of any system that is past interacting with the human world. Open, messy
thing. If we can't get intelligence that's enough to solve the human world on its own, we can create infrastructure with the human operators for Waymo over many years that enables it.
There's a company, I don't remember what it is, but that's literally their pitches. Yeah, we're just going to be the human operator. You just call us people.
It's like an API call. It's hilarious. There's going to be teleoperation markets where we get human robots, because there's going to be somebody around the world that's happy to fix the fact that it can't finish loading my dishwasher when I'm unhappy with it, but that's just going to be part of the Tesla service pack.
I'm just imagining like an AI agent talking to another AI agent. One company has an AI agent that specializes in helping other AI agents.
But if you can make things that are good at one step, you can stack them together. So that's why if it takes a long time, we're going to build infrastructure. Able to, you see the operator launch, they have partnerships with certain websites, DoorDash, OpenTable, things like this. Those partnerships are going to let them climb really fast. Also, get really good at those things. The proof of concept, that might be a network effect where more companies want to make it easier for AI. Some companies will be like, no, let's put blockers in place. And this is the story of the internet. You see it now with training data for language models for companies. No, you're okay. Like, good as working it out.
That said, I think like airlines have a very hotels, like high incentives to make their site work really well. They usually don't. Like if you look at how many clicks it takes to order an airplane ticket, it's insane.
You actually can't call an American Airlines agent anymore. They don't have a phone number.
It's horrible on many of the interface ones and all. To imagine that agents would be able to deal with that website when I, as a human, struggle. Like I have an existential crisis every time I try to book an airplane ticket. That I think it's going to be extremely difficult to build the AI agent that's robust.
But think about it, like United has accepted the Starlink. They have to provide Starlink for free, and users are going to love it. What if one airline is, we're going to take a year, we're going to make our website have white text that works perfectly for the AI. Every time anyone asks about an AI flight, they buy whatever airline it is.
Or like they just like, here's an API and it's only supposed to be AI agents, and if anyone queries it, the price is 10% higher. And for any flight, we'll let you see any of our flights, and you can just book any of them. Here you go, agent. And then it's like, oh, and I made 10% higher. Awesome. And like, am I willing to say that? So I can't book me a flight, so see that. But yeah, whatever. I think computers, real world and open world are really, really messy. But if you start defining the problem in narrow regions, people are going to be able to create very, very productive things. And ratchet down cost massively, right? Like, crazy things like, robotics in the home, those are going to be a lot harder to do, just like self-driving, right? Because it's just a billion different things, right? But like agents that can like navigate a certain set of websites and do certain sets of tasks, or like look at your take a photo of your groceries, your fridge, or like upload your recipes, and then like it figures out what to order from Amazon / Whole Foods food delivery. Like that's going to be like pretty quick and easy to do that. So it's going to be a whole range of like business outcomes. There's going to be tons of sort of optimism around people thinking about this.
To be clear, these sandboxes aren't existing. There are people who have built clones of all of the most popular websites of Google, Amazon, blah blah blah, to make it so that there's AI probably has them internally to train these things. It's the same as DeepMind's robotics team for years has had clusters for robotics. you interact with robots fully remotely in the lab in London, and you send tasks to it, it arranges the blocks, and you do this research. Obviously, there's text there that fix stuff, but you turn these cranes to automation before. You go from sandbox to progress, and add one more domain at a time, and generalize. In the history of NLP and language processing, instruction tuning is tasks per language model. One language model is one task. And then in the instruction tuning literature, there's a point where you start adding more and more tasks together, where it just starts to generalize to every task. And we don't know where on this curve goes. For reasoning with this RL very domains, we're early, and we don't know where the point is where you just start training on enough domains and like more domains just start working and you cross the generalization barrier.
Well, what do you think about the programming context? So, software engineering, that's where I personally know a lot of people interact with AI much.
There's a lot of fear names too. Yes, it is. There's also that is the area where probably the most AI revenue and productivity gains comes. Right? Whether it be Copilot or Cursor or what have you, right? Or just standard chat GPT, right? Like a lot of I know very few programmers who don't have ChatGPT, and actually many of them have the $200 because that's what it's so good. I think that in that world, we already see it. Like we looked at the benchmark made by some standards. I wouldn't say it's like really hard. I wouldn't say it's easy either. I think like it takes someone who's been through at least a few years of CS or a couple of years of programming to do that well. And the models went from 4% to 60% in like right? And where are they going to go to next year? It's going to be higher. And it probably won't be 100% because again, that 9 is like really hard to do. But we're going to get to the point where that's going to need harder software engineers and so on and so forth. But the way that like people think of it now is it can do code completely easy. You can do some function generation that can review it, great. But really the like software engineering agents I think can be done faster than any other agent because it is a verifiable domain. You can always like use a test or compile, and there's many different regions of like you can inspect the whole code base at once, which no engineer really can. Only the architects can really think about this stuff. The really senior guys, and they can define stuff. And then the agent can execute on it. So I think software engineering costs are crazy. And one interesting aspect of that is when software engineering costs are really low, you get very different approaches, right? So in the U.S., you have all these platform SaaS companies, right? Salesforce and so on and so forth, right? In China, no one uses platform SaaS. Everyone just builds their own stack because software engineering is much cheaper. Partially because like people, STEM graduates, etc. So it's generally just cheaper to do. And so they can code for code LLMs have been adopted much less than the cost of an engineer there is much lower. But like what happens when every company can just invent their own business logic like really cheaply and quickly? And platform SaaS start building custom solutions. You change them really quickly. Now all of a sudden your business is a little bit more efficient too potentially because you're not dealing with the hell that is like some random platform SaaS company stuff not working perfectly, having workflows or random business automation cases that aren't necessarily AI required. It's just logic that needs to be built that no one can, right? All of these things can go happen faster. I think software and then the other domains like industrial, chemical, mechanical engineers suck at coding, right? Just generally. Like there are tools like semiconductor engineers, are tools 20 years old. All the tools run on XP, including ASML lithography tools, run on Windows XP, right? It's like, and like a lot of the analysis happens in Excel, right? Like it's just like, guys, you guys can move 20 years forward with all the data you have been gathered and like do a lot better. You need the engineering skills for software engineering to be delivered to the actual domain expert engineers. So I think that's the area where I'm like super duper bullish of generally AI creating the big picture. I don't think it's going to be a flow. We talked a really good example of how growth changes is when Meta added stories. So Snapchat was on an exponential, they added stories, it flopped. Software engineers went up into the range. AI is going to come in, it's probably going to be flat. Like, like everyone's going to lose their job. It's hard because the supply corrects more slowly, the number of students is still growing, and that'll correct on a multi-year, like a year delay. But the amount of jobs will turn, and then maybe in 20, 40 years, it'll be well down. But in a few years, there'll never be a snap moment where it's like software engineering.
I think also the nature of what needs to be programmed or what kind of jobs programmers do changes. Because I think there needs to be a human in the loop of everything you talked about. There's a really important human in that picture of like correcting the code, like fixing.
Larger than the company.
Yep, and debugging also, like debugging by so reading the code, understanding the steering the system like that, or you missed the point, adding more to the prompt, kind of like yes, it's adding the human.
Designing the perfect human button. Google's famous for having people design buttons that are so perfect. It's like how is AI going to do that? That is like they could give you all ideas. Perfect button.
Yeah. I mean that's the thing. We call it taste. Humans have one thing humans can do is figure out what other humans enjoy better than AI. Just with preference, you loading that in. But ultimately, humans are the greatest preference general. That's where the preference comes from.
The humans are actually very good at reading, like judging between two things. This goes back to the core of what objective preference is that it's hard to generate a good answer for a lot of problems, but it's easy to see which one is better. And that's how we're using humans for AI now, is judging which one is better. But that's what software engineering should look like. It's PR review. Here's a few options. What are the here's the potential pros and cons? And they're going to be judges.
I think the thing I would very much recommend is people programmers start using AI and embracing that role of the supervisor of the AI system, or like partner of the AI system, versus writing from scratch or not learning coding at all, just generating stuff. And I think there actually has to be expertise as a programmer to be able to manage increasingly intelligent systems.
I think it's that and then becoming a business.
Sure. Yeah.
Seriously, if you go look at aerospace or semiconductors or chemical engineering, everyone is using really crappy platforms, really old software. Like the job of the data scientist is like a joke, right? In many cases, it's very real, but it's like bring what the forefront of human capabilities are to your domain, and like even if the forefront is like from AI, your domain, you're like at the forefront, right? So it's like you have to be at the forefront of something, and then leverage the like rising tide that is AI for everything.
But yeah, there's so many low-hanging fruits everywhere in terms of where software can like help automate a thing or digitize a thing. In the legal system, I mean, that's why Doge settings. Yeah, I got to hang out with a bunch of the Doge folks, and government is like so it's like begging for the modernization of software, of organizing the data, all this stuff. I mean, in that case, it's by design. Bureaucracy creates, protects such as power and so on. But software breaks down those barriers, so it hurts those that are power, but ultimately benefits humanity. So there's a bunch of domains of that kind. One thing we really finished talking about stuff was this. So first of all, congrats. You released a new model.
Yeah.
Tulu.
I'll explain what a Tulu is. A Tulu is a hybrid camel you breed in dromedary with a Korean camel. Back in the early days after ChatGPT, there was a big wave of models coming out, like alpaca, vicuna, etc., that were all named after various Middle Eastern species. So Tulu the brand is multiple years old, which comes from that. And we've been playing at the frontiers of post-training with open source code. And this first part of this release was in fall, where we built on Llama's open models, weight models, and then we added fully open code or fully open data. There's a popular benchmark that is and that's the related metric by which cat models are evaluated, and it's humans compare random models organizations. And if you look at the leaderboard in November and December, among the top 60 models from 10 to 20 organizations, none of them had open code or data for just post-training. Among that, even fewer or none have pre-training data available, but post-training is much more accessible at this time, so people can do it. And the thing is, like, how high can we push this number where people have access to all the code and data? That's kind of the motivation of the project. Llama, NVIDIA had a Nemotron model where the recipe for their post-training is fairly open with some data, and a paper is putting all these together to try to create a recipe that people can fine-tune models like GPT-4 to their domain.
So to be clear, in the case of tooling, so you can talk about all of it too, but in the case of tooling, you're taking llama 3, 4, 5B.
Kudu has been a series of recipes for post-training. We've done multiple models within years.
And so you're open sourcing it.
Yeah, if you start with an open weight-based model, the whole model technically is an open source, and you don't know what model goes into it, which is why we have a separate thing that we'll get to. But it's just getting parts of the pipeline where people can zoom in and customize. I know you're from startup businesses that are like, okay, like I can take this post-training and try to apply it to my domain. We talk about verifiers a lot. We use this idea of just reinforcement learning verified with domain rewards, RLDR, kind of similar to RLHF. And we applied it to that. And the model today, which is, we applied it to the Llama 405B base model from last year, and we have our other stuff, we have our instruction tuning and preference tuning, but the math thing is interesting, which is like it's easier to improve this math benchmark. So the benchmark MATH math, all capitals, tough name, and the benchmark name is the area they're evaluating for research, not brand strategy. And this is something that the DeepSeek paper talked about as well. It's like a bigger model, it's easier to elicit powerful capabilities with this RL training, and then they distill it down to something called model. And this model we released today, we saw the same thing, is that we're at ASU, we don't have a ton of compute, we can't train 405B models all the time. We did a few runs, and they tend to work, and it shows that there's a lot of room for people to play in these things, and they crush Llama actually. The way that yeah, so our eval numbers, I mean, we have extra months in this, but our eval numbers are much better than the Llama instruction models they released.
And then you also said better than DeepSeek.
Yeah, and our eval benchmark. So most DeepSeek v3 is really similar. We have a safety benchmark to understand if it will say harmful things and things like that, and that draws down most of the way. It's like an amalgamation of multiple benchmarks. Yeah, so we have a 10 evaluation. This is standard practice in post-training. You choose your evaluations for that. In academics and smaller labs, you'll have fewer evaluations. In companies, you'll have really one domain you really care about. In frontier labs, you'll have 10s, 20s, maybe even like 100 evaluations for specific things. So we choose a representative suite of things that look like chat, precise instruction following, just like respond only in emojis, like the model follows you, things like that.
Yeah.
Math, code, and you create a suite like this. So safety would be 1 of 10. In that type of suite, where you have what does the broader community of AI care about? And for example, in comparison to DeepSeek, it would be something like our average eval for our model would be 80, including safety, and similar without. And DeepSeek would be like 79% average score without safety, and their safety score with the average.
Oh, so you beat them even ignoring safety.
Yeah, so this is something that internally, it's like I don't want to win only by like how you shape the eval. So if there's something that people may or may not care about safety as a model, safety can come downstream. Safety can be when you host a model for an API. Like safety is addressed in the spectrum of limitations of AI applications. So it's like if you want to say that you have the best recipe, you can't just gate it on these things that some people might not want. And this is just it's like the time of progress benefit. If we release a model later, we have more time to learn new techniques like this RL technique. We started this fall. Not really popular with reasoning models. The next thing to do for open source post-training is to scale up verifiers, to scale up data with replicates in the DeepSeek results. It's awesome that we have a paper to draw on that makes it a lot easier. And that's the type of things that is going on among academic and closed frontier research in AI.
Since you're pushing open source, what is the future of it? Do you think DeepSeek actually changes things with this open source? Open way of pushing open source movement into the open direction.
This goes very back to the license discussion. So DeepSeek R1 with a friendly license is a major reset. Because the first time that we've had a really clear frontier model that is open weight and with a commercially friendly license with no restrictions on downstream use cases, that data distillation, whatever. This has never been the case at all in the history of AI in the last few years. There have been models that are off the frontier or models with licenses that you can release less.
Isn't Meta's law license that's pretty much come as full except for 5 companies?
And there's also, so this goes to like what open source AI is, which is there's also use case restrictions in the Llama license. This says you can't use it for specific things. So if you come from an open source software background, you would say that that is not an open source license.
What kind of things are that?
at this point I can't remember off the top of my head. But it'll be like competitors from military use as well. They remove that for scale. It'll be like CSAM or child abuse material. Or like that's the type of thing that is forbidden there. But that's enough from an open source background to say it's not open source license. And also the llama license has this horrible thing where you have to name your model llama if you touch it. To the llama model, so it's like a branding thing. So if a company uses llama, technically the license says that they built the llama at the bottom of your application. And from like a marketing perspective, that was like I decided out some research on what it says llama dash on all of our materials for this release. But this is why we need truly open models, which is we don't know GPL1's data. So really, so you're saying I can't make a cheap copy of llama and send it to my do this with the Chinese network. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, and that's why it's like you want this whole open language model thing, the whole thing, is to try to keep the model where everything is open, the data as close to the front. So we're compute constrained, we're personality constrained, we rely on getting insights from people. Someone tells us to do RL on output, we can make these big jumps, but it just takes a long time to finish the frontier of open source. Fundamentally, I would say that that's because open source AI does not have the same feedback loops as open source software. We talked about open source software for security. Also, it's just because you build something once and you can reuse it, and you go to a new company. There's so many benefits. But if you open source a language model, you have this data sitting around, you have this training code. It's not like that easy for someone to come and build on your fruit. So until there are feedback loops of open source AI, it seems like mostly an ideological thing. People like Mark Zuckerberg, like America needs this. And I agree with them, but at the same time, the motivation ideologically behind capitalize and build an ecosystem around what benefits do you get from seeing. Yes, sir. Can you hear me? And there's not a lot about that. We're going to try to launch that soon. Look at the FOMO model and a query and see what we can do. Like, legally risky and complicated, but it's what does it need to see the data that the AI is trained on? It's part to part. Terabytes of files. And I don't know what I'm going to find in there. But that's what we need to do as an ecosystem if people want open source AI to be financially useful.
We didn't really talk about Target. I would love to get your opinion on like what your administration, the Trump administration, everything that's being done from the American side supporting AI infrastructure and the efforts of the different AI companies. What do you think about Stargate? What are we supposed to think about Stargate?
Yeah, so I think Stargate is an open thing. It definitely doesn't have $5 billion. It doesn't have $100 billion. It also has $500 billion number. Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, and Trump said it. They thank Trump and Trump did do some executive actions that like do significantly improve the ability for these city vaults faster. One of the executive actions he did is on federal land you can just basically build data centers in power. I had a late night last night, pretty much like that. And then the permitting process is so like one of the again like I had a skip that take earlier, another skip that take. If you've ever been to Presidio in San Francisco, beautiful area. You could go pound on your data center there. Thank you, baby. Because it is federal land. It's kind of military. Obviously this is like it's good bit. Anyways, Trump has made it much easier to do this, right? Generally, Texas has the only unregulated grid in the nation as well.
Let's go Texas.
And so, therefore, like ERCOT enables people to build faster as well. In addition, the federal regulations are coming down. And so, Stargate is predicated. This is why that whole show happened. Now, how they came up with a $500 billion number is beyond. How they came up with a $100 billion number makes sense to some extent, right? And there's actually a good table in here that I would like to show. In that piece that I have. It's the most recent one, yeah. So anyways, Stargate, it's basically, right, like, there is, it's a table about cost. There, you passed it already. It's that one. So this table is kind of explaining what happened. So Stargate is in Abilene, Texas, the first $100 billion of it. That site is 2.2 gigawatts of power in, about 1.8 gigawatts of power consumed, right? per GPU, they have like roughly Oracle is already building the first part of this before starting Gigabyte. Here they've been building for a year. They tried to rent Elon for that, right? But Elon was like, it's too slow. I need it faster. And he went to this measure. And so OpenAI was able to get it with this like weird joint venture called Stargate. They initially signed a deal with just Oracle for the first section of this cluster, right? This first section of this cluster, right, is roughly $5 billion to $6 billion of server stuff, right? And then there's another billion or so of data center stuff. But and then likewise, like if you fill out that entire 1.8 gigawatts with the next two generations of the previous chip, GB200, GB300, BR200, and you fill it out completely, that ends up being roughly $50 billion of server costs, right? Plus there's data center costs, plus maintenance costs, plus operation costs, plus all these things. And that's where OpenAI gets to their $100 billion announcement that they had, right? They talked about $100 billion in phase one. That's the Abilene, Texas, right? $100 billion total cost of ownership, right? So it's not CapEx, it's not investment, it's $100 billion of total cost of ownership. And then there will be future phases. They're looking at other sites that are even bigger than 2.2 gigawatts, by the way, in Texas and elsewhere. So they're not, really ignoring that, but the number of $100 billion that they say for phase one, which I do think will happen. They don't even have the money for that. Furthermore, it's not $100 billion, $50 billion of spend, right? And then like $50 billion for operational cost, power, et cetera, rental pricing, et cetera. So they're renting it. OpenAI is renting the GPUs from the Stargate, right? What money do they actually have? Right? SoftBank is going to invest. Oracle's going to invest in it. OpenAI is on the line for $19 billion. Everyone knows they only got $6 billion in their last round, $4 billion in it. So, but there's like news. SoftBank maybe invested $25 billion in it, right? So that's part of it, right? So $19 billion can come from there. OpenAI does not have the money, right? To be clear, he does not write on anything. OpenAI has $0 for this $50 billion, right? And which they're legally obligated to put $19 billion of capex into the joint venture, and then the rest they're going to pay via renting the GPUs from the joint venture. There's Oracle. Oracle has a lot of money. They're building the first section. Really, they were spending for it themselves, right? $6 billion of capex, $10 billion of TCO. But they were going to do that first section. They're paying for it, right? As far as the rest of the section, I don't know how much Larry wants to spend, right? At any point, he can pull out, right? Like this is again, like completely voluntary. At any point, there's no signed ink component, right? But he potentially could contribute $10 billion, right? But he's got the money. Oracle's got the money. And then there's like MGX, which is the UAE fund, which technically has $1.5 trillion invested in AI. But again, like, I don't know how real that money is, and like, there is no ink signed for this. SoftBank does not have $25 billion of cash. They have to sell down their stake in ARM, which is the leader in CPUs. And they IPO'd it. This is obviously what they've always wanted to do. They just didn't know where they could deploy the capital. Selling down the stake in ARM makes a ton of sense. So they can sell that down and invest in this if they want to, and invest in it if they want to. As far as like money secured, the first 100,000 GB200 cluster is like everything else after that is up in the air. Money's coming. I believe the money will come. I personally do.
It's a belief.
Okay. It's a belief that they are going to release better models and be able to read. Yeah. Right? But like the actual reality is that Elon's right. There is the money is not.
What is the U.S. government? What is Trump? He's just a hype man.
Trump is producing the regulations that they built, right? And he's allowing them to do it, right? So any investment of this size is going to involve the investment, right? So obviously he's going to allow them to do it. He's going to enable the regulations to actually allow it to be built. I don't believe there's any U.S. government dollars.
Yeah, so I think he's also just creating a general vibe that this is regulation will go down and this is the era of building. So if you're a builder, you want to create stuff, you want to launch stuff, this is the time to do it.
And so like we've had this 1.8 gigawatt data center in our data for over a year now. We've been like sort of setting it to all of our clients, including many of the companies that are building the multi-gigawatts. But that is like at a level that's not quite maybe executives like seeing $500 billion, $100 billion, and then everyone's asking them like, so it could spur like another like even faster arms race, right? Because there's already an arms race, but like this like $100 million, $500 billion number, Trump talking about it on TV, like it could spur the arm race to be even faster. and more investors to flood in. So I think you're right. Is that in that sense that OpenAI Trump is sort of like championing people are going to build more, and his actions are going to let people build.
What are you excited about these several years that are upcoming in terms of cluster build-outs, in terms of breakthroughs in AI? Like the best possible future you can imagine in the next couple of years, 2, 3, 4 years. What does that look like? Just it could be very specific technical things like breakthroughs on post training, or it could be just size, big,
Yeah, I mean it's
impressive clusters.
I really enjoy tracking supply chain and like who's involved in what.
Yeah.
I really do. It's really fun to see like the numbers, the cost, who's building what capacity, helping them figure out how much capacity they should build, when deals, strategic stuff. That's really cool. I think technologically, there's a lot around the networking side that really excites me. With optics and electronics, right? Like getting closer and closer with co-packaged optics or some sort of like switching.
It's just internal to a cluster.
Yeah. Also multi-data center training, right? Like there's people putting so much fiber between these data centers and lighting it up with so much bandwidth that there's a lot of interesting stuff happening on that end, right? Telecom has been really boring since 5G, and now it's like really exciting again.
Can you educate me a little bit about the speed of things? So the speed of memory versus the speed of interconnect versus the speed of fiber between data centers. Are these orders of magnitude different? Can we at some point converge towards a place where it all just feels like one computer?
I don't think that's possible. It's only gonna get harder to work. It's only gonna get more difficult, complicated, and more layers, right? The general image that people like to have is like this hierarchy of memory. So on chip is really close, localized within the chip, right? You have registers, right? Those are shared between some compute elements, and then you'll have caches, which are shared between more compute elements. Then you have like memory, right? Like HBM or DRAM, like DDR memory or whatever it is, and that's shared between the whole chip. And then you can have pools of memory that are shared between many chips, right? And storage, and it keeps zoning out, right? The access latency across data centers, within the data center, within the chip, is different. So like you're always going to have different programming paradigms for this. It's not going to be easy. Programming this stuff is going to be hard to do, right? With programming this, but the way to think about it is that like there's sort of like the more elements you add to a task, you don't get strong scaling, right? If I double the number of chips, I have 2 extra components, right? This is just like a reality of computing because there's inefficiencies, and there's a lot of interesting work being done to make it not, to make it more linear. Whether it's making the chips more networked together more tightly, or cool programming models, or cool algorithmic things that you can do on the model side, right? DeepSeek did some of these really cool innovations. Interconnect, parallelize, but like also, everyone's always doing stuff. Google's got a bunch of work, and everyone's got a bunch of work like this. That stuff is super exciting with the model and workflow and innovation side, right? Hardware, solid state transformers are interesting, or the power side. There's stuff on batteries. There's all sorts of stuff on, I think when if you look at every layer of the compute stack, right, whether it goes from lithography and etch all the way to like fabrication, to like optics, to networking, to power, to transformers, to cooling, to a networking, and you go on up and up and up and up the stack. Even air conditioners for data centers are like innovative, right? Like it's like there's like copper cables are innovative, right? Like you wouldn't think it's like copper cables there's some innovations happening there with like the density of how you can back them. Like it's like all of these layers of the stack, all the way up to the models. Human progress is at a pace that's never been seen before.
I'm just imagining you sitting back in a warehouse of schools that were just monitoring the supply chain, where all these clusters, like all the information together. I mean,
There's a big team.
You do quite incredible work setting us, and you just keep your fingers on the pulse of human civilization in the digital world. Pretty cool, like just to watch, feel that. Feel all of us like doing epic shit. Feel it. I mean, from meme to like reality. Is there like breakthroughs and like looking forward to potentially?
It's a while to think about this. It's beautiful.
I knew this was coming, and realistically, training models is very fun because you so much living and the thing that makes my job entertaining is train models. I write analysis about what's happening with models, and it's because there is obviously so much more progress to be had. And the real motivation why I do this, like where I share things, is that there's just I don't trust people that are like, trust me, bro, we're gonna make AI good. Like we're the ones that it's like we're gonna do it, and you can trust us, and we're just gonna have all the AI. And it's just like I would like a future where more people have a say in what AI is, so you can understand it. And it's a little bit less fun, and it's not a like positive thing. I'm like, this is just all really fun. Training models is fun, bringing people in is fun, but it's really like AI is going to be the most powerful technology of my lifetime. And like, we need to have a lot of people involved in making that and making it making your code that helps with that as accessible as possible, as open as possible. Yeah. In my read of the last few years, that more openness would help the AI ecosystem in terms of having more people understand what's going on, whether that's researchers from non-AI fields, governments, everything. It doesn't mean that openness will always be the answer. But then we'll reassess as like what is the biggest problem facing AI and tack on a different angle to the wild ride that we're on.
And for me, just from even the user experience, anytime you have like Coffee said, the aha moments, like the magic, like seeing the reasoning change thought. It's like there's something really just fundamentally beautiful about that. It's putting in there for ourselves and seeing like, oh shit, it is solving intelligence as the cliche like goal of these companies is. You get to understand why we humans are special. The intelligence within us is special. And for now also why we're special in terms of we seem to be conscious in the AI systems, but now us we get to solve we get to explore that mystery. So that's it's just really cool to get to explore these questions that I would have never imagined would be even possible. Back when just watching with excitement Deep Blue beat Kasparov, like I wouldn't have ever thought this kind of AI is possible like that. This is really good AI. That's incredible.
I started with AI of learning to fly it. It's really a quadrant. Like learn to fly, and it's just like and learn to fly up and hit the ceiling and stop and catch it. It's like okay, that is really stupid compared to what's going to happen.
And now you could probably with natural language tell it to learn to fly and go to general control algorithm to do that.
There's low level blocking. Weird stuff to that, but you can. You have
Back to our robotics conversation. Yeah, when you have to interact with actual physical world, what gives you hope about the future of human civilization? Looking into the next 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, how long do you think it'll be? Think we got 1,000 years?
Humans will definitely be around in 1,000 years. There's ways that very bad things. But humans are very good at surviving. There's been a lot of things that is true. I don't think they're good at long-term risks. But when the risk becomes immediate, we tend to figure things out. And for that reason, there's physical constraints to things like AGI, recursive improvement to show us all type stuff. But for some physical reasons, and for humans to figure things out before, I'm not too worried about AI take over. There are other international things that are worrying, but there's just fundamental human goodness and trying to amplify that. We're on a tenuous time, and I mean, if you look at humanity as a whole, there's been times where things go backwards. There's times when things don't happen at all, and we're on what should be very positive trajectory right now.
Yeah, this is big progress, but just like with power, just spikes human suffering. And we're going to try to minimize the amount of spikes.
Generally, humanity is going to suffer a lot less, right? I'm very optimistic about that. I do worry of like techno-fascism type stuff arising as AI becomes more and more prevalent and powerful, and those who control it can do more and more. Maybe it doesn't kill us all, but at some point, every very powerful human is going to want a brain computer interface so that they can interact with the AGI and all of its advantages in many more ways and merge its mind and sort of like in its capabilities, or that person's capabilities can leverage those much better than anyone everyone else, and therefore be, it won't be one person rule them all, but it will be, the thing I worry about is will be like few people who, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, maybe millions of people rule whoever's left, right? And the economy around it, right? And I think that's like the thing that's probably more worrisome is like human-machine amalgamation. This enables an individual human to have more impact on the world, and that impact can be both positive and negative, right? Generally, humans have positive impact on the world, at least societally, but it's possible for individual humans to have such negative impact. And AGI, at least as I think the last defined, not a runaway sentient thing, but rather just something that can do a lot of tasks really efficiently, amplifies the capabilities of someone causing extreme damage. But for the most part, I think it'll be used for processing millions, which will then increase the abundance and supply of things, and therefore reduce the things.
That's the goal. Scrolling and the timeline. Just dropping in those spaces.
Scrolling holds the status quo of the world. That is a positive outcome. Right?
Yeah.
Like if I have two scrolling, and I'm happy, that's a positive outcome.
While expanding out into the cosmos. Well, this is a fun time to be alive. And thank you for pushing the forefront of what is possible in humans. Thank you for talking to me. This is fun. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Patel and Nathan. And now, let me leave you some words from Richard. For a successful technology, reality must take precedence over calculations. For nature cannot be free. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
I mean, look, we're adding $1 trillion. Yeah, it's now passing the size of the defense department budget, and it's compounding. And pretty soon it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 90 days, and then it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 80 days, and then it's going to be $1 trillion every 70 days. And then if this doesn't get fixed at some point, we enter a hyperinflationary spiral, and we become Argentina or Brazil.
The following is a conversation with Mark and Teresa, the second time on the podcast. Mark is a visionary tech leader and investor who fundamentally shaped the development of the internet and the tech industry in general over the past 30 years. He's the co-creator of Mosaic, the first widely used web browser, co-founder of Netscape, co-founder of the legendary Silicon Valley venture capital firm Research Forward, and one of the most influential voices in the tech world, including at the intersection of technology and politics. This is the Let's Speak podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, Mark and Lisa. All right, let's start with optimism. If you were to imagine the best possible 1 to 2 years, 2025, 26, for tech, for big tech and small tech, what would be lay out your vision for the best possible scenario trajectory for
The roaring 20s. Roaring 20s. I mean, look, a couple things. It is remarkable over the last several years with all of the issues, including everything, not just everything about it, also COVID and everything that's happened. It's really amazing. The United States just kept growing. If you just look at economic growth charts, the US just kept growing. And very significantly, many other countries stopped growing. So Canada stopped growing, the UK stopped growing, Germany stopped growing. Some of those countries maybe actually going backwards at this point. And there's a very long discussion to be had about what's wrong with those countries. And there's, of course, plenty of things that are wrong with those countries. But the US is just flat out trying to grow. And I think that's a consequence of many factors. Some of which are lucky, and some of which through hard work. And so the lucky part is just, number one, we just got like incredible physical situation on the continent. We have incredible natural resources. Right? There's this running joke now that like whenever it looks like the US is going to run out of something good or material, some farmer in North Dakota like kicks over a hay bale and finds like a $2 trillion deposit. Right? I mean, we're just like the last, with the natural resources. Energy, we can be energy independent anytime we want. This last administration decided they didn't want to be. They wanted to turn off American energy. This new administration just declared that they have the goal of turning it on. dramatic way. There's no question we can be energy dependent. We can be a giant energy exporter. It's purely a question of choice. And I think that is and so and then I'd say two other things. One is, we'd be the beneficiaries, and your example, that's for a beneficiary. We're the beneficiary of, 50, 100, 200 years of like the most aggressive driven, smartest people in the world, most capable people in the US and this year. And so we just have, by far the most dynamic, we're by far the most dynamic population, most aggressive, we're the most aggressive set of characters, and it certainly makes one in the Western country, and that's just so much fun today. And then finally, I would just say, look, we are overwhelmingly the advanced technology leader. We have our issues, and we have a particular issue with manufacturing, which we can talk about, but for, anything in software, or anything in AI, anything, all these, advanced biotech, all these advanced technologies that we're by far the leader. Again, part because many of the best scientists and engineers in the US. And so we have all of the preconditions for just a monster. I can see a kind of growth going way up, and growth going way up, rate of technology adoption going way up, and then we can do a global tour if you like, but like basically all of our competitors have like profound issues, and we've got a bunch of them on, but the competitive landscape is it's remarkable how much better position we are for growth.
What about the humans themselves? It's like a philosophical question. I travel across the world, and there's something about the entrepreneurs that's uniquely intense, and I don't know what that is. I talked to soccer and playing the Scots Irish blood that runs the history of America. What is it you at the heart of Silicon Valley? Is there something in the water? Why is there this entrepreneurial spirit?
Yeah. So is this a family show or am I allowed to swear?
You can say whatever the fuck you want.
Okay. So the great TV show Succession. The show, of course, that we were intended to do for Succession 0 here. Yes. The best line in Succession was the final episode of the first season when the whole family's over in Logan Roy's ancestral homeland of Scotland at this castle for some reason. And Logan's just like completely miserable stuff that happened. He's been in Europe for 50 years. He's totally miserable living back in Scotland. He gets in some arguments so much. He says finally, just says, my God, I cannot wait to get out of here and go back to America where we can fuck without condoms.
Was that a metaphor? Or?
It's not right. But it's exactly the thing. Everybody knows what everybody watching that is starts laughing. I think there's like an infographic, way of it. There's a bunch of books on my call, like you said, discuss there with like all the different derivations of all the different ethnic groups that have come to the U.S. over the course of the last 400 years. Right, but what we have is this sort of amalgamation of like, the Northeast, Yankees who are like super tough and hardcore. The Scots Irish, super aggressive. We've got the Southerners, the Texans. The sort of hopefully blended, kind of Anglo-Hispanic thing. Super incredibly tough, strong, driven, capable characters. The Texas Rangers. We've got California. We've got the wild, incredibly, inventive hippies, but we also have the hardcore engineers. We've got the best rocket scientists in the world. We've got the best artists in the world. Creative professionals trying to make the best movies. And so there is all of our problems I think are basically in my view to some extent attempts to basically sand all that off, everything basically boring and mediocre. But there is something in the national spirit that basically keeps on its back. And basically what we discover over time is we basically just need people to stand up at a certain point. So it's time to it's time to grow. It's time to do things. And there's something in the American spirit. And I've seen it before. I saw it as a kid here in the 80s. The 70s were like horribly depressing, right? So they were on many fronts. And in a lot of ways, the last decade, we just felt a lot of the 70s. Just seeing violence and misery. And just this self-defeating, negative attitude. Everybody's upset about everything. About the way energy crisis, hostage crisis, and foreign wars, and just the moralization. Right? The low point for the 70s was Jimmy Carter, who just passed away on TV. His speech, known as his Malayan speech, it was like the weakest possible, trying to rouse people back to a sense of passion. Completely failed, and we had the hostages in Iran for 430 days, and every night of the night it was lies around the block, energy crisis, depression, inflation. And then, Reagan came in, and Reagan was a very controversial character at the time. and we're the shiny city on the hill, and we're going to do it. And he did it, and we did it. And national spirit will bring that because we worked really hard for it. I think that's exactly what I think. Both of you guys.
I just did a Super One podcast on recently with Jennifer Burns, who's this incredible professor at Stanford, and he was part of it again. There's a bunch of components to that, one of which is economics.
Yes.
And one of which that you can put a word on, I suppose, like romantic is freedom, individual freedom, economic freedom, political freedom, and just in general individualism.
Yeah. Yeah. But America has incredible. The individuals in America probably can roughly call it in the Civil War, probably still 1941 or something. And there was this incredible rise in that period. That period is the second industrial revolution. And it's when the United States basically assumed leadership and took over technological and economic leadership from England. And then that led to ultimately therefore being able to not only industrialize the world but also win World War II and win the Cold War. And there's a massive industrial, massive individualist industry. By the way, those Freeman's old videos are all on YouTube. They are every bit as compelling and inspiring as they were then. He's a simple figure in many ways. I never knew him, but he was a Stanford professor. I never met him, but I know a lot of people who worked with him. He was a singular figure, but all of his lessons, live on after they're available. But I would also say it's not just individualism. This is one of the big things that's playing out in a lot of our culture and political fights right now, which is it's basically this feeling that I have and I share with a lot of people, which is it's not enough for America to just be an economic zone, and it's not enough for us to just be individuals, and it's not enough to just have one co-op, and it's not enough to just have economic success. There are deeper questions at play, and also there's more than countries interest that, and quite frankly, a lot of it is intangible. A lot of it is involved spirit and passion. And like I said, we have more of it than anybody else. But we have to choose the one. The way I look at it is all of our problems are decline is a choice. All of our problems are basically demoralization campaigns. Basically, people telling us, positions of authority telling us that we shouldn't stand out, we shouldn't be adventurous, we shouldn't be exciting, we shouldn't be exploratory. We shouldn't, this, that, and everything. We should feel bad about everything. But I think we've lived through a decade where that's been the prevailing thing. I think, quite honestly, as of November, people are done with it.
If we could go on a tangent of a tangent, just to talk about individualism, and that's not all that it takes. We've mentioned in the past the book, The Ancient City, by, if I can only pronounce the name, French historian, Numa de
That was amazing.
Right, from the 19th century. Anyway, you said it's an important book to understand who we are and where we come from.
So what that book does, it's actually quite a striking book. So that book is written by this guy. It's a foreign language pronunciations for today. He was a professor of classics at the Sorbonne in Paris, the top university, and then he actually made the 1960s, so actually around the Civil War, and he was the savant at a particular time, which is and you can see this in the book, is he had apparently read and sort of absorbed and memorized every possible scrap of Greek and Roman literature. And this was like a walking everything we know about Greek and Roman culture. And that's significant. The reason this matters is because basically none of that changed, right? So he had access to the exact same materials that we had. So we've learned nothing. And then specifically what he did is he talked about the Greeks and Romans, but specifically what he did is he went back further. He reconstructed the people who came before the Greeks and the Romans and what their life and society was like. And these were the people who were now known as the Indo-Europeans. And these were, you may have heard of these are the people who came down from the steppes. And so they came out of what's now like Eastern Europe, around sort of the outskirts of what's now Russia. And then they sort of swept through Europe, sailed and took over all of Europe. By the way, almost many of the East Americas that followed were very European. So they were basically this warrior, basically class that came out, swept through and essentially populated much of the world. And there's a whole interesting saga there. But what he does, and then they from there came basically so what he reconstructs is sort of what life was like. What life was like, at least in the West, for people in their kind of original social state. And the significance of that is the original social state is this living in the state of the absolute imperative for survival with absolutely no technology. Right? right? No modern system, no nothing, right? You've got your clothes in your bag, you've got your, you've got whatever you can build with your bare hands, right? This is like predates basically all concepts of technology we understand today. So these are people under like maximum levels of survival pressure, and so what social patterns do they to be able to do that? And the social pattern basically was as follows. There's a three-part social structure: family, tribe, and city. Zero concept of individual rights. And essentially, so you would have an individual into a family, and then you get a set of families that aggregate into a tribe, and then a set of tribes that aggregate into a city. And then the morality was completely, because Nietzsche talks about, is that the morality was entirely natural morality. And so their morality, anything that's strong was good, and anything that was bad. And it's very clear why that is, right? It's because strong equals good equals survive, weak equals bad equals die. And that led to what became later as the nationalist like dialectics, which is it more important for you to live in your deed as a master, even if you risk to die, or are you willing to live as a slave on your knees in order to not die? This is sort of the derivation of that moral framework. Christianity later inverted that moral framework, but the original circle of logic for many thousands of years. No concept of individualism. The head of the family has full life control over the family, and the tribe, same thing, head of the city, same thing, and then you were morally obligated to kill members of the other cities. Like, you were morally required to murder that person. And then the form of the society was basically maximum fascism combined with maximum communism, right? And so it was maximum fascism in the form of this like absolute top-down control, where the head of the family tribe proceeds to kill other members of the community at any time with no repercussions at all. There's a maximum hierarchy, but combined with maximum communism, which is no market economy, and so it was a mixed share, right? And sort of the point being in one of these collectives is that it's a collective and it's sort of sharing. And of course, that limited how big they could get, because the problem is scale, right? It works at the level of a family, it works at the level of the country. Possible. Maximum fascism, maximum communism, and then it was all intricately tied to their religion, and their religion was in two parts. It was veneration of ancestors, and it was veneration of nature. And the veneration of ancestors is extremely important because it was basically the ancestors are the people who got you to where you were, so the ancestors are the people who had everything to teach you, right? And then it was veneration of nature because of course nature is the same as nature. And then you had your ancestor, every family, tribe, or city had their ancestor gods, and you had their okay, so fast forward to today, like we live in a world that's like radically different, but the book takes you through kind of what happened to that through Christianity. And so it's very helpful to kind of think in these terms because the conventional view of progress through time is that we are, the cliche is the arc of the love universe, that's first justice, right? So the so-called weak history, which is that the arc of progress is positive, right? And so what you hear all the time, what you talk in school and everything is that every year that goes by we get better, more people, better of ourselves. Our Indo-European ancestors would say, oh no, like you people have like quality shit. Like you people took all of the principles of basically your civilization and you have diluted it down to the point where they barely even matter. And you're having, children of the West Mahaka, you regularly encounter people in other cities and try to kill them and how crazy is that? And they would basically consider us to be living in like an incredibly diluted version of this sort of highly religious, highly cult-like, right, highly organized, highly fascist society. I can't resist noting that as a consequence of basically going through all the transitions we've been through, going all the way through Christianity, coming out the other end of Christianity, Nietzsche declared God is dead. We are in a secular society, that still has, tinges of Christianity, but, largely prides itself on no longer being religious in that way. We being sort of most fully evolved modern secular, experts, scientists, and so forth, have basically re-evolved or fallen back on the exact same religious structure that the Europeans had, specifically ancestor worship, which is identity politics, and nature worship, which is environmentalism. And so we have actually worked our way all the way back to their cult religions, tribalism. And it just goes to show that, in some ways we have fallen far from the family tree, but in some cases we're exactly the same.
You kind of described this progressive idea, focusing on as worshiping ancestors.
Identity politics is worshiping ancestors, right? It's tagging newborn infants with either benefits or responsibilities or levels of condemnation based on their. The Indo-Europeans would have recognized all stuff. We somehow think it's like super social progressive.
Yeah, and it is not.
I mean, I don't think let's get nuance. I think you're having, which is what like is the idea that you can like completely reinvent society every generation and have no regard whatsoever for what came before you. That seems like a really bad thing. Right? That's like the Cambodians with year zero and Pol Pot, and death follows good stuff. So the Soviets tried that. The utopian fantasists who think that they can just rip up everything before and create something new in human condition in society have a very bad history of causing enormous destruction. So on the one hand, it's like, okay, there's like a deeply important role for tradition. And the way I think about that is the process of evolutionary learning, right? Which is what tradition ought to be, is to distill wisdom of all of it. And so it should be to distill wisdom of everybody who's seen before, right? All those important and powerful lessons learned. And that's why I think it's fascinating to go back and study how these people live, because that's part of the history and part of the learning status today. Having said that, there are many cultures around the world that are mired in tradition to the point that they progress. And in fact, you might even say globally that's default to tradition, which is a lot of people are in societies in which there's like absolute security by age. Kids are completely like in the U.S. like for some reason we decided kids are in charge of everything, right? And like they're the trendsetters and they're allowed to like set all the agendas and settle the politics and settle the culture. I think that's a little bit crazy. But like in a lot of other cultures, kids have no voice at all, because it's built with people in charge of everything, sort of gerontocracies. And it's all a bunch of 8-year-olds running everything, which, by the way, we have a little bit of that too, right? And so I would say it's like there's a real downside. Full traditionalism is imperialism. It's ethnic particularism. It's ethnic chauvinism. This incredible level of resistance to change. It just doesn't get good, right? It may be good and fine for the level of individual try, but it's a society living in a modern world that you can't evolve, you can't advance, you can't participate in all the good things that have happened. And so I think probably this is one of those things where extremism on either side is probably a bad idea. But this used to be approached in a sophisticated and nuanced way.
So the beautiful picture you painted with the roaring 20s, how can the company just play a part in making that future happen?
Yeah, so look, a big part of this is getting the government off the back of the American economy, the technology industry, American people. And then again, this is a replay of what happened in the 60s and 70s, which is, for what started out looking like, I'm sure for interest purposes, we ended up looking at now with this, what I describe as sort of a form of soft authoritarianism. The good news is it's not like a military dictatorship. It's not like being thrown into a Bianca. For the most part, that's not kind of important. Mechanisms right off themselves. So it's not hard authoritarianism, but it's soft authoritarianism. So it's this, incredible successive ranking of regulation, rules, this concept of autocracy, right? What's required to get it done, you get 40 people sign off on anything, and one of them veto it. There's a lot of power in how the system works. And then, just this general idea of progress is bad, and knowledge is bad, and capitalism is bad, and it's bad, and it's bad. Tall poppy syndrome. It's basically everybody just gets their head out, so it's to get a leadership job, everybody wrong about anything, this gets done forever. Just this very kind of brain-based and then coupled with specific government actions, such as censorship regimes, right, and evangelos, right, and draconian, deliberately kneecapping, critical American industries, and then, congratulating themselves in that for doing it, or, having horrible social policies, like, let's let all the criminals out of jail and see what happens, right? And so, like, we've just been through this period, I call it a normalization period, like, we've just been through this period where, whether it started that way or not, it ended up basically being this comprehensive message, so it's roots of the world, and try to fuck you. And the Biden administration reached kind of the full tempo of it, we got on many fronts at the same time. And so just like leaving that, getting kind of back to a reasonably, kind of optimistic, constructive, pro-growth frame of mind. There's so much pent-up energy and potential in the American system that will cause growth and spirit to take off. And then there's a lot of things proactively that there's lots of proactive things to be done.
So how do you believe that? What degree has really described ideologically permeated government and permeated the company?
Disclaimer first, which is I don't want to predict anything on any of this stuff because I've learned the hard way that I can't predict politics in Washington at all. But I would just say that the plans and intentions are clear and the staffing supports it. And all the conversations are consistent with the new administration, and that they plan to take very rapid action on all of these fronts very quickly. They're going to do as much as they can through executive orders, and then they're going to do legislation and regulatory changes in the rest. And so they're going to move up quickly on a bunch of things. You can already feel like it's straight from that, or at least let's put it this way. I feel it for sure. In Silicon Valley, like I mean, we just saw a great example of this with what Mark Zuckerberg is doing. Obviously I'm involved in this company, but we just saw kind of in public scope of the speed of the changes, are reflective of sort of this of a lot of these shifts. But I would say that same conversation, those same kinds of things are happening throughout the industry, right? So the tech industry itself, whether people would look up or at it, sounds like there's just like a giant move shift that's like in already. And then I was with a group of housing people about 2 weeks ago, and they were still, people at least spoke like we're still very anti-Trump. But I said, it hasn't changed since November 6th, and they immediately said, oh, it's different. It feels like the ISIS thought, what was over. They said that all kinds of projects are going to be able to get made now that couldn't before. That Pelicans going to start making comedies again. They were just like it's just like an incredible immediate environmental change. And as I talk to people kind of throughout, certainly throughout the economy, people who are businesses saying like which is just this last 10 years is over. I mean, the one that I'm watching is really funny. But Facebook's doing what that's getting a lot of attention. But the other funny one is BlackRock, which I don't know him. I've watched for a long time. And so the very famous CEO of BlackRock was like the first business as a major CEO on like every dumb social trend that there is. Like every target, every retarded thing, every ESG, every possible satellite company, every aspect of just this crazed ideological positions. It's coming in literally it's like aggregated together trillions of dollars of shareholdings that he did not that were his customers' rights, seized their vote control of their shares and was using it to force on the control of this like crazy ideological stuff. He was like very type of stuff. He in the last year has been like backpedaling that stuff like as fast as possible. And so just an example, last week he pulled out of whatever the corporate net zero alliance. He pulled out of the crazy energy stuff, and so like he's backing away as fast as he can. He's doing. Remember that Richard Pryor back with one? Richard Pryor had this way where he could back out of the corporate so he was fucking forward. And so even they're doing that, and just the whole thing. I mean, I saw the courts. The NASDAQ had these crazy board composition rules. One of the funniest moments in my life is when my friend Peter Thiel and I were running the meta board, and these NASDAQ rules came down mandating diversity of corporate boards. And so we sat around the table and figured out which was kind of diverse. And the very professional attorneys at Meta explained with a 100% complete straight face that Peter Thiel counts as diverse by virtue of being LGBT. And this is a guy who literally wrote a book called Diversity. And he literally looked like he swallowed a lot of fish. And this was enclosed, I mean, this was like so incredibly offensive to him that like it just absolutely calling that a terrible court. What's his face was very funny. And it was imposed by NASDAQ, their stock exchanges, imposing this stuff on you, and that's the court, whatever the court of appeals just used that. So like these things basically are being like ripped down one by one, and what's on the other side of it is finally being able to get back to everything that everybody always wanted to do, which is like run the companies, have great products, have the customers, succeed, achieve, outperform, and work with the best price, and not be manipulative about it. And I think that's happened in many areas of American society.
It's great to hear that Peter Thiel is fundamentally
well, so it was very, there was a moment. So Peter, of course, is but there are other men on the board, right? And we're sitting there, well, we're like, all right, okay, LGBT, and he comes back to me, right? And it's like, it's like, all right, I'm willing to do a lot for this company, but
all about sacrifice for diversity.
well, yeah, then it's like, okay, like, is it a test? So,
yeah, exactly.
the questions are going to ask.
What are you willing to do?
And I've become very good at asking lawyers certain questions with a totally straight face.
And do they answer with a straight face?
Sometimes. I think in fairness, they have trouble telling.
So you mentioned the Hollywood book. speak to preference falsification. What do they actually believe? How many of them actually Trump? What percent of them are given this vibe shift and are interested in creating more in place the way you described it?
So first, we should maybe talk about population. So there's like all of Silicon Valley. The way to measure that, and what that does is Silicon Valley, at least historically, my entire time there has been overwhelmingly majority just straight up Democrats. The other way to look at that is political donation records. And again, the political donations in the Valley, 90 to 99%, to one side. And so, we'll try to figure out, like, we'll see what happens going forward. We can talk about the fire later, but I can tell you there is a very big question of what's happening in Los Angeles right now. The fire was like, it's catastrophic. There was already a rightward shift in the big cities of California, and I think a lot of people in LA are really thinking about things right now as they're trying to literally save their houses and save their families. But even in San Francisco, there was a big big shift to the right in voting. So we'll see where that goes. But, the part that I'm more focused on is, and I don't know how to exactly describe this, but it's like the top 1,000 and the top 10,000 people, right? I don't have a list, but like it's spelled the top 100, CEOs, top executives, top engineers, top VCs, kind of get into the ranks of the people who kind of get to know companies. And they're right there, I don't have numbers, but I have a much more tactile feel for what's happening. So I have now come to believe that the idea that people have beliefs is mostly wrong. I think that most people just go along. And I think even most high status people just go along, and I think maybe the most high status people are the most willing to just go along because they're the most focused on status. And the way I would describe that is, one of the great forbidden philosophers of our time is Obama. Taik, and amidst his madness, he had this extremely interesting articulation. And he was an insane lunatic murderer, but he was also a super genius. But he was a very bright guy, and he did this whole thing where he talked about basically he was very right-wing, about leftism a lot. And he had this great concept that just stuck in my mind, which is he had this concept he's called over-socialization. And so, most people are socialized. Most people are socialized. Like most people live in society. Most people are part of the society. They give some deference to society. There's something about modern Western elites where they're over-socialized, and they're just like really towards people like themselves, and believe. And you can get a real sense of that if you have a little bit of an outside perspective, which I just used, I think, as a consequence of where I grew up. Like even before I had the views that I have today, it's like just this weird thing where it's like, why does every dinner party have the exact same conversation? Why does everybody agree on every single issue? Why is that agreement precisely what was in the New York Times today? Why are these positions not the same as they were 5 years ago? Right. But why does everybody snap into agreement every step of the way? And that was true when I came to Silicon Valley, and it was true today 3 years later. And so I think most people are just literally taking their views from some combinations of press, the universities, the big foundations. So basically, it's like the New York Times, Harvard Foundation, and I don't know, a few CEOs, a few public figures, and maybe the president of the parties in power. And whatever that is, everybody who's sort of good and proper and elite and good standing and in charge of things and the sort of correct number of let's call it coastal American society, everybody just believes those things. And then, the two interesting things about that is, number one, there's no divergence among the organs of power, right? So Harvard and Yale believe the exact same thing. The New York Times and the Washington Post believe the exact same thing. The Ford Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation believe the exact same thing. Google and Microsoft believe the exact same thing. But those things change over time. But there's never conflict in the moment, right? And so, the New York Times and the Washington Post agreed on exactly everything in 1970, 1980, 1990, 2000, 2010, 2020, despite the fact that the specifics changed radically. The lockstep was. And so I think basically we're on the tail end of that, and saying Hollywood's the tail end of that, the same way the tail end of that, the same way the media's on the tail end of that. It's like some sort of collective hypothesis. And I just go through that to say, I don't think most people in my audience, or say the top 10,000 people Valley, or the top 10,000 people in LA. I don't think they're sitting there thinking, basically, I have Rothschild. I don't know, they probably think they have Rothschild, but they don't actually have like some inner core Rothschild beliefs, and then they kind of watch reality change around them and try to figure out how to keep their beliefs like correct. I don't think that's what happens. I think what happens is they conform to the belief system around them. And I think most of the time they're not even aware of the basic.
Is it possible that the surface chatter of dinner parties, underneath that, there is a turmoil of ideas and thoughts and beliefs that's going on, but you're just talking to people sitting close to you or in your own mind, and the socialization happens at the dinner party. So, you draw outside the inner circle, 1, 2, 3, 4 people who you really trust, then you start but inside them. Inside the mind, there is an actual or a struggle, attention, New York Times, or the listener, there's a slow smile that only takes one recent stage.
It's really not. I'll just tell you what I think, which is at the dinner parties and at conferences, no. And what there is that all of the heretical conversations have anything that counts. So, any heretical ideas and any new ideas, any deviation, if you could discuss a one-on-one face-to-face, it's like what's the network? It's like a real-life social network. It's a secret handshake. It's like, okay, you meet somebody and you like know each other a little bit, but like not well, and you both try to figure out if you want to talk to the person a little later when you actually like before this. It's a skill. But yeah, somebody tries to go, right? Somebody tries to go. If the other person laughs, you have a good time.
Yeah.
If the other person doesn't laugh, that's no way. Yeah, I didn't mean to buy it. Right? And by the way, it doesn't have to be like a super offensive joke. It just has to be a joke. It's just up against the edge of one of the, make the free term, one of the triplets. You know, it has to be up against one of the things of one of the things that you're absolutely required to believe in the dinner parties. And then at that point, what happens is you're network, right? You have a one-to-one connection with somebody, and then you with conspiracy and talk about reality. And then you have your network of interest, you have your network of talk and then they have their network of talk and it's just like delicate dating dance to what you bring the talk together, right?
And the dance, the fundamental mechanism of the dance.
Yeah, it's human. Like, it's right. Well, for me,
yeah.
Well, for two reasons. Number one, humor is a way to have deniability. Right. Humor is a way to discuss these things without having deniability on our joke, right? But that's part of it, which is one of the reasons why comedians get away with saying things that they can't. They can always fall back on it. It's fucking laugh. But the other key thing about humor, right, is that laughter is about right? Like, you either laugh or you don't. And it's not like a conscious decision whether you're going to laugh. And everybody can tell from the same laughter, right? And it's every comedian business, right? The laughter is the clue that you're on something you're bullshit. Like, people don't laugh at like bullshit stories. They laugh because like you're revealing something that they either have not been allowed to think about or have not been allowed to talk about, right? Or it's off limits. And all of a sudden it's like the ice breaks and it's like, oh yeah, that's the thing, and it's funny, and like I laugh. And then this is why First Black Comedy is so powerful. It's you open them at the same time, so you start making like safety numbers. And so the comedians have like it's no surprise to me, like for example, Joe's been as successful as he has because they have this hack that the rest of the comedians don't have. But you have your in-person. Yeah, and then you got the question of whether you can sort of join the network together, and then you probably benefit from this. Is then at some point there's like ultimate. The fuckers of the dinner party, and you get 6 together, you play networks, and those are like the happiest moments. At least in the last decade, those are like the happiest moments in everybody's lives because you're just like everybody's just ecstatic. They're like, I don't have to worry about it. No, that's a shame. Like for every third sentence comes out of my mouth, and I just talk about real things. So that's the live version of it, and then of course the other side is the group chat. Right, and then basically the same thing played out, until Elon bought Apple, and let's that flip off. The same dynamic played out online, which is you have absolute diplomacy stuff works, like literally enforced by social networks themselves through censorship, and then also through cancellation campaigns, and mobbing, and shaming, right? But then you have, but then group chats grew up to be the equivalent of some of them, right? Anybody who grew up in the so they had the hard version of this, right? It's like how do you know who you talk to and how do you distribute information? But again, that was the hard authoritarian version of this, and we've been looking through this weird, soft authoritarian version that this some of the same kind of.
And what's Apple has to scale and make it more efficient to build on these groups of heretical ideas bonded by humor.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and this is the thing, and then this is kind of the running joke, like we're good, running kind of thing about group chat. Like every group chat, you've done this, like every principal group chat, every group chat ends up being about memes and humor, and the goal of the game of the group chat is to get as close to the line of being actually objectionable as you can get without actually something. Right? And like literally every group chat that I have been into the last decade, even if it starts some other direction, what ends up happening is it becomes the absolute comedy fest where the walking if they walk right the line. And they're constantly testing. Every once in a while somebody will trip the line and people freak out and it's like, oh, too soon, okay, something like that. They walk the back. And so it's that same thing. And yeah, and then group chats is a technological phenomenon. It was amazing to see because basically it was number one, it was obviously the rise of smartphones. Then it was the rise of the messaging services. Then it was the rise specifically of, I would say, a combination of WhatsApp and Signal. And the reason for that is those were the two big systems that did the whole system. So you actually felt safe. And then the real breakthrough, I think, was just instant messages, which hit Signal probably 4 or 5 years ago, and hit WhatsApp 3 or 4 years ago. And then the combination of encryption and secure messages, I think, really initiative. Well, then there's the fight. Then there's the fight over the length of the secure messages, right? And so it's like, I often get behind my thing, so I set to 7-day disappearing messages, and my friends, are like, that's way too much risk. Yeah, it's got to be a day. And then every once in a while, somebody will set it to 5 minutes before they send something like particularly suspect.
That's 100%. Well, one of the things that bothers me is on WhatsApp, the choice to use 24 hours, and it's like this one day, and that has to have an existential crisis. Whether it can last 7 days or what I'm about to say.
Now, of course, what's happening right now is the big fraud, right? And so what's happening on the other side of the election is, Elon on Twitter 2 years ago, and now Mark with Facebook and Instagram, and by the way, we can continue to grow the Substack and this other platforms that are emerging. I think it may be, I don't know that everything just shifts back to the public, but also a tremendous amount of the remote conversations can now shift back into the public view. And I mean, quite frankly, it is one of those things. Quite frankly, even if I was opposed to what those people are saying, and I'm sure I am in some cases, I would argue still net better for society if those things happen public instead of private. You really want, just want to know. And so it's just I think clearly much healthier living society in which people are not really scared of what you're saying.
I mean, to push back, come back to this idea that we were talking about. I do believe that people have beliefs and thoughts that are heretical, like a lot of people. I wonder what fractions of people have that. To me, the preference classification is really interesting. What is the landscape of ideas that human civilization has in private as compared to what's out in public? Just like that, the dynamical system that is the difference is fascinating. Throughout history, the fall of communism and multiple regimes throughout Europe was really interesting. Because everybody was following, the line until not. But for sure, privately, there was a huge number of boiling conversations happening, where the bureaucracy of communism, the corruption of communism, all of that was really bothering people more and more. And all of a sudden, trigger that allows the vibe shift to happen. So to me, the interesting question there is, what is the landscape of private thought and idea conversations that are happening under the surface of Americans? Especially, my question is, how much dormant energy is there? What people are like, no more bullshit, let's get shit done.
So let's go through the theory of purpose falsification.
Yes, this is just amazing. The books that is fascinating.
Yeah. So this is one of the authentic books. Incredibly, about 20-30-year-old book, but it's completely modern and current. What it talks about, as well as very deeply historically informed. So it's called Private Truths, Public Lies. And it's written by the social science professor named Mark Ross. And it's definitive work on this. And so he has this concept he calls preference falsification. So preference falsification is two things. Preference falsification, and you get a title of the book, Private Truths, Public Lies. So preference falsification is when you believe something and you can't say anything. Or, this is very important, you don't believe something and it's must be right? And the commonality there is in both cases.
you believe something internally and then you your mind about it. And so the thing, and there's sort of two classes of clothes. There's the, for example, there's the I believe communism is rotten, but I can't say it version of it. But then there's also the famous parable, the real life example, but the thing that Pablo talks about in another book on this topic, which is the power of Carlos, who's an anti-communist resistance fighter who ultimately became the potential of his podcast and the fall of the wall. But he wrote this book, and he describes the other side of this, which is workers of the world at night. Right, and so he describes what he calls the parable of the greengrocer, which is your greengrocer and Cross in 1985, and for the last 7 years, it's been 50 years, it's been absolutely mandatory in the signing of every store that says workers of the world tonight, right? And it's 1985, it is like crystal clear that the workers of the world are not going to happen. Like all the things that could happen in the world, that is not going to happen. The economy's been at that for 7 years, it is not happening. But that slogan better be in your window every morning, because if it's not in your window every morning, you are not a good communist. These are places are going to come on. Yes. And so the first thing you do when you get these stores is put that slogan in the window and make sure that it stays in the window every morning. So he says the thing is, every single person, the greengrocer knows this the first thing. He knows the every single person that walking past the store knows that the greengrocer is only putting it up there because he has to let it public. And the greengrocer has to go through this humiliation of knowing that everybody knows that he's caving into the system and lying to public. And so it turns into a demoralization campaign. It's not just ideological enforcement. In fact, it's not ideological enforcement anymore because everybody knows it's fake. The authorities know it's fake. Everybody knows it's fake. It's not that they're enforcing the actual ideology of the world workers of the United. It's that they are enforcing compliance, right? Compliance with the regime. Fuck you, you will comply. Right, and so anyway, that's the other side of that. And of course, we have lived in the last decade through a lot of both of those. I think anybody listening to this could name a series of slogans that we've all been forced to chant for the last decade that everybody knows at this point, or just like something else. I'll let the audience, speculate on those on their own group chats.
Send Mark your memes online as well, please.
Yes, exactly. But, okay. So anyway, so it's the two sides of that, right? So it's rather crystallized. So then what preference falsification does, talks about extending out the idea of the individual experience and that the idea of the entire society experience, right? And this gets to your percentages question, which is like, okay, what happens in society when people are forced to learn? What happens, number one, is that increasingly they'll back. The other thing that happens is they no longer have an accurate data at all or any way to estimate how. And this is how you, and again, this literally is like how you get something like that kind of system. It's like, okay, you end up in a situation in which 80 or 90 or 99% of society can actually all be thinking individually. I really don't buy this anymore. And if anybody would just stand up and say that, I would still people want it, but I'm not going to be the person to put it on the top of the rock. But you have no, because of the suppression, censorship, you have no way of knowing how many people agree with you. And if the people who agree with you are 10% of the population, if you become part of the movement, you're going to get killed. If 90% of people agree with you, you're going to win the revolution, right? And so the question of like what the percentage actually is like a really critical question. And then basically in any sort of authoritarian system, you get like on a survey, right? And so you actually can't know until you put it to the test. And then what he described in the book is it's always put to the test in the same way. This is exactly what's happening in the last 2 years. 100% exactly what's happening. It's like straight out of the book, which is somebody, Elon, sticks his hand up and says, the workers of the world are not going to unite, right? Or the emperor is actually wearing no clothes, right? You know that famous picture, right? So one person stands up and says it, and literally that person stands up by themselves. Everybody else in the audience is like, I wonder what's going to happen to that guy, right? But again, nobody knows. Elon doesn't know. The first guy doesn't know, and people don't know, like, which way is this going to go? And it may be that that's the minority position, and that's the way things will go, or it may be that that's the majority position, and you are now the and then basically, of course, what happens is, okay, the first guy does that, doesn't get killed. The second guy does it a lot of times. That guy doesn't get killed. But when the guy doesn't get killed, then the second guy pops his head up and says the same thing. All right, now you've got 2 weeks before, 8 weeks to 16, and then because we saw with the fall from the wall, this is what happened in Russia and Eastern Europe in '89. When it goes, it can go, right? It rips. And then what happens here is very, very quickly, if it turns out that you have a large percentage of the population actually doing certain things, it turns out all of a sudden everybody has this giant epiphany that says, oh, I'm actually part of the story. And at that point, like, you are on the freight train of revolution, right? Like, it is rolling.
now, the other part of this is the distinction between the role of the elites and the masses. Here's the best book. It's called The Ignorance, which is the favorite author book. And so the nuance you have to put on this is that the elites play a giant role in this because the elites like the information and communication. But the elites, by definition, are a small minority, and so there's also this giant role played by the masses. The masses are not necessarily thinking these things through in the same intellectualized way they are, but they are for sure experiencing these things in their lives. They for sure have these very fucking thinking something. And so when you really get the revolution, it's when you get the elites with, or as you speak, currently changing for the new set of elites, the new set of common elites, basically come along and say, no, there's actually a different, better way to live. And then the people basically decide to follow that, to follow the common elites. So that's the dimension to it. And of course, that part is also happening right now. And again, case study number one of that was Elon. It just, turns out, truly massive followings.
And he has done that over and over in different instances. Not just saying crazy shit online, saying crazy shit in the realm of space, in the realm of autonomous driving, AI, over and over and over again. Turns out saying crazy shit is one of the ways to do a revolution is to actually make progress.
Yeah, and it's like, well, the vendors are touched some crazy shit, right? And this is where, many very specific things about Elon's genius, but one of the really core ones is to have to be that true. And so Elon says something, it sounds like crazy shit, but this might be true. Now, is he always right? No. Sometimes the rockets crash. Like, some things are wrong. Yeah, he's because like anybody else is all the time. But at least my through line with him, both in what he says in public and what he says in private, by the way, are exact same things. He does not do this. He doesn't lie in public about what he thinks in private, or at least he doesn't give it anymore. Like, he's 100% consistent in my experience. By the way, there's two guys who are 100% consistent. Elon and Trust.
Yeah.
Whatever you think of them,
Yeah.
what they say in private is 100% identical to what they say in public. Like, they're completely transparent, they're completely honest in that way, right? Which is like, again, it's not like they're perfect people, but they're honest in that way. And it makes them potentially both, because they have been very powerful leaders in these movements, because they both understand how to say the things that, if it's true, it turns out to be the thing in many cases that many or most or almost everyone else actually believed, but nobody was actually willing to say out loud. And so they can actually catalyze these shifts. I think this framework is exactly what Trump proposed to the Republican Party. Is I think Trump stood up there on stage with all these other kind of conventional Republicans, and he started saying things out loud that it turned out the base really was. They were either already believing that they were pro-Israel, and he was the only one who was saying them. And so, again, elite masses, he was the elite, the voters of the masses, and the voters decided, no, more Bushes, like, we're going to get directions. That's the mechanism of social change. Like, what we just described is like the actual mechanism of social change. It is fascinating to me that we have been living through exactly this. We have been living through everything exactly what Kimber Brown described. Everything is also described. Like squares on Instagram, like the whole thing, right? All of it. And we've been living through the really early masses, thing with this set of like basically incredibly corrupt elites wondering why they don't promote the masses anymore instead of the elites that are running away with things. And so, like, we're living through this like incredible flight of these ideas, and if there's a moral of the story, it is I think fairly obvious, which is it's a really bad idea for society to wedge itself into a position because most people don't believe the fundamental precepts of what they're told they have to do. To be good people like that is just not how it's taken care.
So one of the ways to avoid that in the future maybe is to keep the delta between what's said in private and what's said in public small.
Yeah, it's like, well, this is sort of the silence on the censorship, as we can see people saying things, and by the way, that thing worked for a while, right? It's like, again, the hard part of Soviet owning a mimeograph, free photocopiers for mimeograph machines that we used to make sense of, right? Just the mechanism of written communication of radical ideas. Ownership of a mimeograph machine is punishable by that. Right, so that's the hard version, right? The soft version is someone clicks buttons and watches it and right? It's like, good news is still alive, bad news is, shame about not being able to get a job. Too bad your family now, if you want to talk to you, whatever. And so like, does that work? Like, it works for a while. It works for the Soviet Union for a while, in its way, especially when it's coupled with officials and more. But when you're on lines, it's an own lines with like incredible speed and ferocity because it's like the focus probably what they're doing. Now, your question was like, what are the percentages? That's what the breakdown. So my rough guess, just based on what I've seen in my world, is it's something like 20, 60, 20. It's like you've got 20% like believers, like whatever it is, great thing. You get 20% of people who are just like true believers, whatever it is, whatever's in your Times, Harvard professor, and maybe it's 10, it's 5, but let's say 10, it's 20. So 20% kind of full on revolutionaries. And then you've got, let's call it 20% on the other side that are like, no, I'm not important. This is going to not mess up for this, but they care for themselves as they're in a small minority, and in fact, they start out in a small minority, because what happens is 60%. You've got this large middle of people, and it's not that there's anything like, it's not that people in the middle are smart or anything like that, it's that they just have like normal lives, and they're just trying to get by, and they're just trying to go to work each day, and do a good job, and be a good person, and raise their kids, and have a little bit of time to watch the game, and they're just not engaged in the cut and thrust of political activism or any of this stuff, which is not their thing. But that's where the over socialization comes in. It's just like, okay, by default, the 60% will go along with this 20% of the radical revolutionaries, at least for a while. And then the counter elite is in this other 20%. And over time, they build up a theory and network and ability to resist. And a new set of representatives and a new set of ideas. And then at some point, there's a contest. And then the question is, what happens? What happens? And it does end up together, but it's not even really just a 60% change of beliefs as much as it's like, okay, what is the thing that 60% now decides to basically solve this stuff? And I think that 60% in the valley, that 60% for the last decade decided to work. And I would say it's on edge on a lot of things. And that's 60%.
I would love to see where that go. Because there's internal battles happening right now, right?
So this is the other thing. Okay, so there's two forms of internal, there's two forms of things that Kiemer has actually talked about this. So one is he said this is the kind of unwise relation that happens here. So you're not going to have people in the other direction. You're going to have people who claim that they supported Trump all along, who actually right. So it's going to swing the other way. Yeah, by the way, Trump's not the only part of this, but but whatever it is, you'll have people who will say, well, I never supported this, right? Or I never supported this, or I never thought we should have canceled this person, right? Whereas, of course, they were full on a part of the monopolized, kind of in that moment. So anyway, so you'll have preference falsification happening in both directions. His prediction, I think, basically is still enough with the same problem on the side. Now, will that happen here? I don't know. How far the second story is, I don't know. But like, there is some question. And then the other part of it is, okay, now you have this, elite that is used to be in power for the last decade. And by the way, many of those people are still in power, and they're in very important positions. New York Times is still New York Times, Harvard is still Harvard, and like those people haven't changed, like at all, right? And they still bureaucrats in government and senior Democratic, politicians and so forth, and they're sitting there, right now feeling like reality just smacked them over the face because they lost elections so badly. But they're now going into specifically the Democratic Party is going into civil war, right? And that part of the civil war is completely predictable. That's exactly what's happening, which is half of them are saying we need to go back to the center. We need to de-radicalize because we've lost the people. We've lost the people in the middle, and so we need to go back to the middle if we're going to be able to get 50% plus one in an election, right? And then the other half of them are saying, no, we weren't true to our principles. We were too weak. We were too soft. We must become more revolutionary. We must double down. We must, celebrate, murders in the street of self-assurance executives. And that right now is like a real thing.
I can tell you a little personal story that breaks my heart a little bit. There's a professor, a historian, I won't say who, but I admire deeply. Love his work. He's a kind of a political thinker. And we were talking about having a podcast, and doing a podcast. And he actually said that, at this time, given your guest list, I just don't want the headache of being in the faculty meetings in my particular institution. And I asked who are the particular thinkers in his guest list. He said Trump. And the second one, he said that you acknowledge your interest in Trump. So I just don't want the headache. Now, I fully believe he would surprise a lot of people if I said who it is. But, this is a person who's not bothered by the guest list. And I should also say that 80+% of the guest list is left wing. Okay. Nevertheless, he just doesn't want the headache, and that speaks to the thing that you've kind of mentioned, that you just don't want the headache. You just want to just have a pleasant morning with some coffee, talk to your fellow professors, and I think a lot of people are doing that in universities and in other contexts in tech companies. And I wonder if that shifts, how quickly that shifts. And there, the percentages you mentioned, for instance, it really matters. And the contents of the private group matters. The dynamics of how that shifts matters. It's very possible nothing really changes in universities and major tech companies. Or just there's kind of excitement right now for potential revolution and these new ideas, new vibes to reverberate through these companies and universities. It's possible the wall would hold.
So he's a friend of yours. I respect you don't want to name him, but I also respect you don't want to beat him. So I would like to beat on him on your behalf.
You should use it.
So this is the thing, right? But this is the ultimate indictment of the corruption and the rot at the heart of our education system, at the heart of universities. And it's, by the way, it's like across the board. It's like all the tech universities. It's like it's the siren song for what it's been for 70 years, whatever, the tenure system, peer review system, tenure system, which is like, yeah, you work your butt off as an academic to get a professorship and then you get tenure because then you can say what you actually think, right? And then you can do your work and your research and your speaking and your teaching without fear of fire, right? Without fear of being canceled. Like academic freedom. I mean, you think of the term academic freedom and then think of what these people have done to it. Like, it's gone. Like, that entire thing was fake and it's completely rotten. And these people are completely giving up the entire moral foundation of the system that's been built in, which, by the way, is paid for virtually 100% by taxpayer money.
What's the thing of hope in this? Like, what this particular person and others who hear this, what can give them strength, inspiration, courage?
That the population at large is going to realize the corruption in their industry and it's going to withdraw the funding.
So that's the desperation.
No. Think about what happens next. Okay, so let's go through. So the universities, the big one is the federal student loan program, which is in the many trillions of dollars at this point, and will spiral way faster than inflation. That's number one. Number two is federal research funding, which is very large. And you probably know that when a scientist at the university gets a research grant, the university rates as much as 70% of the money for central uses. Number three is tax exemption of the operating level, which is based on the idea that these are nonprofit institutions as opposed to, let's say, political institutions. And number four is tax exemptions at the endowment level, which is the financial buffer that these places have. Anybody who's been close to the university budget will basically see that what would happen if you go through those sources of federal taxpayer money, and then for the state schools, the state money, they all just go bankrupt. And then you can rebuild. Because the problem right now, like the folks at the University of Boston are mounting a very valiant effort, and I hope that they succeed. I'm cheering for them. But the problem is you're now inserting. Suppose you and I want to start a new university, and we want to hire all the professors. Because this is all this. Practically speaking, we can't do it because we can't get access to that money. Even the most direct reason we can't get access to that money, we can't get access to federal student funding. Do you know how universities are accredited for the purpose of getting access to federal student funding, federal student funds? They're accredited by the government, but not directly in your. They're not accredited by the Department of Education. Instead, what happens is the Department of Education accredits accreditation bureaus that are nonprofits that do the accreditation. Guess what the composition of the accreditation bureaus is? The existing universities. They are in complete control. The incumbents are in complete control as to who gets access to federal student loan money. Guess how enthusiastic they are about it? Right, and so we have a government-funded that has gone. I mean, it's obvious now; it's just gone like sideways in basically any possible way to go sideways, including literally, as you know, students getting beaten up on campus for being, their own religion. I mean, they're just wrong in every possible way at this point. And it's all in the federal taxpayer. And there is no way. I mean, my opinion, there is no way to replace them. And then there's no way to replace them. And by the way, it's like everything else in life. I mean, in a sense, this is like the most obvious conclusion of all time, which is what happens in the business world when a company does a bad job is they go bankrupt and another company takes its place, right? And that's how you get progress. And of course, below that is what happens is this is the process of evolution, right? Why does anything ever get better? Because things are tested and tried, and then the things that are going to survive. And so these places have cut themselves off. They've been allowed to cut themselves off both from evolution at the institutional level and evolution at the individual level. It's shown by the just widespread abuse of gender. So you just stall out. You can build an ossified system, an ossified centralized corrupt system where surprised by the results. They are not visible in different form.
I disagree on that. I have maybe a strong hope that I believe you can revolutionize the system from within, because I do believe Stanford and MIT are important.
Oh, but that logic doesn't follow at all. That's underpants no logic.
Underpants no more. Like, can you explain what that means?
Underpants no logic. So I just started watching a key touchstone of American culture of my 9-year-old, which of course is South Park.
Yes.
And there is which by the way is a little aggressive.
Very aggressive.
So he's learning all kinds of words.
Yeah, all kinds of new ideas. Yeah.
I told him, I said, you're going to get words on here that you will not allow kids. And I said, you know how we have a agreement that we never let mommy? I said, not using a word that you learned in here does not count as long.
Wow.
Keep that in mind.
Orwellian definition of lying. But yes,
of course, in the very opening episode, the first 30 seconds, one of the kids calls the other kid a dildo. Right, we're off to the races.
Yep.
Daddy was.
Yep.
Underpants. So famous episode of South Park. So the underpants. So there's this rat. All the kids basically realize that their underpants are missing from their dressing room. Someone's stealing the underpants. It's just like, well, who on earth is stealing the underpants? The underpants. It turns out it's the underpants gnomes. And it turns out the underpants gnomes have come to town, and they got this little underground ward of tunnels and storage places for all the underpants. And so they got it back to steal the underpants. And just discovered that the underpants gnomes are do it. Like, well, that's the point of this. And so the underpants gnomes present their master plan, which is a 3-part plan, which is step 1, collect underpants. Step 3, profit. Okay. Step 2, question mark.
Yeah.
So you just propose the underpants gnome.
Yeah.
Which is very common in politics. So the form of this in politics is we must do something.
Yeah.
This is something. Therefore, we must do this. But there's no causal logic chain in there at all to expect that that's actually going to succeed. Because there's no reason to believe that it is. Yeah, but it's the same thing. But this is what I hear all the time. But I hear this all the time. I have friends who are on these forums, right? They're involved in choices, and I hear this all the time. It's like, oh, these are very important. We must fix them. And so therefore they are fixing them. There's no logic chain.
If there's that pressure that you described in terms of cutting funding, then you have the leverage to fire a lot of the administration and have new leadership that steps up that aligns the vision that things really need to change at the heads of the universities, and they put students and faculty primary, fire a lot of the administration, and realign and reinvigorate this idea of freedom of thought, intellectual freedom. Because there is already a framework of great institutions that's there, and the way they talk about what it means to be a great institution is aligned with this very idea that you're talking about. It's this meaning of intellectual freedom, the idea of tenure, right? That on the surface, it's alive. Underneath, it's become corrupt.
If we say free speech and freedom often enough, sooner or later these tenured professors will break.
What do you think the university is fundamentally? Okay, so how do you fix it? How do you have institutions for educating 20-year-olds and institutions that host researchers that have the freedom to do epic shit, like research type shit that's outside the scope of R&D departments inside companies? So how do you create an institution like that?
How do you create a good restaurant when the street sucks?
Even my that's a community.
Open a good restaurant. Yeah. Like, how often in your life have you experienced a restaurant that's just absolutely horrible and it's poisoning all its customers, the food tastes terrible, and then 3 years later you go back and it's fantastic? Charlie Munger actually had the best comment on the great investor. Charlie Munger had the comment he was on. And so it's like, General Electric has got all these challenges. He was asked in the Q&A, I said, how would you fix the culture of General Electric? He said, fix the culture of General Electric? He said, I couldn't even fix the culture of the restaurant. Like, it's insane. Like, obviously, there's nobody in business that, like, it's impossible. Like, it's not. Now, look, having said all that, I should also express this because I have a lot of friends who work in places and are involved in race fixes. I hope that I would love to go on. I would love for the undercast to step to and do something clear and straightforward that they can figure out. I would love to fix it. I'd love to see them come back to their scope of principles. I think that'd be great. I'd love to see the professors continue to be great. I would love to see. I mean, it would be fantastic. My partner and I've done like a lot of public speaking on this topic. It's been intended to not just be harsh, but also be like, okay, like these challenges have to be approached directly. By the way, let me also say something positive. Especially post-October 7th, there are a bunch of very smart people who are major donors and board members of these institutions like Mark Rowley, who are really helping out and trying to, I think legitimately trying to fix these places. I have a friend on the executive committee at one of the top technical universities who's working overtime to try to do this. Man, I hope that. But the counter question would just be like, do you see it actually happening in a single one of these places?
I'm a person that believes in leadership. If you have the right leadership, the whole system can be changed.
So here's a question for your friends who have tenure at one of these places, not just who runs this university.
I think you know what I think runs it? Whoever the fuck says they run it. That's what great leadership is. The president has that power. The president of the university has the leverage because they can mouth off like, they can fire them to be vocal publicly. Yes.
Fire the professors.
What are you talking about? I know they cannot fire the professor.
Then we never runs the university.
Yeah,
professor. The professors and students. Professors and girls. Then there are, of course, radicalization defects like the graduate stuff. The feral students. What happens when you're put in charge of your bureaucracy, where the thing that the bureaucracy knows is they can administer? The thing that the tenured professors of all these places know is it doesn't matter who the president is because they cannot last long. Because they cannot get fired. By the way, it's the same thing that bureaucrats in the government know. It's the same thing that the bureaucrats in the Department of Education know. They know it's the exact same thing. They cannot last. It's the whole thing that resistance. Like they can be the resistance. They can just sit there and quit. Which is what they do. They're not fireable.
That's definitely a crisis that's resolved. And I also don't like that I'm very negative. I agree with you. The situation is dire, and but I just think that institutions are important. And I should also add context. You were using restaurants as an analogy, and earlier offline this conversation said that Dairy Queen is a great restaurant. So let the listener take.
I'd say Dairy Queen is the best restaurant.
The best restaurant. There you go. So everything Mark has recently said today.
I don't want to. You should go to Herb Blizzard. One day you should walk down there and go to Herb Blizzard.
Yeah.
They can get like 4,000 calories in a cup.
They can.
It's a delicious space. They'll put anything in there you want.
All right.
Okay, so, but anyway, let me just close by saying, look, my friends at university system, I just say, look, this is the challenge. Like, I would just pose this as the challenge. Like, to me, like, this is, having had a lot of these conversations, like, this is the bar, in my view, this is the conversation that actually has to happen. This is the bar that actually has to be, like, this problem's going to be confronted. Because I think there's way too much. I mean, I'm actually, worried about the other side, there's too much time to talk about these conversations. I think the taxpayers do not understand this level of crisis, and I think if the taxpayers come to understand it, I think the funding evaporates. And so I think the fuse is going through, no fault of any of ours, but like the fuse is going. There's some window of time here to fix this and address it and justify the money because normal taxpayers sitting in normal towns in normal jobs are not going to tolerate this for that much longer.
You mentioned censorship a few times. Let us, if we can, go deep into the darkness of the past and how censorship mechanism was used. So you are a good person to speak about the history of this because you were on the ground floor in 2013-ish Facebook. I heard that you were there when they invented or maybe had developed the term hate speech in the context of censorship on social media. So take me through that history, the use of censorship.
So I was there on the ground floor in 1983.
There's multiple stories.
There are. So I got the first ask to implement censorship, which was in the web browser.
That is fascinating.
Yeah, actually 1992. I was asked to implement a nudity filter.
Did you have to brush speak up that
No, I was asked at the time, and then look, legitimate, in some sense, a legitimate request, which is supporting a federal research project actually funded by the federal government at a public university. So I don't know what my boss was like online, and it was like, yeah, this web browser thing is great, but like, just make sure to not have any photos of any original. But if you think about this for a second as a technologist, right, you have an issue, which is this was like pre-ImageNet, right? And so I had a brief period where I tried to imagine an algorithm that I referred to as the breast protection algorithm. That was going to have to design. And then apparently a variety of other quite a course people are also sensitive about. Yeah. And when I applied to declined to do this, or just the well, number one, I actually didn't know how to do it. But number two, it's just like, no, I'm not building. I'm just not building such a thing. And in those days, it was, in those days, the internet was actually pretty much sort of pre-93 internet was such a specific niche community. Like it was like the million kind of highest IQ nerds in the world. And so it actually like didn't really have a lot of issues. People were like super interested in talking about astrophysics and not very interested in even politics at that time. So there really was not an issue there. But yeah, I did want to start the process. So I think the way to think about this. So first of all, so I was involved with this in Facebook every step. By the way, I've been involved with this in Facebook every step of the way. I joined the board there in 2007. So I've seen everything in the last almost 20 years, every step of the way. But also I've been involved in most of the other companies over time. So I was an angel investor at Twitter and did really well. We were the founding investor in Substack and part of the deal on takeover of Twitter with X. I was an angel investor. So I've been in these. We were the funder of interest, the main investors there. Reddit as well, and I was having these conversations with all these things. So as much talk specifically about Facebook, but I can just tell you like the general pattern. For quite a while, it was kind of all the same process. Yeah, so basically, the way to think about this, the true kind of nuanced view of this is that there is, practically speaking, no internet service that can have zero censorship. And by the way, that also mirrors there is no country that actually has limited free speech either. The U.S. First Amendment actually has 12 or 13 formal carve-outs from the Supreme Court over time, so incitement to violence and terrorist recruitment and child abuse, and so, child pornography and so forth, they're not covered by the First Amendment. And just practically speaking, if you and I are going to start an internet company and have a service, we can't have those things either, because it's illegal or it will just quickly destroy the whole thing. So you're always going to have a censorship. Hopefully it's not actually a browser, but like, you can have it for sure. But then what happens is now you have a machine, right? Now you have a system where you can put in rules saying we allow this, we don't allow that. You have enforcement, you have consequences, right? And once that system is in place, like it becomes the ring of power, right? Which is like, okay, now anybody in that company or anybody associated with the company or anybody who wants to pressure the company, just start to say, okay, you should use that machine for more than just child pornography. You should use it for X, Y, Z. And basically that transition happened, call it 2012, 2013, is when there was this like very, very kind of rapid pivot. I think the kickoff to it for some reason was the beginning of the second Obama term. I think it also coincided with the sort of arrival of the first kind of school kids in these schools. The kind of, it's the kids that were in school between like, for the Iraq War, global financial crisis, and like they came out of super radicalized and these companies. They immediately started mounting these social crusades to ban and censor lots of things. And then, quite frankly, we never quite figured this out. When we figured out that these companies were, very subject to being controlled, the executive teams and board of directors are almost all Democrats, and with tremendous circulation. Like Obama, people from the first term actually came to work in these companies. A lot of FBI people and other, law enforcement intelligence people came to work. They were all Democrats. For that set, and so they just, the ring of power was lying on the table. It had been built, and they, put it on, and then they just ran. And the ritual discussions were basically always on two topics. It was hate speech and misinformation. Hate speech was the original one, and the hate speech conversation started as exactly like you expect, which is we can't have any word. In which the answer is fair enough. Let's not have any word. Okay, now we set a precedent.